2018 and 2019. His latest book, Nutraceutical in Brain Health and Beyond, is just published by Elsevier Academic Press. So with this very enriched biodata, we would rather very grateful to Dr. Dilip Ghosh that he kindly agreed to present his to deliver his lecture in the second international conference as a keynote speaker. So over to you, Dr. Dilip Ghosh.
Good morning, and thank you, Professor Majumdar, for your very nice and very elaborate introduction. Okay, I am putting my screen. So I think the host disabled participant screen sharing. Can you enable?
Please try again, sir.
Okay. Yes. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. Okay. So as Professor Majumdar mentioned, so today I am talking on a very, very timely topic. Translation of traditional knowledge of health into the modern medicine domain. And what does it mean for you? So before going to the slides, maybe I will take 1 minute to introduce my topic. As you know, for last 2 centuries, 2 very different kind of system of medicine that have been used in Asia. So one that is traditional Chinese medicine, we called TCM, and another one is dominant is we call the Ayurvedic medicine also. And these 2 systems that has been developed through observation and experience over hundreds, thousands of years, but without most of the cases, without a proper mechanism of studies. On the other hand, the modern medicine that came from the Western world, it is consists of a chemically purified molecule. Most of the cases, maybe more than 95 cases, it's a single molecule. And it has been developed through double-blinded placebo-controlled clinical trial. So both systems, if you see, they are vastly different. Composition of their medicine, the process of diagnosis, how they detect the effectiveness of medicine, and the overall, the concept of health completely different. How the modern medicine or allopathic medicine, how they see the health, but how the traditional medicine, they see the health differently, holistically. So now the question is, are these 2 systems of medicine, they are incompatible? Or in other words, if the traditional complementary medicine that is modernized to such a level, so our modern medicine, the allopathic medicine, they can come together and they can share some their knowledge and their everything. And the other hand, the traditional medicine also, they can use some benefit from Western medicine. I think one of the most important development in Western medicine is system medicine, that using the genomic knowledge into this area. So let's see how this goes. Because it's a virtual, I cannot run the quiz, but I think most of you know who is this lady. The lady is Tu Yu, the Nobel Prize winner in the medicine in 2014 for her discovery of artemisinin, isolated from the Artemisia annua for malaria. 85, I think now she is 87 years old. No PhD, no medical degree, but only the traditional. And that lady got the Nobel Prize in medicine. So that's a huge acknowledgement of the traditional complementary medicine area. I think I inspired from this Nature Special Edition. I think it is also a roughly 11 years before. The left-hand side, if you see the picture, a flock of starlings, that the birds, small birds, relies on connectivity, dynamics, and communication. And these three elements are embedded in the traditional and complementary medicine, or we call integrative medicine. If you see the right-hand side picture, these two, the top of the cliff, these two modern medicine or the allopathic researcher, they are looking down the traditional knowledge, some herbs. So these are Nature front cover, right-hand side, and one of the article. So this inspired me to talk in this area. Few books I published in last 7-8 years. I think most of you are from natural medicine, traditional medicine, complementary medicine, integrative medicine, nutraceutical, or nutrition area. I think this will be very, very beneficial for you. The first book, there is a biotechnology in functional food and nutraceutical. We discussed all new technologies like nanotechnology to genomic technology, how they applied in this area. The second one is a clinical aspect of functional food and nutraceutical. The third book, I think if you see, there are hundreds, thousands of patents in this area. But how many patents actually see the pharmacy or pharmacy shelf? 2%, 3%, but 95 to 97% patent has no commercial value, only the academic value. So we discussed these things, the innovation and commercialization of this functional food. That means how you bring your knowledge from lab to the market. This book is a game changer. I wrote with Professor Dr. Smartha. Unfortunately, he died a few months before in January in Mumbai. The pharmaceutical to nutraceutical, a shift in the disease prevention. So how the whole sick industry, sick means a pharmaceutical industry, or illness, moving to the wellness sector. That is the nutraceutical or traditional medicine or complementary medicine. So it's a very, very fundamental and very technical book. If you're interested, you can read this one. This book I published with Professor Pulak Mukherjee 2 years back, Natural Medicine, all about clinical efficacy, safety, and quality. This is a big book, I think 32 or 33 chapters. And 50% of the chapters we got from the industry who are leading in this area. This book published during pandemic last year, the nutraceutical in brain health and beyond. When we talked about brain health, we mostly considered the cognition and memory, but there are many things beyond cognition and memory, like all the neurodegenerative disease like Parkinson disease, Alzheimer's disease, autism. This is a big problem. The attention, the ADHD. So we discussed all this area, how you control or treat by natural way. This book published just 2 or 3 weeks before. This is part of my series. I am focusing on selected Indian herbs and how their journey from traditional to the modern medicine. And that is also my topic today. This book to be published mid 2022 this year, the Nutrition Science, Marketing, Health Claims and Public Policy. It's a very good, nearly 35 chapters. We discussed from science to branding, the marketing also. This book we are working with All India Institute of Ayurveda. Professor Tanuja Neshari, she talked yesterday with Ministry of Ayush, Dr. Manoj Nesari and Dr. Rajagopala and Dr. Dennis Chang from our university also. The traditional complementary and integrative medicine for neurocognition. So we'll cover other area like the cancer or metabolic syndrome. But the first volume, we are working on the neurocognition area and how the traditional complementary and integrative medicine is helpful in this area. Okay, so nature, the master craftsman of drug molecules. We all know. There are few statistics, but maybe some of you know more statistics than this slide. Natural products and natural mimics drug are used to treat 87% of the all categorized human disease. Over 20 new drugs launched between 20 to 25 originated from the terrestrial plant, microorganism, marine organism, terrestrial vertebrates. 11% of the 252 drugs considered as a basic and essential are exclusively from the flowering plants. And most importantly, in the cancer therapy, out of 175 small molecule, 85, that means more than nearly 50% actually from the natural sources. And as you know, because it's a natural medicine conference, in cancer, there are huge potential of the application of this validated or evidence-based natural medicine. But unfortunately, very few drugs so far registered as a drug, botanical drug with US FDA. And this is one of the examples. This is the first drug that is called Veregen, that is polyphenol E ointment, is the first prescription botanical drug approved by FDA under the New Drug Amendment Act that is in the USA. So that shows, although we have huge knowledge and huge potential of the herbal product, but there are still lack of knowledge, lack of taste, or lack of clinical trials in this area. There are a few examples: plant-derived natural product approved for the therapeutic use. Like examples are artemisinin, as you know, for the malaria treatment, capsaicin from capsicum, that is the prosthetic, that is for neuralgia, galanthamine from galanthus, from dementia-associated Alzheimer's disease, ingenol mebutate, that is a euphorbia for the actinic ketoacidosis, and these are the very common one. That is the that is a Taxol, Paclitaxel, that is from Texas brevifolia, and for the cancer chemotherapy. And the last one also, the mesoprocol, that is also cancer therapy. These are the few example, few leading example. These are directly from the plant origin, and these are used for the therapeutic purpose. Some example from India also, although few products that we drawn, like Cipla, the Gugulif for hydrolipidemic, it was registered as a drug. Ginger extract from the Dabur pharmaceutical, chemotherapy-induced vomiting, and 1B, that is the revitalizer, that is the Lupin Labs. They also registered this product as a medicine in India. There are many examples like artemisinin from the traditional Chinese medicine, Several drugs are aiming to become the first authentic TCM-derived formula to get approval in the West. If you see the Danshen dripping pill, these are the company, the manufacturer. That is Kang Light injection. These are few examples you can see. And the active ingredients here, TCM formula, this is the combination. Because it's a formulation, it's not a single molecule, it's a combination of a different molecule. And the disease to treat, that is a cardiovascular disease, cancer, coronary heart disease, liver fibrosis, and thrombosis, blood level also. You know, when I was children, even my allopathic doctor, my GP also, at that time, they check my tongue, they check the nail also, that sort of, although these are part of the Ayurvedic or traditional Chinese medicine. But today, in the modern science, the modern medicine, they also, the testing notes in the tongue, authenticated by the modern medicine. The tongue's condition is an important diagnostic tool in traditional Asian medicine. And you can see the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I am not going to discuss all these things. But these type of diagnosis that is approved and authenticated by the modern medicines also. This is our very, very pride moment. As you know, the WHO announced and it was inaugurated. I was that inauguration 2 months before in Gujarat. That is the GCTM, we call the Global Center for Traditional Medicine in India. That is the first time WHO Center, 172 countries, they are coming to India in Jamnagar to do research and policy development around the world in traditional medicine. If you see the picture, that is Mr. Modi ji, Dr. Tedros, WHO Director General, and also the Mauritius Prime Minister. Both three dignitaries were present. The benefit, the position of Ayush system across the globe to provide leadership on global health matters pertaining to the traditional medicine, to ensure quality, safety, and efficacy, accessibility, and rational use of the traditional medicine, to develop policy, norms, standard, guidelines. These are very, very important. And that is very, very lacking in this area. They will develop this area to develop the specific capacity building and training program also. So Indian government, initially, they fund this GCTM $250 million US. You cannot believe. There was not a single program in the past that amount of money that government of India they funded, $250 million US. So from our side, from Australia side, we are very front side in the traditional medicine, because the National Center of Complementary Medicine, that is the Health Research Center, NICOM Health Research Center. We are one of the largest in the Western world who are doing traditional medicine or complementary medicine or integrative medicine research and huge clinical trial also. We have signed a few MOUs with All India Institute of Ayurveda, Ministry of Ayush, and also the Savitribai Phule Pune University. And within next 2 to 3 months, the Ayurvedic chair, the Minister of Ayush will send the chair position in Sydney, and we will develop the Ayurvedic portfolio based on this chair position. So market is huge. The projected global market for herbal medicine will be $111 billion US by 2023. It's a huge market growing. The current valuation of the Indian market is not that much big. That is a 50 billion Indian rupees. That is $660 million. And that is a 14% growth also. Gross market size will be 5 billion with the 16% growth. That is the Indian herbal market. And Ayush products are being exported to more than 100 foreign countries, either as a medicine or as a food supplement. So during COVID, you can see there was an increase 49%, almost 50% increase of Ayush product to the Western world. And that's a phenomenal demand from the Western world for the Ayurvedic product. Why that things happened? That suddenly last 5 years, there is a huge demand or huge commercial interest from the consumers. I think the possible growth drives pharmaceutical touch in the dosage formulation. So now many companies, they are developing standardized bioactive, and they are forming a pharmaceutical dosage format like the capsule, tablet, or other pharmaceutical format. Evidence-based approach. Many Indian companies, they are investing money in the clinical research, and in many cases there is a double-blinded placebo-controlled trial. Attitude difference also. So after pandemic, as Professor Mujumdar said, there is a huge demand for the immunity product. So that means our health concept also changed. So that's why there is a huge demand for the Ayurvedic product also. And there is a huge initiative from government also, Ministry of Ayush, CSIR, Niti Aayog. They came together and they form a robust platform to develop. And for your information, I think most of you know, like the Pharmaxil, the Pharmaceutical Export and Promotion Council, one of the successful story in India in the pharma sector. The government of India, they already formed and announced in the Jamnagar program, Mr. Modi ji announced. So there will be a similar body that is called Ayurvedic Export and Promotion Council. They will dedicatedly work on the Ayurvedic promotion in the Western world. If you see, you know, although I am showing the one Chinese example from rural farming to the lab, herb farming standard were introduced in China in 2002 to help standardize the raw ingredients of the herbal remedies. So 20 years before, it was like this. They were growing all in this life. Now they are growing in the laboratory, in the factory, the lab style of factory, all these herbs. So there is a huge change from the rural farming to the labs. You all know I am not going to discuss all these details. The COVID-19 clinical trial, that is first time in the world. So many trials in India that happened. Total 293 clinical studies have been registered. 188, that is nearly 65%, are interventional and 35% are observational. And most of the formulation also include drugs, biological, but most of the are the Ayush formulation, nutraceutical, and yoga and naturopathy. These are the few examples for the clinical trials. They used the Ayurvedic formulation and some example of the nutraceuticals also. You know that's the golden triangle approach. Depicts the reverse pharmacology platform for the drug discovery. So when the modern medicine, traditional knowledge, and science and technology, and when you use the system biology, that is the genomic platform, so then you can deliver the most important outcome of the health benefit. And if you see this is the traditional drug development approach. Forward pharmacology, we called the functional activity, in vitro, in vivo trial, then lead compound, then target identification. But the new concept is growing, and that is very dominant in India also. I think the Professor Ashok Vaidya, and there are many people, but their group they are leading in this reverse pharmacology also. They first identified the target protein, then this screening the compound, and and they do the animal and human trial. That's the reverse way. You all know the phytopharmaceutical, that is the first platform in the world. That is a fantastic advancement in Indian regulatory system. So this is not a nutraceutical or dietary supplement. This is a prescription drug, the scheduled drug we called. So that is called phytopharmaceutical, includes purified and standardized fraction with defined minimum 4 bioactive molecule, qualitatively and quantitatively assessed of an extract of a medicinal plant for the internal, external use to treat, diagnosis, mitigation, prevention, and also the parental route. So this is called phytopharmaceutical. And if your product is under this category, you can register with CDSCO, not the FSSI, and the doctors will legally prescribe your product, because it's a drug, it's a scheduled drug, but it is not like a single bioactive pharmaceutical drug. It is minimum 4 bioactive compound. So triggers for the phytopharmaceutical who have been involved in the industry, Indian industry for a long time. The sluggish growth of herbal Ayurvedic product in centuries, there was no investment. You know, the traditional type of Ayurvedic or herbal medicine company, they control this market. There was no investment, no science, no clinical trials. Decreased in the pharma R&D output in terms of the reduction of the number of NCE. If you see last 10 years, there was hardly a single blockbuster molecule. No blockbuster. That concept already gone in the drug, because the drug discovery is a very, very lengthy, minimum 12 to 15 years and minimum $6 to $10 billion investment. No company, they are ready to invest. That's why there is a decreased number of new chemical entities also, NCE. High potential of meeting the medical unmet needs. You know, there are a few diseases like metabolic syndrome. Maybe 40 to 45 genes are involved in the metabolic syndrome. So you cannot control all these physiological pathway with one molecule, one drug. So that means to control the multi-target disease like the metabolic syndrome, there are many other diseases also. You need a multi-component approach, and that is only possible through the herbal medicine. Because herbal medicine, also there are 3, 4, 5 active ingredients, but there are many ingredients that potentiate the activity. So that is only possibility. Providing window of IPR, unlike Ayurvedic drug, because in the herbal medicine previously there is very unlikely you can get the intellectual property, that is the patent. But now the new windows are opening. So the company can get patent rights also. So that means when they can get patents, they are willing to invest into the research also. And also, I think you know this, there is a few states, the Ayurvedic doctors can prescribe the allopathic medicine, and allopathic doctors are prescribed the Ayurvedic medicine also. So that means there is some significant changes happening in India also. So I think that's a good things. Would enhance productivity of the R&D based pharma industry, would provide a new areas of exploration of research, would promote innovation and development of the new drugs, would give boost to the research in drug and development, and physician and modern system of medicine would be able to prescribe. So all these issues we describe in that book, how the pharmaceutical industry, they are moving to the nutraceutical industry. That is the illness to wellness model also. So approach multi-component drug for the multi-target disease, as I mentioned, just for the metabolic syndrome, where there are 45 genes. So you have to target all these genes or most of these genes. So that means you need a multi-component drug. Sometimes precursors are safer than the synthetic actives, like the white willow bark versus aspirin. This is more safe than the original synthetic one. Whole is known to be effective and safe. Fraction may have higher concentration of active and may be more potent at lesser dose. And that's why you see the one good example is turmeric or curcumin. Most of the curcumin in the global market, if you see, these are sometimes 25, 50, 75, even 100% more bioavailable. That means the companies, they develop a fraction of the molecule with the new technology so that absorb and distribute in our body very efficiently. And traditional system have wealth of lists of the active ingredients also. I will go through 3 quick case studies. And I think somehow I deleted the disclaimer. If I mentioned any product or any company name, this is just for the sake of the science. I have no connection with no financial connection with any of this product or any of this company. The first one is the fenugreek. As you see, this book, I have been directly and indirectly involved with many clinical trials and the commercialization of the fenugreek-based product in Western world, like Australia, New Zealand, Canada, a couple of countries also. And although we invited few other companies also to contribute, so there are 28 to 29 chapters. If you have interest, you can read this book. So fenugreek, we all know. We don't need any introduction. It's a leguminous plant found in India, Egypt, Middle Eastern countries, traditionally used as a spice, flavoring agent, culinary spice and food. Chronicled in the Ayurvedic, Greek and Latin pharmacopoeia. 4000 BC also medicinal history of this diabetes and hyperlipidemia. Abundantly available, generally recognized as safe in the US FDA, and safe daily mean consumption in human, that is 100 to 150 gram. So although it is the RDI is the 25 gram, but if you eat 150 gram per day, so these are also safe. So few companies who are based on the evidence-based research also, the biopharmaceutical company, they took the raw material in process manufacturing check and the finished product also. So without going this, I will give you a few examples. We partnered with one Indian company also. We isolated or we developed 4 fraction of fenugreek. That is amino acid fraction, that is the glucose control and anti-hyperglycemic, alkaloid fraction, antioxidant and protective, glycoside fraction, anti-inflammatory, and fiber fraction for muscle building, fat reducing, lactation, and constipation. And these are all went through extensive toxicology safety study, preclinical study, mechanism of action study, and the phase 2 clinical trials, and some cases 2 or 3 clinical trials also. You can see these are the few areas: amino acid, mostly the 4-hydroxy isoleucine, alkaloid, trigononyl mostly, glycoside, saponin part, soluble fiber, galactomannan, insoluble fiber, and protein plus fiber. The green color means these products already in the Western world, already in the market, including India and also a few Western world also. Second one is the cannabis. This is a new sensation in the Western world, and hopefully in India next few years, it will be introduced in the Indian market under different laws and regulations also. If you see an overview of the main chemical identified, there are roughly 120 chemical compound. But the main chemical compound we are talking, that is the cannabinoids. So mechanism of intestinal lymphatic transport of the tetrahydrocannabinol, that is we call THC, and the cannabidiol we call CBD. So there are two main cannabinoids. One is THC and one is CBD. So there are many areas where the CBD that shows the therapeutic benefit, like the Parkinson disease, multiple sclerosis, Huntington disease, hypoxia, ischemic injury, pain, psychosis, anxiety, depression, cancer, nausea. There are many areas. And that's why in many countries, I think more than 23 or 20, I think now it's nearly 30 countries, they already approved the cannabis product, mostly the THC and CBD with the legal limits in medicinal use, and all these areas also, including Australia also. You can see the THC and CBD. These are the two main chemical compound in the cannabis, but there are other chemical compound also. So edible dosing chart showing the doses of symptoms and the intended use. 1.1 to 2.5 milligram dose THC, mild relief of pain. So THC is mainly for the therapeutic use, and the less CBD, these are for the recreational medicine or lifestyle product. So I think more than 20 countries, they including Australia also, Australia, USA, Canada, they already approved cannabis product for the lifestyle product or recreational purpose also. You can see when you go to the higher dose, that is 50 to 100 milligram, extreme side effect includes rapid heart rate, nausea, pain. So that means that has to be very controlled use. So normal doctor cannot use. In Australia, the general practitioner cannot prescribe the cannabis product for the medicinal use. Only the specialist can prescribe this cannabis product, because at higher dose, it is very toxic. And you know, the patient with cancer, inflammatory disorder, other, and pain, anxiety, depression, these are absolutely brilliant product. Some redefining cannabis product as a drug for the medicinal use. If you go to the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, that extraction, new extraction process, chemical analysis, then the molecular inventory of cannabis molecule. There is so many different molecule, then active compound, then their mixture, then some receptor binding study, and finally the human use for the medicinal use. And there are some potential therapeutic application of cannabinoid drug, CB1 receptor agonist. There are CB2 receptor agonist also. You can see the treatments of cancer, anticonvulsant, anti-spasm, appetite booster, this sort of area. Cannabis are very useful also. And consumer acceptance also very high. This is the Canada-based 1918 publication also, recent. There are 46% consumer, they love cannabis in the bakery product. So there are spices, drinks, butter, creams and sauces, and salads also. The cannabis are used in the food items also. So cannabis, hemp in India, the next wave of food products. Upcoming hemp regulations set by the Food Safety and Security Authority of India will be a crucial turning point for the local hemp and cannabis sector. Hemp is largely unregulated in India, and various large-scale misunderstanding regarding the use of the food. So because cannabis is one of the, it's not a decades, it's a centuries that misunderstanding on the cannabis. That's why people are abused cannabis, but now cannabis are legalized through the regulation with the dose concentration. The hemp seed from the industrial cannabis, sativa, 0.3% concentration or less of the THC cannabinoid. The level of cannabidiol, that is the CBD in any food of the cells, that is not exceeding 75 milligram per body weight. So there are very, very strict regulation. What concentration of CBD you can use in food, what concentration of THC you can use in the medicinal cannabis also. So I think that I am 100% sure. So India will open this market, both medicinal and the lifestyle product also, next few years. This is a very nice article I wrote a few years back. If you are interested, you can read this one. And the last example is artemisinin. You all know artemisinin for the malaria, especially for the cerebral malaria. You can see there are thousands of years documentation of the use of artemisinin in the Chinese literature also, and also hand-colored drawing everywhere in Chinese culture. You can see that artemisinin plant everywhere. This is the molecular structure of artemisinin. This is a three-dimensional structure. And beyond malaria, now it is a time to think artemisinin beyond malaria. There are many areas that's already hundreds of clinical trials have been done and very good results also. Anti-cancer, antiviral, immunomodulator, anti-inflammatory, and combination therapy also. There are good results are coming. There are few results published in last 2 years, if you're interested. That is in the anti-obesity and immune modulating area, inhibitory neurotransmission, anti-fibrotic therapies, and also the global cancer pandemic also. So all they are used in the, sometimes in the artemisinin, sometimes in the combination with other drug also. So I think it's a time to integrate both medicinal system, and that integrative medicine model is very dominant in Western world, and it is also coming to the in India and China also. I visited many centers in India. I can example one, that is the All India Institute of Ayurveda in Delhi. If you have a chance, just visit this center. This is, we called the AIMS in Ayurveda. So AIMS is the model, the Western medicine model in India, that hospital. So the All India Institute of Ayurveda, we called AIMS, because they introduced the integrative medicine model. They have many treatment or consultation center where modern doctors, medicinal doctors, Ayurvedic doctors, a dietitian, nutritionist, they are consulting patient together. So that is the model, is the future. So I think this is my last. I acknowledge Dr. Katia and Dr. Anant Narayan, and also the Indus Biotech Pune-based company for sharing their knowledge and information also. So if you have any question, you can ask me, or this is my email ID. You can send me anytime. Thank you very much. You are mute. you are mute, Professor Majumdar. Yes.
And exactly, first of all, I express my sincere thanks to Dr. Dilip Ghosh for such a wonderful deliberations on the different aspects of traditional knowledge, and very importantly, how it is getting more and more importance in the modern medicinal domain, and really it is contributing towards the development of this traditional, this medicines, and it is getting accepted day by day by the more people throughout the world. And as you have really mentioned it very correctly, that even in the presence of our Honorable Prime Minister, very recently in 2020, Dr. Tedros, Director General WHO, announced that Global Center for Traditional Medicine, and in 2022, this year, about 2 months back, we have a very good international conference in India, in Ahmedabad, and where Dr. Tedros was there, and our Prime Minister was there, and there is a formal announcement of that, and might be in the next some of the celebrations of WHO will take place in Jamnagar or in Ahmedabad, and so we are all looking forward how the West and East are meeting together, converging their traditional knowledge into the modern medicinal utilizations, modern medicinal domain. With this, with your enriched, deliberations, I'd like to express my sincere thanks to you. I hope, since you are sharing your email, if there is any question that could always be, that may come, that might come later in the minds of the participant might be, and there is also a time limitation. So I think we can always take up the, your questions, but they can communicate with you. And we are again, so for the time being, we are rather completing this session, and we are expressing our sincere gratitude to Dr. Dilip Ghosh. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
you,
you,
Dr.
very much.
Ghosh.
Thank you.
We will be switching over to the next session.
Sure.
Thank you. May I request Dr. Shantanu Chakraborty, Mr. Shantanu Chakraborty, our consultant, may kindly take over the charge for the next session as a moderator, and that session is Business Session 3, India as a Procurement Hub for Medicinal and Aromatic Plants, Overseas and Domestic Demand, Foreign Investment in Farming and Supply Chain Management, Opportunities and Challenges. On these aspects, there are many speakers, but I request Mr. Shantanu Chakraborty, who is a postgraduate in chemistry from Calcutta University, having 25 years experience in phytochemicals, industry, biotechnology and process engineering, associated with several domestic and overseas projects on phytochemicals. He started his career as microbiologist at Nitrofix Laboratories, a collaborative unit of West Bengal Forest Development Corporation, followed as senior scientist at Sun Biotechnology Limited, Director and Chief Executive Officer, Anubhav Biotech Limited, Chief Operations and Technical Officer, Industrias Paisam, Guatemala, Central America. He is also principal investigator of 2 stevia research projects to develop and evaluate the quality planting materials, QPM, of stevia. Currently, he is the technical director, Janus Life Science, owner of iStevia brand. He is also technical advisors to the stevia project, South African Sugarcane Growers Association, Durban, South Africa. He is also the domain expert in the Regional Facilitation Center, Eastern Region, National Medicinal Plant Board, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. That is the center that we are having in our Jadavpur University. And so I do welcome Mr. Shantanu Chakraborty to please take over the charge as moderator of this very important session. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Shantanu Chakraborty. Yeah. You keep to one customer to pick up.
Shantanu, sound is not coming.
Is it okay now?
Yes,
Now
yes.
it's okay. Now it's okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
fine. Thank you, Professor Majumdar, for the introduction. And as you explained, the name of the session is India as a procurement hub for medicinal and aromatic plants, overseas and domestic demand, foreign investment in farming and supply chain management, opportunities and challenges. So at present, India commands less than 1% of the global herbal medicine trade, but keeping in view its biodiversity, traditional medicine knowledge resources, and potentiality of India as a global procurement hub is undeniable. We need a global, robust strategies for putting India in global herbal market map. But we have several intrinsic problems like long supply chain and significant value addition of all the raw materials and products without quality addition when they move through this long supply chain. Efficient procurement, quality assurance at every step, and tight integration through the value addition chain can be the key factor for our potential success. With these few words, I want to start the session, and I want to invite Dr. Vinod Visht, scientist in charge, Jhandu Foundation, for delivering his talk. Dr. Visht, could you unmute yourself?
Yes, sir. I already, sir.
Okay. So let me introduce Dr. Visht. Dr. Visht is a PhD in botany, plant physiology from HNB Garhwal University, and has published more than 70 research papers and book chapters, and has attended more than 65 conferences, and has taken 11 externally funded R&D projects as a principal investigator and co-principal investigator. Over to you, Dr. Visht.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to present, my thoughts in this second international conference. As my earlier spokesperson said, that quality is the major issue in herbal raw material, and my topic is on, the presence of heavy metals, heavy metals contamination in herbal raw material. I will present it on the Indian perspective.
Dr. Visht, sorry to interrupt you. Could you please go to the slide presentation mode?
Yes, I have already done it, sir.
Please press F5 on your laptop.
Just a minute, sir.
Just to make it full screen.
F5.
Yeah.
It is not working, sir.
Or otherwise, you can go to the bottom of the page and hit the bottom full screen for full screen presentation.
Is it now, sir? It is.
Yeah. It's working.
Now?
It's working fine. Thank you, Dr.
Okay.
Just go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So my topic is on presence of heavy metals in herbal raw material traded in India. As we know that the domestic herbal industry in India, like the Ayurvedic medicines or herbal home medicines, they are using nearly 1,178 species of medicinal plant, and among them 242 species are consumed in more than 100 metric ton per year volume. nearly 85% of this herbal raw material and 72% of their annual quantities consumed by domestic herbal industry is sourced from wild. It is our we have done some study and we find that 72% of this quantity is sourced from the wild. These herbal raw material contain number of organic substances and along with the essential and heavy metals also. Poor quality of herbal raw material results in wastage of nearly 11.76% of the herbal raw material in India. So this is what we have to work with, because the poor quality of the herbal raw material is a serious concern, as we all know that most of the medicinal plants, their population is declined in natural pockets, and after that, if around 12% of HRM is not used due to poor quality, is really a big concern, and we have to work hard on this aspect. Secondly, the herbal industry is now using the HRM of good quality, and they are going to analyze the HRM before they use it for formulations of medicines. And as per in India, Ayurvedic Pharmacopoeia of India, the standards of API is one of the major criteria by which the herbal industry is using the HRM in India. Presence of heavy metals, as I have already said, the heavy metals have serious concern on the quality, the safety, and efficacy of the herbal raw material, and finally the end product, that is the herbal medicines. So we have analyzed 4 major herbal raw materials in herbal raw drugs traded in Indian markets. These are arsenic, cadmium, mercury, and lead. As we know that arsenic is responsible for cardiovascular problems, kidney failures, diabetes, and hepatotoxic activities. Likewise, cadmium is responsible for kidney damages, respiratory system damages, hematological problems, and many more. And even it is carcinogenic. Likewise, mercury is responsible for hypertension, polyuria, albuminuria, fatal brain damages, and respiratory and pulmonary problems. Lead is responsible for brain damage, the peripheral nerve damage, kidney damages, reproductive system damage in reproductive systems, and anemia. So these 4 major heavy metals we have analyzed in the herbal raw material traded in Indian market. We have collected nearly 183 samples belongs to 74 raw materials, which belongs to 69 species of different medicinal plants. The samples were collected from all over the India, that is from Uttarakhand, from Punjab, Maharashtra, Telangana, Delhi, Chhattisgarh, West Bengal, so that we can give a national pictures what is going with the HRM traded in India. So these samples were identified through the microscopic and microscopic analysis as per the Ayurvedic Pharmacopoeia of India. The safety standard issued by different agencies for the permissible limit of heavy metals in raw material, such as Ayurvedic Pharmacopoeia of India, World Health Organization, US FDA, Health Singapore Authority, and Chinese Pharmacopoeia were followed to assess the presence of heavy metals. We have made an attempt to collect HRM belongs to different parts of different medicinal plants. The detail is given in next. I will show you the details. This is the part-wise breakup of the different herbal raw materials we have collected for analysis. As you see that most of the drugs belongs to roots and rhizome. It is around 20%, more than 20%, and followed by fruits, stem, bark, seed, and the others like stem, stigma, flowers, aerial part of the plant, the heartwood of the tree species, and the gall, etc. They are in less than 10% quantities. This slide is about the permissible limit of heavy metals in different heavy metals. So as you know that in Ayurvedic Pharmacopoeia of India, the permissible limit of cadmium is 30 ppm, For lead, it is 10 ppm, arsenic, it is 3 ppm, and for mercury, it is 1 ppm. Like for WHO, there are, the parameters are given there. And in US FDA, you can see that US FDA and API almost have same parameters, except for arsenic, where in US FDA it is 10 ppm, while in Ayurvedic Pharmacopoeia of India, it is 3 ppm. Like there is, Health Science Authority, Singapore's specification, they have very less quantity of cadmium as a permissible limit. It is 0.05 ppm. For lead, it is 20 ppm. For arsenic, it is 5 ppm. And for mercury, it is 0.5 ppm. Likewise, in Chinese pharmacopoeia, the permissible limit for cadmium is 0.3 ppm. For lead, it is 5 ppm. For arsenic, it is 2 ppm. And for mercury, it is 0.2 ppm. So what we find during this study, we find that around 5.46% sample were failed due to high accumulation of cadmium. That is on basis of the standards of Ayurvedic Pharmacopoeia of India. So cadmium is the major heavy metals which contribute most in most of the herbal drugs, followed by Hg, that is it is responsible for 3.82% of herbal raw materials, and lead for 1.09%, and arsenic for 0.55%. Likewise, for World Health Organization, most sample were failed due to higher accumulation of cadmium, that is 13% samples, followed by Hg, Pb, and arsenic. Likewise, in US FDA, HAS, and Chinese pharmacopoeia, accumulation of cadmium beyond the permissible limit contribute most in almost all the standards. Cadmium is the main reason. So cadmium contribute most in most of the pharmacopoeias we have considered for this study. Likewise, due to accumulation of PV beyond permissible limit, 1.09% sample was failed in API, WHO, and US FDA, and 5.46% sample in failed in Chinese pharmacopoeia. This is because Chinese pharmacopoeia, the permissible limit for PB is less. This is the results what we have done. So you can see that in API, only one sample was failed due to presence of higher concentration of arsenic. Likewise, 10 sample was failed due to presence of higher concentration of cadmium, and 7 samples were failed due to higher concentration of Hg, and 2 samples were failed due to higher concentration of lead in API. Likewise, there are different number of samples which failed in different pharmacopoeias. You can see it on my slide. So out of the 183 samples which we have studied in this study, nearly 59% samples is not looking. Arsenic is present in 59% samples, that is 102 out of 183 samples. We have found arsenic in 102 samples, but and the cadmium in 165 samples, Hg in 45% samples, and Pb in 91% samples. So however, in most of the cases, as I have earlier mentioned, that in most of the cases, the presence of these heavy metals in the HRM, which we have studies, are under the permissible limit. Most of the cases, due to higher accumulation of arsenic, 2 samples were failed, and that is they are T. indica and Bacopa monnieri. 32 samples of different herbal raw materials have failed due to accumulation of higher concentration of PB. Likewise, species such as C. bonda, Curcuma longa, sativum, C. tiglium, and Piper longum, Phyllanthus amblica, Piper retrofractum, all these species were failed due to higher accumulation of Hg. And it was found that cadmium accumulation play crucial role as highest percent sample were failed due to this higher accumulation of cadmium. These are the details of the species which we have studied. So you can see that the species marked with red color, they have almost all the four heavy metals is present in those species which are marked with red colors. So this is in Acacia nilotica we have studied one sample, and arsenic is present in almost arsenic, cadmium, and lead is present there. However, mercury was not detected in Acacia nilotica. Likewise, you can see the details in the slide. See how much species in which are colored in means you mark it with red color have almost all the heavy metals either below or either below beyond the permissible limit. But there are presence of all four heavy metals in the species which are marked with red colors. So this is, you can see how many species are marked with red colors. It indicates that almost 50%, nearly, I think more than 50% of species have presence of all the four heavy metals we have studied. So this is the result. You can see that T. indica, Bacopa moneri, and T. indica. Bacopa moneri is the species which was failed in almost all the heavy metals. Means it has heavy metals beyond the permissible limit. So there are many reasons behind that. Likewise, there are many more species which are failed in almost all the four heavy metals we have studied. These are you can see that T. indica is there, Bacopa moneri is there, Cedrus deodara is there, Cinnamomum galenicum is there, Piper longum is there. So Valerina velici is also there. So these are the some species which are in which all the four heavy metals were present in higher concentration. So likewise in mercury and lead, you can see how many species were failed due to accumulation of a higher concentration of heavy metals. So some species are very common, as I have already told you. Bacopa moneri is there, Curcuma longa is there, Piper longum is there, Cinnamomum galenicum is there, and Cedrus deodara is there. So these are some common species which we have found that failed in all the heavy metals. Likewise, the basic reasons for accumulation of heavy metals was, cultivation of medicinal plants along roadsides, heavy use of chemical fertilizers, use of biofuel, and sewage sludges. These are the major reasons behind accumulation of heavy metals, especially the Pb in soil, and subsequently they are absorbed by the plants. So this is the what we found, that this is the major reason behind the higher accumulation or heavy accumulation of heavy metals in plants. The accumulation of targeted heavy metals was found varying for different HRM, as I have already mentioned in my slides, and the percent of failed samples also vary accordingly to different standards of different pharmacopoeias. The variation in the presence of heavy metals is attributed to the varying permissible limit of different heavy metals in different pharmacopoeias. Such as very permissible, low permissible limit of 0.05 ppm as compared to 0.2 to 0.3 ppm in other pharmacopoeias for cadmium. Likewise, in CP, 18% samples were failed due to high high accumulation of Hg, as there is a very less permissible limit of 0.02 ppm as compared with other pharmacopoeias. See, this is, I have already told you that these are the some species which were failed in more than two pharmacopoeias, and accumulation of almost all four heavy metals in them. aquatic plants like Bacopa moneri was reported to be, this is the basic reason why cadmium is higher in cadmium and PB is higher in Bacopa moneri, because they are the natural accumulator of heavy metals. Likewise, Citrus deodara, Cinnamomum galenicum, Piper longum, Valeriana vellachi, all these were filled due to high cadmium accumulation, and all the pharmacopoeias which we have considered for this studies. We have observed that high altitude Himalayan species such as Valeriana vellachi, Citrus deodara, Jatamasi, Nardostis jatamasi, all these also contain higher concentration of cadmium and PB and Hg, and it is attributed to the acidic nature of the soil. Likewise, the species which are sourced from cultivation, such as Curcuma longa, C. tiglidium, Mucuna prurens, Piper chinensis, Senna alexandrina, these all were also found to accumulate higher concentration of Hg in them. So these are I have already mentioned some reasons, but the major reasons which we have found that for accumulation of higher concentration of heavy metals, see, contaminated soil and use of contaminated irrigation water are the major reasons for accumulation of these heavy metals in medicinal plants. Likewise, use of phosphate fertilizers, sewage sludges, fossils fuel, all these also contribute in the accumulation of heavy metals in medicinal plants. Likewise, soil pH also play a key role in accumulating the heavy metals in medicinal plant. It has been reported that the plants grow in acidic soil absorb more heavy metals than the plants grow in alkaline soil. So that is what we have found, that there's some medicinal plant which grow in high altitudes have accumulate higher concentration of heavy metal. That is because the soil in which they are growing there is acidic in nature, and it also contribute the accumulation of heavy metals. Likewise, cultivation of Bacopa moneri in rice field may be the one of the factor for higher accumulation of CD and PB. Soil pH, I have already mentioned that it play key role in accumulating heavy metals in medicinal plant. So these are these are the some basic reasons for accumulation of heavy metals in medicinal plants. Likewise, use of fungicides and insecticides that contain higher concentration of Hg also contribute in the accumulation of heavy metals in soil and plants. So what will be the impact of heavy concentration of heavy metals on herbal raw materials? So see, there is report that one of the 5 Ayurvedic herbal medicine produced in South Asia contain potentially harmful level of PB, Hg, and arsenic. So this is the impact of presence of heavy metals in HRM. As we all know that quality of the end product, that is quality of the herbal medicine, is based on the quality of the raw material used for the preparation of that particular medicine. So quality start with raw material itself. So likewise, 30 to 65% of the Ayurvedic products sold outside the US and 20% that sold in Boston, I think it is Boston, contain heavy metals above the permissible limit. So you can see that what impact it actually have, that 65%, up to 65% of the herbal medicines contain heavy metals beyond the permissible limit. Majority of the product of Asian herbal medicine traded in United States, Vietnam, and China, they all contain heavy metals, and out of them 74% of the product have higher concentration of these heavy metals. So this is also the impact of this heavy metals. Likewise, high accumulation of heavy metals and poor quality of herbal raw material leads to the rejection of these materials by the industry. So what it actually means? It actually means that if there is higher concentration of heavy metal, or if the herbal raw material is of poor quality, so it will not used by the industry for preparation of medicine, and it will be left unused. So we have to work on this aspect. So how we can reduce the accumulation of heavy metals in HRM, and how we can improve the quality of the herbal raw material, so that all the raw material which is produced, or which is cultivated, or which is harvested from the wild, will be utilized for the purpose for which it was cultivated or harvested. So as I have earlier reported that nearly 12% of the herbal raw material, which is a very huge volume, it is 73,000 metric ton. So you can imagine how much quantity of the herbal raw material was not used for the preparation of herbal medicine. It is 73,000 metric ton. So we have to use all resources. Some of these species are different threat categories. Some are in endangered categories, some are in rare categories. So how we can use these resources, it also help us in restoring our natural biodiversity. So these are the some of the important impacts that poor quality of herbal raw material, or presence of heavy metals may have. So likewise, the different species, as I have mentioned, that Picrorhiza curva, Nardotis jatamasi, Virginia ciliata, Aconitum chasmentum, Gymnema sylvestra, Valeriana jatamasi, all these are very highly, these are used in very high volume by herbal industries, and these are under different threat categories. So we have to utilize these resources very, scientifically, and very so that the losses may be reduced. So how can we reduce the losses of herbal raw material? So we can choose the proper site for its cultivation, the soil which is free from all type of contamination, especially the heavy metal contamination. The water we use for irrigation purpose should be free from heavy metals. We can implement the good agricultural practices. Now WHO have the guidelines of how to cultivate medicinal plants, how to harvest them, what are the post harvest processing practices which we can implement during the cultivation, what are the good field collection practices. So all these the good agricultural practices, field collection practices, good post harvest processing practices. So implementations of these all practices will help to reduce the losses due to poor quality of HRM. So we can implement these practices also. Likewise, there must be a common facility centers at each level. At each level means at a cluster level. Suppose within area of 10 or 12 kilometers where the medicinal plants are cultivated or are harvested from wild, there must be a common facility center which is equipped with the primary post harvest processing practices. So the farmers or the collectors who collect the raw material can do the primary processing at these centers, so that the quality of the herbal raw drugs can be maintained or can be improved. There must be a storage facilities at primary level where these medicinal plants are cultivated or are harvested from wild, collected from wild region. So proper storage facility also have positive impact on the quality of the herbal raw materials. So likewise, during the cultivation process, there should be a regular monitoring of potentially hazardous parameters. So these are some steps which can be followed. Likewise, the region specific guideline for cultivation of medicinal plants should be implemented. These guidelines will be useful in monitoring and to make certain that the genuine and quality raw materials are collected or are cultivated. So these are some points. Likewise, the proper supply chain, the marketing linkages, there must be a proper marketing linkages so that farmers can market its produce uh, efficaciously, and the supply chain should be strengthened so that farmer can sold its product easily to the market. Likewise, the we can use the herbal industry is using raw material as a whole. So by using the extract or the infusion, we can reduce the heavy metals, especially for the heavy metal. So if the extract is used instead of the whole raw material, the chances of heavy metals may be reduced drastically, as we know that extraction or infusion is vital for removing or reducing the heavy metals concentrations. Likewise, controlled processing environment under good manufacturing practices should be implemented at industry level, where the herbal raw material is processed and the herbal medicines are formed. This is all about my presentation, and thanks, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Wisht. Do you have any questions from the audience? Dr. Wisht, may I ask some small questions here?
Yes, sure, sir. Sure.
In one of your slides, you have shown the relative heavy metal contamination between the aerial part and the leaf. There was a difference between heavy metal contamination in aerial parts and leaves. So what do you consider as aerial part? Does it also not contain leaves?
Sorry, sir, I did not get your question.
In one of your slides, you have shown that there is difference in heavy metal accumulation between the aerial part and the leaves.
Oh, sir.
And
like that, we have analyzed, the leaf samples, the aerial part of, medicinal plant, which is used for preparation of medicine. The leaves which are used like neem, in case of neem or gymnema, which we can use for medicinal purposes. So we have analyzed in that way, sir, not in that way that there is less quantity of heavy metals in aerial part or higher quantity of heavy metals in leaves.
And what was your method for assay of those heavy metals?
So we have analyzed it using ICP-MS.
Okay, fine. And I have another small curiosity here, rather, and you have stressed on the importance of good agricultural practice for reducing the heavy metal contamination of the plants. But problem is, specifically for high altitude species, they are always cultivated in areas where there is a possibility of a low pH soil. And as you explained, that in low pH soil, there is always a possibility of having high heavy metal contamination in the soil itself. And in case of plants like bacopa, which is cultivated in waterlogged soils, and waterlogging, specifically the reduced condition in the soil, always boosts the heavy metal concentration in the soil itself. So do you think that there may be a possibility of some specific therapeutic agronomic practices which can reduce the accumulation of heavy metals for this plant species?
So we can use, suppose in case of, high altitude plants, we can use some humus-rich soils cultivating these species. With humus-rich soil, cultivating a medicinal plant in humus-rich soil may reduce accumulation of heavy metals in them. Likewise, in Bacopa moneri, we can avoid cultivating it in rice fields or the area where heavy use of pesticides or insecticides is there. So, or even the phosphate rich, phosphate rich fertilizers. So, if reducing or avoiding the use of phosphate rich this manure or the soils where heavy insecticides or pesticides is used is maybe a a potential solution for this, especially the Bacopa moneri.
Thank you very much, Dr. Beast. And it was really an excellent presentation. We enjoyed it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And do you have any more questions from any of the participants here? So can I invite Dr. Arvind Saklani for the next presentation? Dr. Saklani, could you please unmute yourself? Yeah. So let me introduce Dr. Arvind Saklani, who is the Vice President of Swami Savinsa Group. Earlier, he was Assistant Director and Head, Natural Products Botany of Piramal Enterprises Limited, and was Assistant Professor in Naipar, Mohali. Dr. Saklani is a biodiversity and ethnomedicine specialist involved in bioresource development, conservation of high-value medicinal trees, cultivation of medicinal plants, identifying promising medicinal plants for nutraceutical development. Over to you, Dr. Saklani.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shantanu. Am I audible there?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you. So today, when I was looking at the session's topic, it tells about India as a procurement hub for medicinal and aromatic plants. So let me add one more word there for all of us. When we say procurement hub, it takes us to a totally different scenario. And when we add to it maybe sustainability hub, that will maybe change our perception. Because here we are talking about, today I'm just discussing about the raw materials and what is the scenario today in the country, the domestic need, and the foreign investors, how they are looking at the raw materials of the country, and all the herbal market or nutraceutical market and the Ayush market in the country. So when we talk about raw material, the few things that come in mind, one is what is available to us, what biodiversity that we have available in the country, how much we have used, and what is left to us to be maybe investigated or to be used. So when we say the biodiversity, in our country, we have more than 17,500 species of angiosperm itself. I'm not talking about gymnosperm or some other, fungi and other things. So these are the bioresources that we talk about. Then we say that in Ayurveda, we are using maybe, few hundred species only, which are like in the scheduled text. Then more than 300 species, they are used in high volume at the moment. And I was listening Dr. Ghosh today morning, and very nicely he elaborated on how we are switching from, say, maybe whole herbs or the Ayush things, or maybe these things to, say, drug discovery program, and then phytopharmaceuticals. And again, we are coming back to the naturals. So basically, this is a very good time. When we started the things working on, say, plants, we started talking about the whole herb. We started talking about the Ayush system, Ayurveda, Unani, homeopathy, whatever. And then we switched to drug discovery programs all of a sudden. If you remember past 4 or 5 decades, people invested a lot on drug discovery program. And it did not give us that kind of like lead molecules, or it did not make much impact. And if you see the history, how this drug discovery program initiated even in our country, and how they completely wiped out from the industry. The industry was they invested a lot in drug discovery program, but finally they had to give up. And most of these companies, I name a few like Ranbaxy, Lupin, Dr. Reddy's, Piramal, and so many others, they had to close the drug discovery programs, it was not a good exercise for them. Now we have another category called phytopharmaceuticals that we are talking about, and it's a very happening field that we have with us. So what's important for us when we talk about the raw material, what is available to us, that is first thing. Secondly, how much we have evaluated so far. So what I say is, whatever is available to us, unless we investigate, unless we scrutinize these things, we do not know what is the potential of these species with us. Now, all of a sudden, there'll be some natural calamities. Like if you see our Indira Point, how tsunami has washed away that whole lot of vegetation near Indira Point, and it is gone forever. Nobody could really investigate, nobody could study those vegetations, and we did not know what was there, what was the potential there. So whatever we are talking today, we are talking what is actually documented already in our scheduled textbook, in Ayurveda and in other traditional system medicine. There is another stream that we call ethnomedicine or maybe ethnobotany. So there also we have a lot of potential that we can get quite a few like leads from those traditional knowledge, and we can utilize that knowledge for development of some maybe drugs or some other things. And when we talk about these things, we talk about conservation of species. When we know the potential of the species, then only we can plan how to conserve, how to take it to the cultivation. Today we are struggling. If you see like in Ayurveda, we have Dashmula Rist, we have Ashtavarga, and we have many other formulations, combinations. But we find it very tough to get the right kind of material today. And many times we talk about substitution. So why we have to go for that? Other day somebody was mentioning 48% of our land, agricultural land, is barren. So now this is a huge opportunity for us, for the policymakers. Now, when we talk about that, we have the State Medicinal Plant Board, we have RCFC, we have like NMPB with us. So we can plan for all these species which are mentioned in Ayurveda in the original text, but they are not available to us. So then we talk about this cultivation program. I think these species can easily be introduced in cultivation. We have tried, but we have not been successful to that extent. And today we have to switch actually to alternative or substitute. So when I say this cultivation program or raw materials coming from wild, we have two things we have to think. One, the raw material that we are using in Ayush industry, and the second one that we are using in other sectors like nutraceuticals, herbal medicine, and others. So when we talk about the Ayush industry, we are basically talking about the genuine raw material. It is like pesticide-free, heavy metals free, and it's a genuine material. If it is ashwagandha, there are specs that no, it has to be like this. If you are using something from maybe a similar species like aconitum, so there are many species or many adulterants that can be used with the root of aconitum. It's a high-value medicinal plant, alpine medicinal plant. So basically, that point of time, the manufacturer, they look for the genuine plant material, and that is more important for the Ayush industry. Here, when we talk about the nutraceutical industry, we talk about the content in the raw material. For example, a common example like turmeric, we talk about the curcuminoids, how much total curcuminoids are present in that raw material that we are concerned about. As Dr. Bist was mentioning, many times this raw material, whatever comes to us, we have to reject. And it's not like, it's not good for anybody, not for the growers, not for the industry, and neither for the traders or anybody who is in between. Because end of the day, somebody has put in a lot of efforts to cultivate, to grow that medicinal plant. And if it is rejected, he is also rejected. So there is a problem for everybody. So right in the beginning, we have to be sure, like, for example, I'm just mentioning about nutraceutical perspective. So when we cultivate something, when we collect something from wild, we have to be sure what we are collecting, whether it has the desired trait or not. So when I'm talking about desired trait, we have to be very, very careful which are the geographical areas we are talking about. For example, now RCFC West Bengal, they're working on Bacopa monnery in a larger way. Many industries, they have switched to West Bengal for Bacopa cultivation because we see a huge potential of that crop there in that West Bengal. Now, we talk about this, it should not be cultivated near rice field because it would absorb all those pesticides, and that's a problem for us. Tricyclazole is a problem for us. Today, when we talk about some other species like ginger, we say that if you have ginger without phenolphos, without that kind of pesticide, please come to us. Then there are many things which industry is talking about. It's a good time actually after pandemic. We saw a lot of maybe increment in all these things. People started talking about ashwagandha in larger cultivation. Now we have, for example, in Andhra Pradesh, more than 10,000 acres under ashwagandha cultivation. So people have switched from maybe allopathy to these traditional system, and they are talking about natural products, and it's a very good time for all of us. Now, when we talk about this species-wise or the tonnage that we are using in industry, at the moment, there's a need of about 20 lakh metric ton of raw material in the country. So when we say 20 lakh metric ton, the 10 lakh metric ton, basically we are talking about the spices, and which come from more than maybe 50 species. And next, another 10 lakh ton that comes for the herbal raw materials for other other herbs. And mainly now, if you talk about the species wise, we always mention that now somewhere 80%, 90% is coming from the wild. It's not true. It's basically true in terms of some species. When we talk about the species used in ICE system, it's true. But when we talk about the species, the volume, the quantity that we are using, it's not true. It's a reverse thing, actually. If you see the volume wise, out of this 10 lakh metric ton of herbs that we are using, it's about 75% is coming from cultivation. Okay, it's basically like about 25% that is actually coming from wild. So industry, especially this nutra industry and these things, they have played an important role in terms of say cultivation, bringing all those species from wild to cultivation. For example, I represent Swami group in Bangalore. So we are the first person, and we are rather pioneer in giving a concept of contract farming of medicinal plants to the country. So how this was started? So in early 90s, when Dr. Majid, chairman of our company, when he started working on coleus, and this was the species that was actually occurring in the wild. Nobody knew that. It was hardly used for pickles and some other local culinary items. But then it was investigated here. We had a big breeding program. We identified some crops in the southern parts of Tamil Nadu where we had a good biomass, the root biomass that we are using, and we had good varieties of, good genotypes of coleus in the Himalaya, where the content was very high. So these genotypes basically were given for study and for breeding program. And finally, Swami came out with a genotype which was very good in biomass and as well as in content. So this was given to the farmers, and now today you'll be happy that coleus is one of the best crop in the country, for medicinal plant I'm talking about, that is cultivated in a larger, acreage in southern parts of India. For example, Swami itself, we cultivate more than say 4,000, 4,500 acres every year through contract farming program. So when we talk about these things, what is available to us and what can be done, many times we have some problems in terms of like cultivation program. We see that the farmers, what he wants, what is the expectation of farmers, and what is the expectation of industry, they do not meet, at that point of time. The farmers, when we talk about, the farmer basically he expects right kind of planting material, right kind of technology, technical know-how, inputs, all kinds of training programs. And basically the first and foremost thing what he would ask anybody, that what I should be cultivating. And the answer should be what you are cultivating today. If you are cultivating paddy, if it is giving you 10,000, 15,000 rupees per acre, whether you can switch some other crop suitable to your soil conditions, your soil health, your maybe climatic conditions, and whether he can really earn better than that. If the question is good, then only he will come to you. Then second question, he would ask always, what is the buyback guarantee? Okay, for example, in Swami Sabinsa, we always stick to this kind of things, where in the beginning itself, we say, okay, we sign an MOU with the farmers group, farmers cluster, and we say we would agree to certain price. Even the market fluctuates tomorrow, it goes down, we stick to the same price what we have offered to the farmers. If it goes up, then we add, considerable amount to that. So that's how the comfort level or the rapport we have to establish with the farmers group. And that's how they come with you. So the buyback guarantee is very, very important for the farmers. Now we talk about the minimum support price, that's important. The few things that we have to understand today when we talk about the raw material or cultivation program. Now there are like some problems in this whole setup. One, that is freebies. If you ask any cultivator, even in the villages, they would agree that these programs wherein we are actually feeding the community with freebies, they are not really ready to work in the field. It's very tough to get labor now in the, in any part of the country, I'm telling you. It's not one or two states, everywhere, because they are now tuned to that. Nobody wants to work in the field. So that mindset we have to change, that we have to maybe come up with some suitable things there. Another thing is, when we talk about this kind of problems, when we talk about the raw material, as Dr. Bist was mentioning, many times we have to reject the material. These farmers or these collectors, many times they do not know what is the best harvest time for them, when they have to collect the right kind of planting material, the right kind of material for the industry, for the ice industry. So our regional centers are like, those who are the trainers in those areas. It is their responsibility basically to educate the farmers right from the beginning. The planting material is another problem for everybody now. And there, I think all the state medicinal plant board or the RCFC can play an important role to generate good quality planting material for everybody, whoever wants to cultivate. As of now, people claim, and that we have come out with certain varieties, for example, turmeric itself. People came out with some Pratibha, Pragati, and other varieties, but it's very tricky thing. First 1 or 2 years, they would perform very well. And after some time, there are some issues here and there. Species like turmeric, I'm giving you a citing example again and again, because this is easily understood by everybody. Now, best quality turmeric that we say is Lakarong. That grows in Jawai Hills in Shangpung area or Lakadong village in those areas. The best quality that we grow there, it is hardly available to anybody. Why? Because it's labor intensive, and there is no like flat land like in southern parts of India. The per capita land is very, very less. So we have to be very, very careful when we are doing all these cultivations in those areas. So when we say we have only hardly say 100 to 500 metric ton available of this Lakadong turmeric, how the industry will survive on that? So we have to maybe educate the farmers. We have to give them more technical know-how, and we have to see how it can be, generate large volume. Even the problem here is when we take out this Lakadong turmeric from that particular region, and we bring down to even Assam, forget about mainland here in southern parts of India or Western India or Northern India, it changes completely, the curcuminate content. All of a sudden from 7.5, it comes down to 3.5 or 4%. Now, many a times we have developed some varieties. I'm talking about the agricultural universities or the academic institutions. We claim very high, but when it actually comes to the field, it does not translate that way. There are examples, I would not quote here, but we have to be very, very careful, and we have to study that, through all these angles. Now, one important thing here is the subsidies that we are talking about for cultivation of medicinal plant. In many cases, I have seen past so many years when we go in the field, when we talk to the farmers, they say we are not able to get the subsidies. And I've seen in front of my eyes, one of my friends, he went to the State Medicinal Plant Board, gave him a list. Look, this time, these farmers only will get subsidy. These are my people. So that kind of mechanism that we have to see how every farmer, each and every farmer gets the appropriate subsidy, whatever comes from the government. Many a times what happens, the department which is responsible to project, what cultivation that we are going to have, maybe in next season, they are not able to compile the whole information and give it to maybe State Medicinal Plant Board or National Medicinal Plant Board. And many a times in one district, we see that they got subsidy. In another district, they do not get the subsidy. So these things, I think, these are the key areas that we have to look into. Now, when we talk about export or foreign investor, they look for certain thing. Now, if you see the export, the whole export of medicinal plant or this sector, the products based on from medicinal plant, many times we do not have a proper HS code. And most of these items, they are going with different HS code or in the category of others. We have been trying hard to get like individual HS code for those materials where we have high volume trade. And what they say, if the volume is more than 100 crores, worth 100 crores, then only you will get the individual HS code for that. So I think we have to think on those lines that all these things are basically harmonized and how we take care of these things. Now, when we talk about this other programs like Manrega, now this is another good program from government. 65 medicinal tree species are already identified in that scheme. And when we say that we have more than 48% land, agricultural land barren, I think we should think about this species or this kind of program through Manrega. That is also possible. Then when we talk about the cultivation, we generally focus on common species. We do not talk about the other species which are potential for a particular region. I think we should promote those things. For example, in Northeast, we have Parkia species, which is very, very rich in protein, but it has not come to the cultivation. We have a species like Perilla frutescens in our Himalaya, in Western Himalaya, also in Northeast, which is very rich in omega-3, omega-6, omega-9 fatty acids. So such a species should be identified. Then we have to create certain like a state-of-the-art report. For example, in Northeast, we have many crops like chili or maybe some specific crop where we do not have that kind of state-of-the-art report on a particular species. So this is also a responsibility, I think, of all the academicians who are working on the particular species. Let us have one complete state-of-the-art report on a particular species that can be used by others who are interested in these things. So there are certain points that I wanted to highlight today and we have to change that perception. As I said in the beginning, we should not say like procurement hub, but we must use the word like sustainability hub. India should be seen like sustainability hub, where everybody talks about conservation programs and not the protection program. There's a huge difference between protection and conservation, because most of the forest officers, I am not really against anybody, but I'm saying whenever we talk to these people, they talk about the protection. Hardly they talk about the conservation and sustainability. So this is very important to understand for everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saklani. Now the floor is open for questions from audiences. If anybody want to ask some questions, please unmute yourself and ask it.
Shantanu-ji, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Good morning,
Dr.
Dr.
Saklani,
Nialji.
sir. Dr.
Good morning.
Saklani, sir.
Good morning.
Shantanu-ji, I'm just taking one liberty
Please
on
go ahead.
your behalf, although this session is not directly linked to that topic. But I think since we have opportunity to listening Dr. Saklani, and who is also apart from this his own lectures which he has given, he has an expertise on BD Act. I would just like to take some liberty if you can throw some light, 2-3 minutes on recent development on BD Act amendment, and what will be the these effect on procurement and that cultivation aspects.
Wonderful. I was expecting this question from somewhere. I did not mention purposely. Good that Nialji, you raised this question. Few things that we had been struggling right from the beginning, and especially in our sector. I'm talking about the medicinal plant, Ayush sector, nutraceutical sector, or the herbal sector. And when we say that no, we are like Ayush is the heritage industry, everybody should talk about that worldwide. It has been recognized. Even Dilip Ghosh today morning, he said how it is taken forward, how the traditional medicines are taken forward. So everything comes to the raw material end of the day. And when we talk about the raw material, and as I mentioned, the high volume species that basically they are under cultivation. Okay, we have to promote that. And when we talk about cultivation, we say that this is the most powerful tool of conservation. It is taking care of all these 3 pillars of Biodiversity Act. First is conservation, second is sustainable utilization, and third is benefit sharing. So when we cultivate the species, by default, these 3 pillars, these key things are taken care. And fortunately, when we started this exercise working on biological diversity aspects through Chef Excel, through other organizations, we raised all these points. We studied thoroughly the whole Biodiversity Act, and we found that there are many things that can be really rectified, that can be really taken care. One was this, like cultivated species. So we said, you talk about the normally traded commodities like turmeric, black pepper, or these spices, and you say, section 40 of our act says, no, they should be out of the purview of the act. But the perception was a little different. They say if you use this as a commodity, then only it is out of the purview, otherwise it is not. Then we mentioned when it is common species, when everybody is trading it in the market, why you should really worry about it. Then there were certain amendments in that. I'll not go in detail, but what I'm trying to say here is, after our persuasion past 2 years, and we met all the authorities, all the possible authorities, including ministers, secretaries, and we had series of meetings with all these authorities. And we gave our own version of the amendment of the Biological Diversity Act. I personally submitted to the Minister of Environment and Forest. And when we said that there are key issues that we have to address, research. It has to promote research. It has to facilitate research. As I said, we are sitting on the rich biodiversity, 17,500 species, but who will work on that? Who will work? Because drug discovery programs are already gone. Ayush is talking about the scheduled text, these things, but the others who are actually willing to work. And if you put so much pressure on these players, they will run away from the country. They will work outside. So somebody has to work. I'll just give you a small example. CDRI, for 18 years, they could screen only 3,800 species, which is in the public domain. Okay. And we are sitting on 17,000 plus. So this is very important to understand. So research was one of the things that we have to promote. Then somebody is cultivating, giving it time, money, and working day and night with the farmers. And then you say you pay also ABS amount on excess benefit sharing amount on cultivated species. So this was not digestible. Fortunately, all these amendments, whatever recommendations that we made, it was taken care. And now there is a talk, and this amendment has been already submitted. It was floored in the parliament on 16 December 2021. Now the ministry has got another 3 months time. And I think most likely in the monsoon session, this will come with the amendment. So we are quite hopeful that few things that we talked about the, initially they said, if you have even a single participation of non-Indian person in the company, you become like non-Indian company. And that was ridiculous. All these investments are in the country. We have set up in the country, and you say you become non-Indian all of a sudden. Somebody wants to contribute for the science, somebody wants to contribute for the farmers, and suddenly he becomes that this whole setup is in problem. So those recommendations, I think whatever we have put, so especially for this sector, I'm talking about the raw material, I'm talking about the cultivated raw material, that will be taken care in this amendment. And most likely we will be talking about mainly the ABS part only on the the endangered species and the rare species where there's a conservation concern. We have also given one suggestion that why can't the government say to the industry that use your CSR fund, okay, for the cultivation programs, and then they give like incentive on that. So this kind of provisions, I think we have to think about. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Any other questions from the audience? Dr. Saklani.
Yeah.
Dr. Saklani.
Yes, Dr. Shantanu.
Thank you very much for this very information-rich presentation. And I'm very happy that you have touched a subject which is, to my assessment, is very neglected in Indian MAP sector. And you talked about the flourishing phytopharmaceutical sector, and definitely there is immense potential there. And you talked about the importance of genomics there, importance of improved genetic varieties. And I'm very happy that Swami have been working on that specifically. You have mentioned that you worked on coleus.
Yes.
Yeah. And often we do work with cultivars. We do not know what is the exact phytochemical content there. And the low phytochemical content actually alters the whole processing economics. And sometimes it becomes totally economically unviable to process all those raw materials.
Very true.
So this is a very important factor. And definitely we need to work on that direction. And you have also talked about another very important factor, that genetic degradation after few progenies, few cycles of multiplication. That is also a very widespread phenomenon in all those high volume cultivated medicinal plants. And that needs a hell lot of work specifically from the technical persons associated with this sector. So thank you very much, sir, for this.
May I ask a question?
Thank you.
Yeah, please go ahead, sir.
Yeah.
Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to really thank, already I have heard Dr. Bees and Dr. Saklani, and very important topic they have touched upon, and very important issues. One really which we should consider, we should give stresses, particularly Dr. Bees, what he has shown that the heavy metals that are entering into the products in the crops, that needs to be really looked into, and what are the reasons how it could be, diminished in a manner so that at least that should be within the permissible or acceptable limit. We should take care of. And I think I take this opportunity to request Dr. Saklani, because sometimes we also try to obviously convey whatever experience we are gathering through your this sort of deliberations and our practical experience to the ministry, so that some of the regulations could be changed, could be made more user friendly to address the problem that we are facing at the present. But in this connection, the last thing what you have told is very correctly, that it was CSR fund could be diverted to the cultivation, and particularly another thing is very important along with that, to ensure that QPM ultimately, there must be availability to this sort of farming clusters. I have talked to them, but they are really facing the problem of testing whatever they are doing, how much the active ingredients and what are the other components that are interfering the its acceptability. That should be pressed out. That should come out as a result. But that sort of facilities need to be built up, because otherwise these are not available to that way to these people. So there should be an acceptable testing laboratory whose certification or whose analysis are acceptable to the industry as well, and so that it can really gain much more momentum, and they can also get a better revenue. So that's why I think it's if you kindly this sort of the concept, the challenges that you are and the way forward that you are projecting, I would be very grateful to you. Please kindly bring it to the notice of the ministry along with us. Obviously, we will also try our level best to convince, but at the same time, I'm requesting you please also project the quality aspect point of view, because that sort of facilities, otherwise it's very costly for the farmers to afford, even for a cluster actually.
So let me just inform you, it has been taken care to some extent. Government has already identified certain areas where we have this QC/QA labs for the regional centers I'm talking about. They have already finalized. But as you said, this is very tough, because each and every consignment that we get, we have to have like proper sampling, and then the farmer should not be a problem in to the next day. So the thing is, this is not sufficient. Even we talk about the regional facilities, it should be at a very micro level. So there should be some ways that we should really come up with certain devices and certain mechanism.
Right. That's we are looking forward, because that's the only way how we can really compete with the world, because we are now having the sort of world center of traditional medicines, but we should also take it forward more scientifically. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saklani.
Thank you, sir.
Now, may I invite Mr. Olin Mukherjee? Mr. Mukherjee, could you please unmute yourself?
Yeah, I have, am I audible?
Yeah, let me introduce you first, sir.
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Mukherjee is currently serving as Chief Operation Officer of NCDEX Institute of Commodity Market Research and Head of FPO Strategy at the National Commodities and Derivative Exchange. Mr. Olin Mukherjee also led creation of a first of its kind national level electronic negotiable warehouse receipt systems, and he is currently building NICR as a niche agri-consulting organization. He also assumed significant leadership roles with organizations such as Windrock International, Tata Farms, and USAID, and has consulted agencies like FAO, UNCTAD, and KPMG. Over to you, Mr. Mukherjee.
Thank you. I have a presentation to share. I hope I'm
Please go to the share screen option. Yeah, it's visible. Now you can go to the full screen mode.
Yeah. Is it okay now?
It's working. Thank
Okay.
you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to, present our side of the story. But first, a disclaimer: I'm not from the industry, so some of the figures or some of the aspects which I have picked up doing some secondary research may not gel. But I think I will concentrate a little bit more on to the challenges which has been highlighted by Dr. Saklani and even Dr. Bist to a large extent in the previous presentations. So just to put a context, and I'm sure this is known to all, is we have a huge potential, right, in terms of what India as a domestic industry on map can provide to the world and of course to the domestic industry. And what we have seen and the data which I have gathered so far, it shows that it's a huge growth industry. And not many industries give you a CAGR growth of almost 39%. So it's a industry which is definitely has humongous amount of potential. But so how we basically encash this potential in a way where all the value chain participants who are there in this segment benefit. And some of the interesting figures which even Dr. Saklani had said, 75% comes from cultivation. I mean, that is something which I'm going to concentrate on because that is something I as an agricultural postgraduate and market person understand that how this issues can originate and maybe what are the ways to partly mitigate these challenges going forward. So and globally also what we have seen at the secondary research shows us that it's a humongous amount of potential even globally. I mean, coming from various other countries, including China as the leading product. And we have seen the growth drivers. I know there has been some talk which Dr. Bist also presented in terms of heavy metal. I mean, that's there even in our food products. But overall, I think careful usage can definitely reduce, have a lesser side effect. And that is where I think the science part, which Dr. Saklani was talking about in terms of developing the right molecules and putting the reasonable amount of R&D comes into. And even on a personal level, I have seen that, my family has started using more such products at home level. So that means it's also showing a growth pattern in that where people are slowly moving towards those kind of products which are more branded but more so-called synthetic chemical free products to that. And definitely COVID-19 and the future pandemic scenarios has put in a fear that we need to go towards these kind of materials more and more because we can't keep on popping allopathic medicines every now and then. But these products have got immune boosting capabilities as well. So I think it's so these are the growth drivers which are showing us that yes, it's a humongous potential which is out there. So these are again certain figures which I think yesterday I was not there, so must have been talked about. And we have practitioners from the industry in this particular session, so they are very well aware. Maybe for the wider audience, these are some of the figures which we see that how this particular area is growing with the leaps and bounds. And there has been enough push, not only from the government of India, even from private industry, and also humongous amount of export or import push from various other countries. So we have established that there are potential. India is definitely a hub, markets are growing and there are various growth drivers in this particular industry. So the question becomes, how do we tap this potential and opportunity in a more structured and organized manner? Again, I think these are again some figures, so I may not want to go to the figures. I'm sure the experts are very well aware of these figures and easily available with a little bit of second research. So it has become a lucrative, agribusiness, as Dr. Saklani was also mentioning, that 75% are coming from cultivation side of it, right? So, so some of them may have solved that, where earlier it used to be only forest cultivation. Now it is being, forest gathering or aggregation. It has moved towards cultivation side of it. So, and that gives us a little bit of control over our supply chain, and how well that can be obtained. I think what we need to look at. So there are a lot of schemes which are available. There are a lot of subsidies which are available from the government of India. But as anecdotal incidents mentioned by Dr. Saklani, that how these subsidies are distributed. So we really need to create, or we need to utilize some of the other parts of creating this efficient supply chain in the marketplace. So, from a market standpoint, because it's an economic activity, and what we see, I'm correlating with our experience, my experience of 20-25 years in terms of agribusiness, is the collectors, the aggregators, the mediators in the supply chain, which is not necessarily a transparent ecosystem. And the demand supply situation, I remember again an anecdotal issue. People approached me that how they can go into ashwagandha cultivation, and they got some funds. They started doing it in some of the district in Rajasthan, putting in their own money, and then they didn't have any market. Now that became the challenge, because they said prices dropped, there was a huge amount of supply. So, the capital lost and the farms closed. So the demand supply trends are also not available to the producer or to the market, and it's maybe controlled by very few. So how do you bring in that kind of a transparency into the system, such that your supply chain becomes a little bit more efficient, not only from a demand supply situation, but also from knowing which quality grows where, and what kind of pricing might be available. So such that the trades becomes more transparent in nature. And of course, though 25%, as mentioned, is collected from forest or other natural areas, there is definitely an authenticity issue. So is the certification is a solution, or traceability is a solution? How do you create those kind of matrices to ensure that buyer trust is created, into the ecosystem? The other thing which I also find, because some of these crops, require specialized storage aspects. So are the infrastructure available at the nearer to the production gate or near to the farm gate, as we see? Or because there's some of them might be very high value crops. Are those high value crops are being treated in those manner at nearer the farm gate? Because it is not only about the buyer trust, it's also about the remuneration received by the producer, maybe the individual farmers or a group of farmers or an individual, producer of those, or collectors in a, let's say, at a village level. So those, how do you translate those economic benefit of the pricing back to the production ecosystem. I think that is very, very important. And for that, we definitely need certain amount of infrastructure. So are those infrastructure available? How those infrastructure can be created? How those infrastructure can be managed? What I also gathered, there has been government's initiative on e-Charak in the market as a e-marketplace. And though, frankly speaking, didn't see much of a transaction, but that's a one step ahead, one step forward in terms of creating transparency into the ecosystem. And maybe we really need to look at how these this platform can be better utilized going forward to connect the buyer and the market. Because any market needs a couple of things. One, it needs consistency. Second, it needs to build trust on both sides. Consistency, again, when I'm talking about, because it's also a buyer-seller need, it's both the parties actually needs the transparent mechanism, the ease of doing business, and not very volatile in terms of quantum supplied, or not very volatile in terms of pricing, right? So such that they can trust the ecosystem. So that is very, very important. So do we have all the tools to create that trust between the buyer and sellers? And how do we, if the tools are available, are they manageable? Are they cost effective? So we need to really look at from that angle. So, so that brings me to one of the area where I am a little bit more, have a little bit of information. So I'm going to actually share those information. I'm sure it might be helpful to the actors who are experts in this field who have joined us here, and to take a cue and see if it can be used. So some of the problems which has been highlighted, the challenges in the procurement, the food safety aspect, the agronomic challenges, how do you do that? Dr. Saklani spoke about contract farming model. So how do you bring those aspects into the cultivation practices? And today, if we look at it, collectivization through at a grower level is definitely taking root in India. So so how do we aggregate? I know from a buyer standpoint, whether you are buying medicinal on aromatic plants, or you are buying chana, or you are buying paddy, or any other crop, any agri crop for that matter, for a private company to go out and meet individual individual producer is really very challenging. It's not very cost effective given our landholding issues, not very cost effective or efficient because there is a language issues. So there are scalability challenges. So that's why we have seen a lot of these companies either go for their own cultivation, or maybe concentrate only on few areas, or depend upon the local traders and adatiyas to source it for them. So I think now is that this new generation entities which Government of India has started promoting needs to be roped into this, and examples have already started. I will come quickly, and I think RCF has already done some study on that. And we, as a market entity, also work with FPOs, and we have seen that it's quite possible. If it is possible for any other agri crop, so why it is not possible for MAP? Because from that angle, it can be definitely be done. I mean, we were talking about turmeric, right? And we as a marketplace have a turmeric product from a market standpoint. And we have FPOs who are working on turmeric and getting a good price from the market, which we run. So automatically, they are getting quality conscious because we have the contract specifications. They are using a little bit value add in terms of aggregating, what kind of product they need to aggregate from their farmers. If it's possible in turmeric, I'm sure it is possible in many other many other MAP products, right? So what FPOs can bring in, FPOs definitely can bring in a collectivization at a farm level. And I think we really need to use their strength. So their strength in terms of knowing the land profile, knowing the local farmers, having the ability to bring in the farmers together, such that your problem of agronomic practices, your problem of delivering, addressing the cultural practices to the farmers at one go, having it supervised from the FPO management, creating a common storage infrastructure. So these are the aspects, because FPO is a business owned by the farmers, operated by the farmers. You certainly expect a huge amount of interest if there is an economic link which is attached, which is the market is going to provide. That means the entities who are engaged, the exporters and the who are engaged in further processing and procuring. So that I think is one of the biggest entities one needs to bring in into the supply chain. And even globally, not necessarily with the MAP, what we see is that whether you go to Latin America, you go to Oceanian countries, you go to some of the European countries, you have these farmer producer organizations creating a tremendous amount of value for their shareholder farmers. But yes, of course, they need to be managed professionally. And that is where I think entities like yours should be able to take lead in providing those kind of technical support and even managerial support to these FPO entities. So giving a little bit of data points again, the way Government of India is going ahead with this program, and there are approximately 16,000 FPOs who have been registered under our in the government system. So one can actually go to the local NABARD office, go to local SFSC office, that is Small Farmers Agribusiness Consortium, which is a Government of India enterprise, NABARD, and they can go to states. A lot of states are doing that. Now there are National Rural Livelihood Mission, which is there. So under that, there are state rural livelihood missions who are also promoting FPOs. So one can identify these entities from the sourcing point of view. And once you identify them from the sourcing point of view, you can go back to the agronomic practices and use these entities as your front end, or let's put it as a back end. Because if they can do chana, or they can do wheat, or they can do maize, why can't they do pudina or the turmeric? I mean, turmeric is being done, or any other producers for that matter. At least that one on the cultivation side. And I think it is also being now looked at, especially in the Northeast side, how these FPOs can actually come together to give you an aggregated produce, even from the collection point of view. Foxtail in Bihar is a classic example, which is still being collected from marshy land areas and the pond areas, and then brought it at a production and the processing center. So I think that is one we really need to look into, that this is the infra, the soft infra, which is available to be tapped, but they would need to be handheld and tapped properly by entities who are engaged in this supply chain. And even if this engagement is initially a little bit complicated, the government entities should help these, to connect the buyer and the sellers, right? The sellers being the FPOs, the buyer being all the processing entities, to come together based on this government intervention. So I think that is where we really need to focus on to reduce the supply chain constraints, whether in the agronomic practices, whether monitoring the crop, the traceability aspects, and it will also, I'm sure, look into the sustainability part, which Dr. Swami was talked about. So I think we can spend a lot of time on the FPO business altogether, that how it can be used. And if it's being used for any other crop, so I think it can be really easily be replicated for MAP as well, right? And there are, of course, various schemes which are available to address these aspects, right? So we really need to tap. Money is available. The guidelines are available. We need market players to come forward to engage these identified FPOs, and we as an entity would be perfectly helpful to work with such private entities, to create and find an access that how we can work together. So, to cut the story short, as I am not an expert in terms of production and those things, the only expertise I have that we had a course at Pantnagar to understand MAP, and used to visit MAP, CMAP at Pantnagar. And but some of the issues highlighted into the system is not necessarily only specific to MAP. The similar problems exist within the agri value chain on any crop, and these are being taken care to a large extent, and can be taken care to a large extent through this aggregation model through the farmer producer organizations. And I believe and really would like to see that how the lead entities, the government and the private entities, can actually take advantage of these farm gate aggregation collectivization models which exist, and to support them in the supply chain, creating infra, making their agronomic practices as per the market requirement, building trust between the buyer and the sellers. And unless until we create a trust between the buyer and the seller, there would always be volatility, and the remuneration is not going to percolate down. India is going to keep on losing into the supply chain. So we really need to look at this angle. So I will maybe because as I said, not being an expert in terms of production and ecosystem, but understanding the supply chain, I would stop here. My presentation would be happy to respond to any query in terms of FPOs, in terms of how they can be integrated into the supply chain, and would be glad to take any questions if you have.
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. Now the floor is open for questions from the audience.
Mr. Shantanu,
please go ahead, Dr. O'Neill.
Yeah, I have something to share, and I want to know something more from Mr. Mukherjee, because he has given so much good presentation. And first thing is that we are saying many times that there is 70% from cultivation and rest from wild. And see, this figure is right when we are talking of volume. If you see the volume, trade volume, then definitely 60-70% is coming from the cultivation sources, because species like Mentha, Ashwagandha, Senai, and then Hina, all coming from the cultivated sources, and volume is huge, Isabgol. So that's why 70% when we say coming from the forest, cultivation side, is when we see the volume side. Otherwise, if you see the number of species is quite reverse. Still 80-85% species are being sourced from the wild, and only 15 to 20 or maximum 22% is coming from the cultivation sources. This is the one difference, which why I want to just clear. And second thing, sir, regarding FPO, sir, since you have worked so much on FPOs, I have some query actually for my own better understanding. See, we are also running 2-3. We have actually supported 2-3 FPOs, 2 in Uttarakhand, Himachal, 1 in Gujarat, but in very primitive stage. My question is that how FPO can do the trading, because see, in cereal, pulses and these all things, FPO are doing very nice because they have ready market for that. Okay, but as far as NTFEs are concerned, medicinal plants are concerned, we cannot sell those to open market. We need some industry to take that material. And to get any industry and having that some contact with FPO is still challenging. Because see, when you deal with the any industry for procurement or supply, you must be knowing that number of and series of paperwork needs to be done. So is our FPOs are capable enough, or I can say in other words that have you done so much of capacity building of those FPOs? Suppose if any industry wants to have a tie-up with the FPO, they will release the PO, purchase order. To whom name? Whether they have any PAN number, they have GST number, are they able to just cater these all fundamental things for trade? Because as we understand that in other commodities it's fine, because they have mandis, they have big traders, they can have direct that link with the FUs. But as far as medicinal plants is concerned, then we have to think beyond this label, because we need to support the FPO for initial at least 2-3 years, because this is something, because quality is one issue in medicine plant sector. As Dr. Bist also mentioned, the heavy metals problem, then there is a foreign matter presence in that particular lot is a material. Insect infestation is a problem. Mixing of other species, knowingly, unknowingly, is a problem. There are a number of other issues which are not with the other cereal, pulses and other commodity market. But if you see the medicinal plant sector, there is a number of issues as far as quality is concerned. So my concern is that how we can do away with these things and how we can have capacity building of farmers producing organization and we can make them so strengthened that they can talk to the industry directly. They have GST, they have PAN. How we can do that? So this is for my own knowledge also. So I would just request Mukherjee sir if he can say a few words on that.
Sure. I mean, with permission of chair, if I may respond.
Please go ahead, Dr. Mukherjee.
So, Mr. Notial, I think you absolutely raised valid points. But from a market angle, we look at from this, that when we talk about the problems in the supply chain, we have the same problems. We had maize being rejected with having 1% aflatoxin, right? We had turmeric rejected because the curcumin content was less than what has been told by the farmers. So or the moisture being very, very high. So the challenges in terms of within the supply chain, providing you the ability to produce, the degree may vary based on the crop, but it's there, right? So the question is, how do you solve those problems? So when you talk about, let's say, buying isabgol, right? So is the supply chain or is the quality issues or the labs which are accessible easily by the farming community or by the processor? We found this problem in, turmeric, especially Erode, for example, is the largest turmeric growing belt, and they have the pricing were dependent on just by breaking the fingers and looking at the color, and the traders would decide the prices. We gave 2 curcumin testing machines, one in Erode and one in Gobichottipalayam. Right now, what is happening, FPOs and even the individual farmers are getting their curcumin content test and then challenging the trader in terms of their pricing. So the issue, I think what you have raised is very valid. Those issues do exist in the whole agribusiness value chain. But the question is, are these infrastructure or the knowledge available at the farm gate? Now, who is going to, now you ask that how it is going to happen. It's not going to happen overnight. Absolutely right. We need hand-holding. And as you have experienced yourself in one in Gujarat and, in Uttarakhand, it's true. Somebody has to handle. So that's why I talked about that the entities who are the apex bodies, how they can lead in terms of connecting those. Right? I have worked with FPOs who are in honey sectors. Similar problem in Uttarakhand. The traceability issues, the trust issues, the belief issues, the payment of terms issues, all those needs interventions. And there are private companies who are attached with this current segment. We heard two of them today. So they have to go back. Their role also has to be augmented. One of them went for a contract farming model, right? So how they can get support from other agencies, the apex agencies, to create such things. If it's related to export, can APIDA be roped in terms of creating those infrastructure? So the CSR example is a classic one. We as an entity, though we do not have a huge CSR fund, but we believe in quality. So whatever little money we had, we gave FPOs some grading cleaning equipment so that they can ensure that they can bring in the right quality material to the marketplace. The similar example, I mean, our turmeric assaying units was through a CSR fund. So can we tap those aspects? The other problem, which is a larger challenge, is the governance and business understanding of the FPOs. And that is where I think we need to work upon. And how do you create? Markets are there, sir, right? Finding the right market and make it transparent is the key. Otherwise, we can keep on discussing, the challenges from till cows come home. And so we really need to look at that, how we can make these aspects available nearer to the farm gate. Today, I mean, just to give you an example, sir, today I am at LBSNNA Mussoorie for a workshop with the probable IS officers. We talk about only these aspects. So there is an interest from the government of India. We really need to tap, and it's everybody's requirement, not only us or yours. So I really look forward to interventions from the apex institutions in terms of doing those aspects. I hope I have covered your query, sir.
Yes, sir. Definitely, as you told that. See, yesterday I was there in panel discussion on the same international conference, and Mr. Shantanu was there, and others are also there. We have requested CEO and MPB for the same thing. In my talk, I just say clearly to Madam CEO that capacity building of FPOs are very essential. Because see, we can support up to some extent. There are a number of things which needs to be done if we want to strengthen the FPO. And actually, see, numbers are very high in India for FPOs, that is fine. But how many of them are actually working? How many of them are actually operating in field? That's another scenario. So we requested yesterday, Madam CEO and MPB to have some kind of scheme to give some grant for capacity building of FPOs. Otherwise, it will be on paper. And other thing that how we are doing. See, I have, fortunately, I have 3 funded projects under which I am doing these all kind of expenses. So I am having 2 projects in Uttarakhand and Himachal, one in Gujarat, funded by Department of Biotechnology. We have the fund, so we are in position to have some spare fund to strengthen the that FPOs. So that's why I'm saying, until unless any company or FPO gap, there's some capacity building kind of fund, we are in the bottom side of the. We need to do some capacity building with the help of funded project or directly from fund. Yeah.
Fully endorse your views and in terms of capacity building. But if you look at global examples, farmers are not necessarily running the business. It is the professionals who are running the business. So the question becomes, how do you bring in professionalism into the FPO ecosystem? World's largest rural agri bank, which is Rabobank. If you look at the history, it started with farmers, but at the first instance, they brought in professionals to run it. Lima Grain from France is the largest seed company. It's again owned by farmers, but not run by farmers. So maybe we need to really look at this kind of system and model. And yes, it is handling, and that is where I think role like experts and apex entities in the supply chain to handle, to identify. It's not an overnight journey, that's for sure. Today, we have very successful examples on FPOs in various other commodities who are export oriented. I mean, spices, within spice, there are many examples. I work with an FPO in Gujarat, in Jeera. They are, over a 6-7 years period now, they have gone into 10-15 crores of turnover. But ensuring the quality produce, and entities, the buying entity actually look for, they go out, they meet FPOs. We connect them with the FPOs also, that yes, here is an FPO, but then handhold the FPOs to ensure the commercial transactions do take place. But as I said, each supply chain, whichever commodity you take within MAP or non-agri or any other agri commodities, I'm not talking about the forest produce as of now. You need a basic amount of infrastructure to be in place, which is accessible, affordable, the technical know-how given. So we really need to look at from the value chain perspective, understand the requirement, and then work upon those. So I think that is where the role of apex body and experts like you actually come in into the place. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving the opportunity to put across my thought.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Professor Majumdar, do you want to add any points or do you want to ask any questions?
Actually, I have a request rather to all of the people who are present today, and they have presented very nicely. And I find Uniyal Swami is also there. So why not we take this opportunity to request? Actually, we try to help if we want to really make some good policy, in connections to the cultivation of medicinal plants, we need to have the access of the raw material that each industry usually procure in every year. Actually, we tried with the TA schedule, but it's very miserably we have failed. Because even with the intervention of the ministry, even with the approach to the drug control office everywhere, but we are getting not even some percentage of the number of total industry involved, even in the eastern region also. So this is one of the opportunity for me to I know that there might be some problems of the industry which we may not be able to understand. But if you can think of, since you all are very open-minded, and all of you like to promote the cultivation part of the thing, and so this is my request. If these data could be available to us, even this can be even given to us also. If you want something, we can send make certain very user-friendly format for that also, so that if we get this data, and if there is the rejections also, if you can really give the test results to us, we can really try to, make a some sort of way out, so that the policymakers can take this, these data and their, synthesis that we will try to present, that could be, shared with the ministry, and we can help in, making a more user-friendly way of doing the business so far the cultivation is concerned.
Thank you.
It's more of a request to all of you, taking this opportunity.
Thank you, Professor Majumdar. Thanks to you.
May I ask a question, please?
Please go ahead, Dr. Vishwas.
Yes, my question is thanks for Dr. Saklani for the wonderful presentation, and as well as Dr. Binod Bis, and we also have Alin Mukherjee, the great market research on, and we will have fortunate to listen Dr. Unial in the post-lunch session. My question is, if we have a look that if we go through the supply chain management, that till now 80% raw materials is coming from the collection part. So what do you think, Jay, what is the basic problem, why industry is not taking from the cultivation material, as while it is, it can be, we are all talking about to promote cultivation and these things. So what is the main lacuna that so that we can accordingly make a framework for that to this thing to make this thing solved.
Whom the question is addressed to?
Actually, that Dr. Saklani, who is actually pioneer in promoting medicinal plants, that in the contract farming as a role in the contract farming. Dr. Saklani can address, and Dr. Unial may also.
I think, I think all of us can answer the question. It's very simple and straightforward. Few crops that are growing in the wild, and few which are growing in the wild as well as in cultivation. You take an example of Tulsi, you take example of Ashwagandha, I take example of say Gymnema sylvestre. So there are quite a few species which are growing in the wild as well as in cultivation. It all depends actually on the demand and supply. If you talk about the high altitude species, for example, or temperate species, Himalayan species, it's very, very tough to cultivate these species in a larger volume, in a commercial quantities. If you see if you have worked in alpine Himalayas, you'll be surprised to see the species behavior itself, the pollinators' behavior. The pollinators, those who are available for this particular species at the higher altitude, if you bring the species down, they will not be available for that. So in the first year, maybe you can get some produce. After that, it will not be possible. So basically, those niche areas, the microclimatic conditions and those edaphic factors, the climatic conditions sometimes would be an issue. That is a inherent problem. Now, what is the intention or how the industry looks at it? So what is the demand of that particular species in the trade or by the industry? That is also very, very crucial and important. If there is a demand, and if you feel that this is a consistently required, everybody wants that, we can always talk to industry and go for cultivation. Sometimes, in some cases, people say that if you cultivate that, and if it is coming from wild, by default, this nature has created, different ecosystem, and it gives you that kind of content that we are looking for, right? But for Ayush industry, if I understand correctly, please correct me on that. For nutraceutical, when we are talking about the particular content, desired trait, desired content, it could be a real issue. But for Ayush industry, may not be that much, because they look for the genuine kind of material always. Okay, that could be a little maybe particular buffer that we can have. But at the same time, it all depends on demand and supply. How many people are interested to cultivate? Many species, they were growing in the wild, but they were brought into cultivation like Gloriosa superba, because there was a demand and people know this is sporadically distributed. They cannot get it. Some species, they are easily available in the wild, so people do not really work on those species. So that is, there are a few other things also, but these are the major areas. Dr. Unialji.
Yes, sir. Yes, fine. See, you have touched very valid point. And one more thing, as far as high altitude species are concerned, very right. They have the long gestation period. Nobody wants to wait for the 3-4 years for harvest and these all things. And if you make the economics like that, no species of high altitude can be viable in cultivation until unless you pay minimum 1,200 rupees per kg. This is the economics basically, because the terrain is very difficult. So as far as high altitude species are concerned, they have the long gestation period, and mostly cultivation is non-viable in some of the cases. One. Second thing is that, let's see, this quality is issue. We are, since yesterday we are talking about the quality and these all things, and then quantity is also an issue. See, if you see the total volume of trade and consumption in India is huge, but there are very few species which are under cultivation. As I told, mostly 20-25% species are under cultivation, and other species have very difficult to bring under cultivation, because one is long gestation, right? Second is yield. If you ask very common species like solanum species, for example, Bohariva species, for example, Phyllanthus murari in that category, if you bring those under cultivation, even Bringraj, what yield you will get per acre? And if you calculate, it should be more than 500 rupees per kg to make it viable. So these are challenges, and on the same time, opportunities for science and technology institutes, R&D institute, to bring some high biomass yielding varietal development. That work is lacking in medicinal plant sector. If you see the cereal pulses and these all things, we have number of institutes working on those high yielding varieties, but unfortunately there are very few species. You can count on fingers. There's some varietal improvement like Mentha or Ashwagandha, something like that, 2-3 species, where we have some varietal development work. Otherwise, in other, you just leave the aromatic plants from the maps. In aromatic, we have number of varietal improvement, but in medicinal plant field, you won't find mostly 3-4 species where we have high yielding varieties. And as Dr. Saklani rightly pointed out, every user industry have their own criteria, own parameter for quality. As far as Ayurveda industry is concerned, we blindly follow the API, Ayurvedic Pharmacopoeia of India. Whatever is written in API, we have to follow those guidelines. As far as foreign matter is concerned, LOD is concerned, that water soluble content, alcohol soluble content, ash content, all has written in the API. Likely in extract industry, they are looking for the high percentage of particular compound, like in turmeric and curcumin. But apart from curcumin, that Ayurveda industry also see other parameters. So every user industry have their own parameters. That's why I always say in my presentation to cultivators, when I am talking to cultivators, that please, before going for cultivation, you should have at least 6, 4, 5 answers. You should know the answers of some questions. Number one is why. Dr. Saklani have that does that point actually. Why I am doing the cultivation? To whom I am doing the cultivation? When I should start the cultivation? And where to start the cultivation? These are the some questions. Whom, where, why? These are the questions should be properly understood by the farmer before going for cultivation. To whom I am going to cultivation, either for Ayurveda industry, nutraceutical industry, food supplement, or for other purposes. Because then quality parameter differs from one to other. Second, this when to start the cultivation. I know very well, since I worked National Medicinal Plant Board for 5 years in their initial stage, when we publish the economics and subsidy, basically that subsidy part, that these are the, on that time it was 32 plants only. For these 32 plants, these will be the subsidy. Everybody went behind Safed Musli and Stevia because cost of cultivation and subsidy was highest in those two species. So out of 1,000 projects, we are receiving 800 projects on Safed Musli and Stevia, because everybody will think that highest subsidy is available on those two species. Farmers or per se that particular SMPB have not guided the farmer that these species are not suitable for your aquaclimatic zone. Ultimately, what happened? Neither Stevia nor Safed Musli. But Government of India have spent the crores of rupees on subsidy. So these are the some of those things where I should do the cultivation. I should see. Yesterday, Mohan Saxena very clearly pointed out that in 2025, there will be a compulsory to have your soil tested for heavy metals before going for the cultivation if you want to export the things. Even in India, it may happen that after 2025 or 26 or 27, Indian companies may ask that where you are doing the cultivation, from where you are getting that quality of your irrigation water, quality of your soil, these kind of things. So there are a number of issues which needs to be addressed before going for the cultivation.
I would just add one or 2 points here. One is that because you asked Dr. Vishwas how we can bring something for cultivation, there's a one possibility. I think everybody should work very, judiciously on that. That is the tree species basically, which are used for the bark purpose. And that is very, very important to introduce into maybe barren lands, degraded lands, or the maybe mixed cropping, or in the fringes, on the periphery of the land. That is very, very important now, because after some time, we'll be really losing these species from wild. Because, all these collectors, if you see, they are not bothered. If I ask somebody to collect bark of, say, Varuna, he will maybe mix everything together and sell it in the name of Varuna. It is very tough for us to really identify. Like Oroxylum, they would simply cut the tree itself. And you are in problem. You are not able to trace. So tree species can easily be really introduced, and this is very important, even for the forest department also, if they can really introduce all these tree species which are using this. Now, one thing that, as Dr. Unyal said, one thing is very important to understand for the farmers, who is going to buy my material, whether it is a trader who is asking him to cultivate, or whether it is the industry who is asking to cultivate. These two things are very, very important. Many times I've seen people, they are crying actually. The traders, they came to them, they say, you cultivate this much, I'll buy. And after they disappeared completely. If you go to Ukuru and those areas, government promoted cultivation of turmeric, 50, 100 acres land, just with the turmeric. Nobody came there to even harvest that. It is still lying there for 2-3 years. These are the very important thing. Third thing is, somebody somewhere you have mentioned, what is the requirement? I think Dr. Ashish asked that. What is the requirement of industry? I think in most of the cases, we have submitted data to Ministry of, National Medicinal Plant Board, when I think Saurabh is in touch with us, and then every industry, most of the industries, I think we submitted that data to NMPB, and it is lying with them. Again, there could be a good coordinated effort. Maybe you can approach, or the State Medicinal Plant Board, every State Medicinal Plant Board can approach. They have data, as such they know, like what is the requirement from particular state. And that can be given to, different areas, respective like a State Medicinal Plant Board or RCFCs. Thank you.
Dr. Saklani, sorry to interrupt you.
Sure. No, thank you.
We have 2 deliberations left still. And though this is a very lively discussion, and I've been enjoying it along with other audiences. So I propose to resume it again after these 2 deliberations are complete. And if we have time later, I believe that both Dr. Unyal and you are staying with us for the rest of the duration. Thank you, both Dr. Saklani, Dr. Unyal, and Mr. Mukherjee. And may I invite our next speaker, Mr. Shivaji Dasgupta, Director, Janus Life Science. Mr. Dasgupta, could you please unmute yourself?
Am I audible now?
Yeah, you are audible. Let me introduce you first. Mr. Shivaji Dasgupta is Director of Janus Life Sciences, which is a pioneering organization working in natural high-intensity sweeteners in India. And Mr. Dasgupta is an engineer from Jadavpur University. And he's also serving ETIL, Stuart & Lloyds of India Limited, and many other companies as director and advisor. And he was general manager and chief of port and yacht management business, Tata Robbins Frasers Limited. Mr. Dasgupta, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Shantanu, and good afternoon to all. After hearing all the knowledgeable people speaking, I don't know how to begin, but and the other thing is that my session was supposed to be in the afternoon, which with a different heading, but I got it preponed for some reason, And what I will be speaking about is on stevia, and that's what our company knows. So can I share this my presentation, Mr. Nandanu?
Please go ahead.
What do? I just put the share screen?
Yeah, share screen.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Can you see it now?
You need to go to the full screen mode. At the bottom.
Bottom. Okay.
Yeah, that's one. Please
Can you
step
hear?
on.
Yes.
Yeah,
Can you see it now?
not yet.
No.
You need to click on that. Yeah. It's now
Yeah.
visible on the screen.
Okay. Stevia is known to most of us now. It's a zero-calorie sweetener, and it's been used by the Central American indigenous people for maybe now 2,000 years. Post World War II, this came into what we call the developed world. The Japanese got it in, and today I think 40% of non-sugar sweetener in Japan is from stevia. It is now approved by US FDA, by the EU, and most of the economies. The Indian authorities approved this in November 2015. We have been working with stevia since early 2013. At that point in time, it was not approved by the FSSAI in India, but still we worked, and we were exporting, and we still continue to export to countries where this is approved. When we started working on the stevia formulation business under our brand name iStevia, we are doing well. But then what we found is that the basic steviol glycoside, which is the heart of all the formulation, needed to be imported because there was nobody extracting stevioside in India. Even now, there are nobody else in India. So we started working that how do we get people motivated to get into the extraction of steviol glycoside. The first hit that we saw is that when we compared the other stevioside extraction companies worldwide, is that most of them depend on a very, very large farm size to put up their steviol glycoside extraction unit. In India, to get a farm size of 100 hectares was next to impossible. Then we started working, and that was the trigger for us to start working on a small scale extraction system, which would be commercially viable and which could be supported by a reasonable sized farm in India. The other trigger for this was that we were seeing that the market for steviol glycoside sweeteners was increasing day by day worldwide. It's between 11 and 12% CAGR that it's happening, even in this country. And in fact, India last year imported about 60 tons of steviol glycosides for use in formulation business. And that's how we developed what we now have trademarked and registered it as Janus Stevitec 100 RF. Stevitec comes from stevia technology. 100 is roughly this plant can handle about 100 kgs of dried stevia leaves per shift. And RF stands for it's a resin-free technology, which means that the effluents are very, very little, practically nil. Once we have developed this, we took it out to the various industrial bodies, FICCI, CII, and FIEO. In fact, FICCI, this is an award-winning product and system by FICCI. But unfortunately, we could not get people in India at 2019, 2020 to look at this as a project for making stevia glycosides. On the flip side, fortunately, a customer in South Africa was enthused about this, and we started working with them. When we saw that the challenge of again getting into this extraction unit, which itself was a proven technology, was the backward part of it. The agriculture, the farming, and people to be enthused for getting into the farming. Shantanu has worked with the South African company for a long time, provided them with the inputs on how to go ahead. And that we know is an experiment which has yielded good results now. When we again look back to the Indian farming, we saw that people had actually grown stevia in their farms. But once they were harvesting it, there were no buyers. We started working on the reasons why it was happening and found that most of the varieties that people were growing in India were not suitable for commercial exploitation for the glycosides that are required for making the final formulations. So again, we started working on that area. And what we are now suggesting to people, and that's how the South African project has been a success. In fact, an Egyptian project is also coming to fruition now. That you have to get saplings and seedlings that have at least 10% glycosides, of which the rebe content should be over 50%. And how do we do it? What we did in South Africa and in Egypt also is that we told the customer that you get 10, 12 varieties of seeds. Set up a small nursery and keep on getting saplings out of them. Try and see which saplings are growing well in your area. And then check what is the stevia glycoside content in it, the rebe content in it. Once you have shortlisted 2 or 3 different varieties which are growing well locally in your area, transplant them to your commercial farm, a small area, and check which is best suitable. Once you have honed in on this, only then you proceed for the commercial farming and then the plant gate extraction system. Getting onto this position would take about 12 months time, and then another 6 months time for the commercial farming to start happening, another 6 months time for the extraction unit to be up and running. It's very important in India and in many places elsewhere that the extraction unit be put up at the farm gate, because that is where the farmer gets to see his produce multiplying many times over in value add. We have data now, actual data, that you can expect about 3 or 4 harvests annually. And very roughly, you should be able to get 6,000 kilos of dried stevia leaves per hectare. What we are suggesting now is you have at least a 5-hectare plantation to run commercially for 1 shift, but we would prefer that finally you end up with 10 hectare of land so that the plant at the same costs can run 2 shifts. Very roughly, the price that a farmer today can expect for a good quality dried stevia leaf is between 100 and 120 rupees a kilo. So which means for 6,000 kilos, he gets about 7 lakhs of rupees. We have some data on the budget for farming, the capex, the opex, the finance cost, depreciation cost. That's there in this slide, which we can share to people who are interested. And very, very roughly, one should expect a reasonable amount of return from farming of a good quality stevia plant. But then once you put up the farm gate extraction unit, what you get with a 10% stevia glycoside in your leaf, the value add is more than 3 times. And that is what we have been promoting. And people, and South Africa is, of course, a success project again. Egypt is also coming to fruition. In India, we are still looking out for people who would be interested in this business. These are again some numbers here. So roughly on a 10-hectare land, this should be equivalent to about a 2 crore business, and about a surplus of 25% on an annualized basis. So what it gives is a good income for the local farmer. Roughly 15 people getting employed in the farming as well as in extraction business. The land fertility is retained. Since our technology does not use resin, so there is no harmful influence. And finally, it replaced 1,000 tons of cane sugar from a 10-hectare of CVA farmland. If that is interesting, I think we can take this forward. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dashgupta. Now the floor is open for questions from the audiences. Is there any questions from audiences? So I believe that there is no questions from the audiences right now. So we can proceed to our next presentations. And thank you, Mr. Dashgupta, for this informative presentation with all those commercial figures. And I believe that that will be very much useful for the actual decision makers. And you have correctly explained the objective of going for small scale extraction instead of the large scale extraction, which is right now the rule of the game globally. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Mr. Krishna Gopal Singh. Mr. Krishna Gopal Singh, could you please unmute yourself?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let me introduce Mr. Krishna Gopal Singh, who is a co-founder of Vivekanand Herbs and Aromatics Private Limited. Mr. Singh has a master's degree in social entrepreneurship, and he also has postgraduate diplomas in youth development, NGO management, and women and gender studies. His organization provides pan-India service for contract farming of medicinal and aromatic crops and creates a complete ecosystem of training, seeds, planting material, primary value addition of herbs, and buyback. Mr. Krishna Gopal Singh, the floor is yours.
थैंक यू शांतनु मैं हिंदी में बात करूंगा आवाज आ रही है
Yeah, you are audible and you can speak in Hindi, not an issue.
जो विश्लेषणा हर्ब्स है वो हम लोग एफपीओ फार्मर के साथ काम करते हैं लगभग अभी हम लोग 12 स्टेट में काम कर रहे हैं और मोर देन 18 एफपीओ हमारे साथ कोलैबोरेटिव अप्रोच में काम कर रहे हैं लगभग 40 क्रॉप हम लोगों ने जो एक सिस्टम बनाया है क्योंकि मार्केट में हमने देखा है अलग अलग इंडस्ट्री के साथ बातचीत में क्योंकि उनको जो मेजर प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है क्वालिटी रॉ मटेरियल का प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है और एक कंटिन्यूअस चलता जा रहा है तो उसके लिए हमने एक सॉल्यूशन निकाला कि क्यों ना जो डिफरेंट वैरायटी ऑफ हर्ब्स है उनको एग्रो क्लाइमेटिक जोन जो जिसके लिए बेस्ट है उस एरिया में प्रमोट किया जाए और उस एरिया में कल्टीवेशन कराया जाए इसको ध्यान में रखते हुए हमने ब्राह्मी के लिए गंगेटिक प्लेन बंगाल बिहार झारखंड और गंगेटिक प्लेन का पूरा एरिया सिलेक्ट कर रखा है क्योंकि यहाँ पे बकपा कंटेंट भी अच्छा खासा आता है यदि हम कालमेघ की बात कर रहे हैं तो झारखंड का जो बेल्ट है वहाँ कालमेघ में कंटेंट अच्छा आता है तो जिससे इंडस्ट्री को भी कम रॉ मटेरियल में भी अच्छा रिजल्ट मिल जाता है और उनके लिए काम पता चल जाता है तो इसका ये फायदा हो रहा है कि फार्मर को एक अच्छा इनकम मिल रहा है इनकम के साथ साथ इंडस्ट्री को रॉ मटेरियल मिल रहा है इसके बीच में हमारी कंपनी एक पूल का काम करती है एज ए ब्रिज कि इंडस्ट्री के नीड के अकॉर्डिंग फार्मर के पास कल्टीवेशन हो, जिसके साथ प्रॉब्लम ये ना हो कि फार्मर कल्टीवेट कर लिया, किधर बेचेगा, किनको बेचेगा, तो ये प्रॉब्लम ना हो। जो हमारा प्राइसिंग मैकेनिज्म होता है वो कॉस्ट ऑफ कल्टीवेशन के ऊपर होता है कि कॉस्ट ऑफ कल्टीवेशन क्या है। तो कितनी बार प्रॉब्लम ये होती है कि क्वालिटी प्लांटिंग मटेरियल नहीं मिलता है, तो इसके लिए हमने 2 इंस्टीट्यूट के साथ कोलैबोरेशन किया है। एक DMAPR के साथ आनंद और NBRI के साथ कोलैबोरेशन किया है क्वालिटी प्लांटिंग मटेरियल के लिए। यदि आप देखेंगे तो आज के टाइम में यदि अश्वगंधा की हम बात करें तो 2-3 वैरायटी का मिक्स मिलता है, तो 3 वैरायटी का जो कंटेंट है वो तीनों डिफरेंट होता है, तो इंडस्ट्री के लिए एक प्रॉब्लम हो जाता है। तो इसके लिए हमने पर्टिकुलर वैरायटी वाइज एरिया में कल्टीवेशन स्टार्ट किया, जिसका ये फायदा हुआ कि पर्टिकुलर कंटेंट एक कांस्टेंट रहा। उसके हम लोगों ने कल्टीवेशन के साथ साथ उसका जो प्रोसेस है हमने उसमें सॉइल टेस्टिंग, वाटर टेस्टिंग मैंडेटरी कर रखा है कि जिससे हमें पता चल पाए कि हाँ उनके यदि सॉइल में उस क्रॉप के लिए परफेक्ट है या नहीं है। यदि परफेक्ट नहीं है तो उसको क्या सॉल्यूशन हो सकता है, क्या न्यूट्रिशन का डिफिशिएंसी है उसको हम फुलफिल कर सकते हैं। तो इस तरीके से हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं। तो एक तरह के कंप्लीट इकोसिस्टम हम लोग प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं, ट्रेनिंग भी दे रहे हैं। और सबसे ज्यादा जो प्रॉब्लम होता है वो पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट में होता है कि कल्टीवेशन इजी टास्क है, लोग कल्टीवेशन कर लेते हैं, लेकिन पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट में सबसे ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम है क्योंकि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर होता नहीं है। तो हम लोगों ने छोटे छोटे मॉडल डेवलप कर रखे हैं कि जिनके साथ वो लोग कॉमर्शियल लेवल पे लो कॉस्ट में प्राइमरी वैल्यू एडिशन कर पाए, जिनसे उनको एक एडिशनल इनकम हो जाता है। और वो प्राइमरी वैल्यू एडिशन करना भी जान जाते हैं, तो जिनसे को हेल्प होता है और वो फार्मर को भी ट्रेंड करते हैं। साथ में हम लोगों ने जो इस ईयर के साथ हमने काम करना शुरू कर दिया है कि ऑर्गेनिक सर्टिफिकेशन और गैप हर एग्रीकल्चर फील्ड के लिए मैंडेटरी कर रखा है कि जिससे फार्मर के लिए बेनिफिट है और इंडस्ट्री के लिए भी बेनिफिट हो रहा है। और गैप आप जान ही रहे हैं कि गैप आज के टाइम में फार्मर सर्टिफिकेशन कराने में नहीं इंटरेस्टेड शो करता है, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट भी कर रही है, लेकिन तो भी कहता है कि नहीं हम कौन रिकॉर्ड मेंटेन करने जाए। तो उसके लिए हम लोग एक सॉल्यूशन लेके आ रहे हैं जो मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन कि कौन सा हब फार्मर ने कौन सा इनपुट मटेरियल कब डाला है, किस फील्ड में डाला है, कंप्लीट एक डाटाबेस फार्मर का हमारे पास अवेलेबल हो जाएगा कि जिससे वो डे टू डे एक्टिविटी क्या कर रहा है। और उस एक्टिविटी से हम गैप सर्टिफिकेशन भी हमारे लिए इजी हो जाएगा। और जो भी फर्दर हम NPOP PGS की बात करें तो सर्टिफिकेशन लेना भी हमारे लिए इजी हो जाए। और एक कंप्लीट इकोसिस्टम फार्मर को बहुत बेनिफिट दे रहा है और साथ में इंडस्ट्री को भी बेनिफिट दे रहा है। जो हमने सिस्टम बनाया उसमें फार्मर का इनकम लगभग 40,000 to 70,000 पर एकड़ पर ईयर आ रहा है, जो एक अपने आप में बहुत अचीवमेंट भाई हमने। और उसके साथ साथ एक क्रॉप साइकिल भी उनको डिजाइन करके दिया है कि नहीं आप एक क्रॉप कर रहे हैं, इसके बाद कौन सा क्रॉप बेस्ट होगा, रबी में कौन सा क्रॉप बेस्ट है, खरीफ में क्या है, दोनों के बीच में जो टाइम बच रहा है उसमें आप कौन सा क्रॉप ले सकते हैं। प्लस आपके पास यदि ऑर्चर्ड है तो ऑर्चर्ड के थ्रू आप कौन सा एडिशनल क्रॉप कर सकते हैं जिससे आपकी आमदनी बढ़ जाए। तो जैसे हल्दी है, जिंजर है, तो हमने क्या किया है कि टर्मरिक और जिंजर का जो लीफ है, लीफ का भी वैल्यू एडिशन करवाना शुरू किया है। उसका भी मार्केट लिंकेज हमारे पास है। हमें खुद की रिक्वायरमेंट जिंजर लीफ ऑयल और टर्मरिक लीफ ऑयल की होती है। तो फार्मर को एडिशनल इनकम कैसे हो पर्टिकुलर उसी एरिया में, तो इस पे हम लोग भी काम कर रहे हैं। और उससे कुछ प्रोडक्ट भी हम लोग बना रहे हैं जो अगेन फार्मर के पास जाता है कि वो अपने पेस्ट मैनेजमेंट में, ऑर्गेनिक पेस्ट मैनेजमेंट में कैसे उसको यूज कर पाए। जो आने वाले समय में जो मैं देख रहा हूं कि हमारे साथ बहुत सारी एक्सपोर्टर साथ में जुड़ रहे हैं कि जो उनको क्वालिटी रॉ मटेरियल के लिए, क्योंकि आज के टाइम में उनको जो भी लेना पड़ता है या तो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फार्मिंग के थ्रू जाते हैं या डायरेक्ट मंडी से लेके आते हैं। तो मंडी में प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है कि मिक्सिंग, यदि आप नीमच की ही बात करें, जितनी भी मंडी अवेलेबल है, यदि आप उनके वेयर हाउस की बात करें तो वेयर हाउस पर्टिकुलर मैनेज नहीं है, अलग अलग वेराइटी मिक्स है, प्रॉपर पैकेजिंग नहीं है। तो ये सब इशू हो रहा है। तो इस इशू को भी हम लोग फार्मर के लेवल पे सॉल्व कर रहे हैं। पैकेजिंग मटेरियल हम लोग देते हैं कि जिसमें एक पर्टिकुलर जो SOP के हमने डेवलप कर रहा है उस SOP के अकॉर्डिंग पैकेजिंग करते हैं, जो फार्मर के लिए बेनिफिट हो जाता है और हमारे लिए भी बेनिफिट हो जाता है। और ये पूरा काम क्लस्टर बेस्ड मॉडल पे होता है। और आने वाले समय में हम एक कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि यदि वो क्लस्टर मेरा एरिया बढ़ता जाएगा, हम लोग बीइंग ए कंपनी हम लोग वहाँ एज ए वेयर हाउस का इन्वेस्टमेंट करने जा रहे हैं, प्राइमरी प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट का इन्वेस्टमेंट करने जा रहे हैं, जो फार्मर को ये सोचना ना पड़े मैं प्राइमरी प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट के लिए मैं इतना इन्वेस्टमेंट कैसे कर पाऊँ, या मैं स्टोरेज किधर कर पाऊँ, स्टोरेज के लिए वेयर हाउस चार्जेस देना पड़ जाता है। कितनी बार यदि वो नहीं चार्ज देना चाहते हैं तो घर में रखते हैं, तो घर में रखने के कारण होता है क्या है कि क्वालिटी डिग्रेड करता है, क्वालिटी डिग्रेड करने के कारण कोई भी लेने को तैयार नहीं होता है, अंत में उनको औने पौने दाम में बेचना पड़ता है। तो ये सब का प्रॉब्लम सॉर्ट आउट करते हुए कि हम लोग कम्युनिटी बेस्ड या क्लस्टर बेस्ड मॉडल पे अपना वेयर हाउस एस्टेब्लिश करने जा रहे हैं, कि जिससे फार्मर को टेंशन लेने की जरूरत नहीं है कि मैं किधर लेके जाऊंगा, मेरा ट्रांसपोर्टेशन कॉस्ट बढ़ जाए। यदि मैं कहता हूं कि नहीं आप नियरेस्ट लोकेशन पे दे जाएं, तो क्लस्टर बेस्ड होने पे उनके लिए आसान हो जाता है कि उनको क्लस्टर लेवल पे ही पहुंचा देना पड़ता है। कितनी बार जैसे हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं तो होता क्या है कि जब हम लोग फार्मर को ट्रेंड करते हैं कि मॉइस्चर रिड्यूस करने के लिए, तो मॉइस्चर वो लोग रिड्यूस नहीं करते हैं, क्योंकि वो कहते हैं कि मॉइस्चर जितना ज्यादा रहेगा वेट मेरा उतना बढ़ेगा, और वेट जितना ज्यादा बढ़ेगा उसके अकॉर्डिंग मुझे प्राइस मिलेगा। तो ये जो हमारा क्लस्टर बेस्ड मॉडल जो सेटअप होगा वो इस प्रॉब्लम को सॉर्ट आउट करेगा, और जो हमारा प्राइसिंग मैकेनिज्म है वो क्वालिटी, कॉस्ट ऑफ कल्टीवेशन, मॉइस्चर कंटेंट, ये सब को देखते हुए और हम लोग को देखते हुए डिसाइड करते हैं। और हम लोग जो प्राइसिंग फार्मर को देते हैं वो एक दो प्राइस देते हैं, एक लोएस्ट प्राइस देते हैं, एक हाईएस्ट प्राइस देते हैं, क्योंकि फार्मर के पास प्रॉब्लम ये होता है कि उनको बेचना है, और एक ही गांव में यदि 5 किसान हैं तो पांचों का 5 क्वालिटी होता है, तो उस क्वालिटी के अकॉर्डिंग हम लोग प्राइस देते हैं कि एक एलएसपी की हम बात देते हैं कि एक लोएस्ट सपोर्ट प्राइस होता है, इससे कम हम लोग नहीं देते हैं, और अधिक से अधिक एक अपर प्राइस रहता है, तो उसके बीच में ही वो प्राइस ट्रेडिंग करता रहता है कि उनका क्वालिटी क्या है। तो उससे ये बेनिफिट हो जाता है कि फार्मर लेवल पे ही कंपटीशन होता है कि हाँ मुझे इस लेवल का कल्टीवेट मैं करूंगा तो मुझे एक क्वालिटी रहेगा, तो मुझे इतना अच्छा प्राइस मिलेगा, जो एक विद इन ए फार्मर एक हेल्दी कंपटीशन क्रिएट करता है और हमारे लिए क्वालिटी रॉ मटेरियल तैयार करता है। अब जो मटेरियल होता है मैं उस क्वालिटी के अकॉर्डिंग डिफरेंट फाइटोकेमिकल इंडस्ट्री है या न्यूट्रास्यूटिकल इंडस्ट्री है, उनको हम लोग सप्लाई करते हैं। तो इंडस्ट्री के लिए भी विन विन सिचुएशन, फार्मर के लिए विन विन सिचुएशन। थैंक यू शांतनु।
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Mr. Singh has nicely explained how he has been working in this sector and working as a bridge between the farmers and the user industry. And I'd like to ask Dr. O'Neill, do you think that the spectrum of services and the spectrum of areas Mr. Singh has been working in, is it aligned with the industry expectations? And what may be the gaps he needs to fill up? Dr. O'Neill, are you there?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Have you heard the question, sir?
No, please.
Okay. So Mr. Krishna Gopal Singh has just nicely explained the spectrum of activities his company has been doing, and mostly has been working as a bridge between the farmers and the industry, because they are mostly in primary processing. So I was just curious to know your opinion, whether his spectrum of activity is aligned to the industry expectations, and if there are any gaps, what he should take care about.
No, it's an excellent one, Mr. Krishna. It's a very nice presentation and very nice thought process you have put. And this is the model actually sector is looking for. And I hope this is not the first time. There are a number of others group across the country who have just make this kind of plan, and they do something on that. But I have something to say, Mr. Krishna, that the kind of work you are doing is excellent. But the things, the process you have put, that you will do the soil analysis, then water analysis, and then you will help farmers for that. My very simple thing is that from where you will get the testing cost, because you must be knowing that testing cost for soil analysis for heavy metals particularly is very high. For water sample is very high. And in India, we are facing these issues. Heavy metals presence in soil, pesticide residual presence in irrigated water. So if you do these kind of exercises, so from where you will get what you call is funding for that, one thing. Second, you also say that you are thinking for storage facilities, then value addition. These all things need a infrastructure support and financial support. You may have all the technical know-how. I know you are doing in field, and in Bihar particularly, I know one more person which have same name as you have, Krishna Prasad, who is also doing a lot of work on medicinal aromatic plant in Bihar. So my question is that how you are going to address these funding issues basically. Are there any industry who are willing to support you for infrastructure funding? Second, do you have any government, either state or central government funding? Because this is a huge investment by making storage at different locations, value addition facilities at different locations, or for soil analysis, for water analysis. So what is your model and how you have make your plan, from where you will get this kind of funding and these office?
सर मैं सॉइल टेस्टिंग से भी बात करूंगा कि तो यदि आप देखेंगे तो पूरे भारतवर्ष में हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में सॉइल टेस्टिंग लैब है। हम लोग क्या करते हैं कि डिस्ट्रिक्ट अथॉरिटी, क्योंकि एमपी में भी हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं, यूपी में भी काम कर रहे हैं, तो जो कंसर्न डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, डिस्ट्रिक्ट के लैब के साथ हम लोग बात कर रखे हैं और फार्मर को कन्विंस करते हैं कि आप अपना सॉइल टेस्ट लेके जाएं, सॉइल सैंपल लेके जाएं और लैब को दें और टेस्ट करवाएं। यदि उनके साथ नहीं होता है तो हम लोग खुद इन्वेस्ट करते हैं सॉइल टेस्टिंग में। हमने कुछ इंडस्ट्री के साथ कोलैबोरेशन कर रखा है जो सॉइल टेस्टिंग है, जैसे भाभा एटॉमिक के साथ हमने कोलैबोरेशन किया है, तो उनका एक लो कॉस्ट मॉडल है, सॉइल टेस्टिंग किट है, तो वो लोग उसको हम लोग प्रोवाइड करते हैं। जो यदि आप उसको देखेंगे उस किट का, तो पर यूनिट जो कॉस्टिंग है सॉइल सैंपल टेस्ट करने का वो 10 रुपीज है। यदि हम बाहर में यदि किसी गवर्नमेंट लैब में भी देते हैं तो 50 रुपया 100 रुपया चार्ज करते हैं, यदि प्राइवेट के पास जाते हैं तो 400-500 रुपया चार्ज करते हैं। वो 10 रुपया पर सैंपल टेस्टिंग का कॉस्ट पड़ता है। तो हम लोग कॉस्ट मिनिमाइज करने की कोशिश करते हैं कि कॉस्ट को हम कैसे कम कर पाए। कितनी बार हम लोग एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी के साथ भी बातचीत करके उनको भी कन्विंस करते हैं कि आपको अपने R&D के लिए डेटा चाहिए होता है, आप क्यों नहीं डिफरेंट फार्मर जो हमारे सैंपल लेके आते हैं, आप उनको टेस्ट फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट कर दें, वो आपके लिए डाटा यूज हो जाएगा और हमारे फार्मर को फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट सर्विस हो जाएगा। ये रही सॉइल और वाटर टेस्ट का जो हम लोगों ने यूज किया है, क्योंकि जो रिसोर्सेज अवेलेबल है उसको हम लोगों ने कोऑर्डिनेट करके एक दूसरे के साथ लिंकेज कर दिया है। जब हम स्टोरेज की बात करें तो हम लोग FPO के साथ और हमारी कंपनी ज्वाइंट कोलैबोरेशन में स्टोरेज इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप करती है, जिसमें गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का एग्री इंफ्रा फंड है। उस फंड का हम लोग यूटिलाइज करते हैं कि जिसमें हमारा कोलैबोरेशन रहता है, तो जिसमें इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्रिएट भी हो जाता है और जिसमें गवर्नमेंट का अच्छा खासा सब्सिडी भी है, क्योंकि हम लोग ये नहीं कह सकते हैं कि 100% गवर्नमेंट दे, लेकिन 50 to 60% सब्सिडी हम लोग को अवेलेबल हो जाता है। FPO के केस में कितनी बार 75% सब्सिडी अवेलेबल होता है, तो जो रेस्ट ऑफ अमाउंट उनको लैग करता है उसमें हम लोग सपोर्ट कर देते हैं। तो वो सारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कोलैबोरेटिव अप्रोच में FPO के साथ रहता है।
बिल्कुल सही कहा कृष्णा आपने। आप जितने भी अवेलेबल रिसोर्सेज हैं गवर्नमेंट के, केवी के हैं या एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं, उनसे आप ले सकते हैं। लेकिन मेरा पॉइंट केवल ये है कृष्णा कि इन लैब्स की आप बात कर रहे हैं, ये बहुत बेसिक लैब्स हैं। यहाँ आप एनपीके का टेस्ट कर सकते हैं, ऑर्गेनिक कंटेंट का टेस्ट कर सकते हैं, वो इशू नहीं है। वो तो 40-50 रुपए बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं आप, इतना हो जाएगा। कंटेंट जो मेन एक्सपोर्ट के लिए जो चाहिए वो जो हैवी मेटल्स का है, वो क्योंकि इन जो लैब्स आप नाम ले रहे हैं इनके पास कोई फैसिलिटी नहीं होगी ऐसी जो ये हैवी मेटल असेसमेंट कर पाए, ये एक कॉस्टली अफेयर है। तो मेरा कंसर्न केवल ये था कि एक तो आप इसको जरा एडजस्ट कर लीजिएगा अपने फ्यूचर प्लान में कि कैसे आप इसको जो है बड़ा स्ट्रीमलाइन करके आप गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की फंडिंग, और आप एनएमपीबी में ही देखो तो जो आप कह रहे थे कि स्टोरेज है, वैल्यू एडिशन है, उसमें तो आपके लिए 100% है, नॉट 80-50% नहीं है। जो एफपीओज हैं उनके लिए तो 100% है ग्रांट। तो आप उसको देखिए, जो नेशनल मिशन प्लांट बोर्ड की स्कीम है उसमें एफपीओज हैं, फार्मर्स ग्रुप हैं, उनके लिए 100% है वैल्यू एडिशन के लिए और स्टोरेज फैसिलिटी क्रिएट करने के लिए। तो आप वो जरूर देखिएगा, उससे आपको बहुत हेल्प होगी, क्योंकि आप अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, प्लान आपका बहुत अच्छा है। दूसरा, आपने ऑर्गेनिक सर्टिफिकेशन की बात भी की, वो भी एक कॉस्टली अफेयर है। उसमें आपको जो सर्टिफायर हैं ऑर्गेनिक के, उनकी आप फीस देखेंगे तो वो भी बहुत ज्यादा फीस है। इवन हम लोगों के पास जब वो आते हैं तो वो 2-3 लाख से कम पर साइट का उनका फीस नहीं होता है। तो मेरा कंसर्न ये है कि आप काम बहुत अच्छा करना चाह रहे हो और कर भी रहोगे फील्ड में, लेकिन केवल कंसर्न ये है कि हैवी मेटल्स, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट, ऑर्गेनिक सर्टिफिकेशन, ये कॉस्ट बहुत हाई है। और ऑर्गेनिक वाला अगर आप जाना चाहते हो तो बहुत अच्छी बात है, आप जाइए उसमें निच आपको मार्केट भी अच्छा मिलेगा, पैसा भी अच्छा मिलेगा, लेकिन इन्वेस्टमेंट भी आपको इसमें करना पड़ेगा। तो वो आप जो भी प्लानिंग कर रहे हो जरा सोच समझ के कीजिए, और जितनी फंडिंग अवेलेबल है वो आप जरूर देख के चलिएगा, क्योंकि फार्मर्स पे या किसी इंडस्ट्री पे अगर आप चाहेंगे ये कॉस्ट आप मीट कर पाओगे, वो शायद पॉसिबल नहीं होगा, क्योंकि बहुत हाई कॉस्ट है। वो आप जरूर देखिएगा उसको, और अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, जो भी हमसे हेल्प होगा हम भी आपकी हेल्प करेंगे।
सर, हमारे पास कुछ एंजल इन्वेस्टर हैं जो हमें पीछे से सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। वो मोस्टली फाइटोकेमिकल इंडस्ट्री के साथ ही हैं, काम करते हैं, क्योंकि उनको भी प्रॉब्लम फेस हो रहा है। तो उस प्रॉब्लम को जो हम सॉल्व कर रहे हैं तो उसमें उन्होंने हमें फंडिंग सपोर्ट भी कर रखा है। तो इस तरह करके लास्ट ईयर भी हमने एक पायलट किया था जो हम लोग प्रॉब्लम सॉर्ट आउट कर रहे हैं। तो उसका एक रिजल्ट देखने के बाद जो हमारे इन्वेस्टर हैं उन्होंने कहा कि नहीं, आप ऑर्गेनिक सर्टिफिकेशन पे शिफ्ट करो, जो भी कॉस्ट है हम लोग उसको हमारी कंपनी बियर करने जा रही है। तो फार्मर के लिए एक कॉस्ट कटिंग हो जाता है, और उसमें हमने एक मॉडल बना रखा है कि क्योंकि सिर्फ और सिर्फ यदि हम एमपी की बात करें तो एमपी में हम लोग अश्वगंधा करवा रहे हैं, रेस्ट ऑफ सीजन में कुछ अलग क्रॉप है। तो फार्मर को हम इतनी लिबर्टी देते हैं कि नहीं, आप ऑर्गेनिक सर्टिफिकेशन हम एनपीओपी कर रहे हैं, तो उसमें आप जो अदर क्रॉप कर रहे हैं वो भी लिस्टेड कर दे कि आपको उसका भी आपको एक बेनिफिट मिल जाए। तो उस बेनिफिट में एक ट्रस्ट बिल्टअप हो जाता है, तो उनको 2 पैसा अधिक मिला और वो हमारे साथ लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए एसोसिएट हो जाते हैं।
ठीक है कृष्णा, बहुत अच्छा है। आई होप ऑल द बेस्ट टू यू, क्योंकि आप अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं। ये मैं बहुत कम ऑर्गेनाइजेशन देखता हूँ कितना क्लियर कट विजन उनके पास है कि वो क्या करना चाहते हैं। और जो शांतनु जी आप कह रहे थे, बिल्कुल यही जो स्टेप्स हैं और यही जो प्लान है, वो एक जो आप फार्मर ग्रुप कह लीजिए या ऐसे इंटरप्रेन्योर जो ये सामने आ रहे हैं, कृष्णा जैसे लोग जो इस काम को कर सकते हैं, ऐसे ही स्टेप्स लेने की जरूरत है फील्ड में। लेकिन मैं फिर से कहूंगा कि फंडिंग एक बहुत बड़ा रोल इसमें रहेगा, वो आप जरूर एक्सप्लोर कीजिएगा। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Runial. May I request Mr. Olin Mukherjee, if he can make some points over here, if he wants to add anything.
Sir, thank you for the opportunity to respond. And I think what Mr. Singh has said, this is exactly what I was trying to convey during my talk. I think I don't know whether Mr. Singh you heard my presentation. And I work with FPOs. There are opportunities. Yes, there are challenges because market not necessarily is ready to pay some of the services which you are providing. But I think there are grant and actually angel investor I didn't thought about. I mean, that's a very interesting route which you have taken. There are availability, but I think the best part which you have brought in is the management of that supply chain. I think the key to this efficient supply chain is this particular part, the missing part, as Mr. Unial is also mentioned that. So there are a couple of things. So one is that funds are available. We need to have proper management system in the supply chain. to ensure that the production system, whether it's the collection system or the cultivation system, is attached to the market, right? And that is where this professional entities, which are transparent in nature, needs to come in. And it's fantastic to hear, because there are so I mean, sorry for repeating myself, money is not a problem. It is the professional management which is the challenge. So the question is, how do we bring that? There are KVKs. Can we look at the KVKs have such labs? The curcumin assaying lab, which I was talking about, we have given it to Myrada KVK in Erode. They are running it. So can the KVKs be equipped such that at least can address the 50, 60, 100 kilometer radius challenges? Can the agribusiness universities be, now we have, World Bank grants there. Can we push that? Because that has to be pushed from the top. It cannot be done from the bottom up. Can we look at that? Because I remember we used to do at Pandnagar University farmer soil testing. We had all the equipments at a very reasonable cost. So can we look at that how do we can address these issues? How we create agronomic practices. I used to farm myself 500 hectares, and we had a problem of acidic soil. We used to manage those agronomic practices. How do we bring in those management practices? Who are the entities? How will bring in the science behind managing the soil? The organic carbon content is very, very low in Indian soil, and it impacts whether you want to grow MAP or any other crop. So how do we bring in that? So it boils down to institutions or entities like, VHAL, or even good FPOs who can actually manage that, apex bodies, apex FPOs. But we need to push them towards and handhold them for the next 3 to 5 years. It cannot be a 6-month project. We need to look at that. It needs at least a 3-year to 5-year program orientation to do that. I mean, I will rest at this. Thank you, Dr. Chakraborty, for giving opportunity to provide the additional input. I appreciate that.
It was a pleasure to listening to you, Mr. Mukherjee. Dr. Bisht, are you there? Do you want to make some points?
Sir, MSME, Ministry of MSME also help, to create common facility centers at cluster levels. They are giving funds for, post-harvest processing, value addition, and all these type of activities, sir. So we can get help from MSME also, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Bisht. Okay. I was wondering if Dr. Saklani, if he's still there, can add some points and can give some advice to Mr. Singh.
Yeah, I was listening very carefully, Mr. Singh, and it was very nice actually to hear him. And he has come up with a very good model. I think in all corners we require this kind of model. People are working aggressively, but at the same time, as Dr. Unyal mentioned, that few things are quite expensive. And when it comes to in terms of see this analysis part, and when we are talking about raw material, when it is coming to industry, it's not just 1 or 2 batches. So it comes like truckloads every day. For example, we have lined up for maybe sometimes for half a kilometer. So those many truckloads, when they are coming and they need to be analyzed, random sampling of each and every truckload or maybe all the consignments, it's a tedious job. It's not just like, maybe somebody would have cultivated turmeric in their farm. You do not know the origin of that maybe cultivated material. Now, I'll tell you a very small example. Some people, they mix just maybe planting material. And that time you have real difficulty. If he has a 5 acres land cultivated under certain crop, and you just not think that, no, okay, this is just one crop. You take one representative sample or 2 samples from there, and when it actually harvested, then only you come to know, my God, this is totally different. It's a mix of planting material. So there you face challenges. Okay, so there are many challenges in this, so you have to tackle very carefully. You have to be very careful selecting, like, planting material. As you mentioned that you have already tie-ups with certain, like, agencies, but whether they are translating in that particular climatic conditions or microclimatic conditions, you have to be very careful for that. Maybe for 1 or 2 seasons, you monitor that very carefully, each and every crop in each and every maybe farmer's land. And then you go for like this kind of testing and these things.
Thank you, Dr.
Yes.
Saklani. That was very informative, and I think that it will be useful to Mr. Krishna Gopal Singh as well. So we are almost at the end of the session, and I would like to request Professor Majumdar to make a wrap-up comment before we formally conclude the session.
I would like to express my sincere thanks to all of the the speakers for their wonderful deliberations, from which I have also noted a lot. But I rather request that why not let us join our hands together to really cultivate whatever we have today discussed, whatever the way forward that we are looking for, that we should try to make as a joint effort something new, sort of a pilot model that is coming in my mind. And why not, that could be some way of, if we could get a success, obviously, we don't know whether it will be successful or not. But at the same time, if we can get the success, even not the success also, we'll be able to know the reasons why we are not getting success, and that should be, again, another lessons for all of us to rectify the model then. And that is what I am planning for, what I'm looking for at this juncture of my, of my professional career in teaching. And also, I'm throughout my life, I'm always joined with the different activities of the mission of the government of India, where the people is involved. My basic objective is that to do something, let us to take part rather in some of the activities with all my stakeholders, particularly the grassroots level people. So in this venture, in the near future, I will be trying to invite you all so that we can make a brainstorming session, how we can make a pilot model, which should be could be I don't know, with our efforts, it might be a successful model for this sector, for the promotion of this sector, and most importantly, for the livelihood of our farmers as large. And obviously CSR funding, and so that it should be a win-win situations both for the industry and the farmers in view. So this is what I'd like to just put forward for your all consideration, and let us look forward for a better future. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Majumdar. And on behalf of the organizing committee, I want to express my heartfelt thankfulness to all the delegates for this session. And the session was absolutely informative, and there are a lot of takeaways. And thank you, sir, again. And with this, let me conclude the session. Over to Dr. Soumajit Biswas for making the next announcement.
Now we'll go for the lunch break. We'll join around 3 o'clock. We have an exclusive session on the certification. Quality Council of India. Mr. Manish Pandey will deliver the prospect of medicinal plant certification in that session. And after that, we'll have a next business session. And we'll resume on 3 o'clock. And you are also requested, Dr. Saklani, Dr. Unial, have a presentation over there. And Dr. Mukherjee and Krishna Gopalji, you are all requested to join that session. also. Thank you.
compressor. Hello,
Yes, yes, Dr. Pandey.
am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Okay. When do I start? It is 15, 3. Can I start by 3:10 or 3:30 or now?
We can start now. Yeah, if you are ready. Because we have a slot from 3 to 3:45.
Okay, that's a okay. So can I start by 3:10 if there is a break now?
Okay, okay.
3:10, please.
The tech team, may I request you to put a line. We'll resume at 3:10.
Okay, on this thing, no? On
Yeah,
this, just a sec.
Yeah.
Just a sec. I can't. Just a sec.
No, I'm not asking you, the tech team who are managing this Zoom. I'm asking.
So exactly at 3:10, I will start.
3:10. Okay, fine.
मैं 10 मिनट में आ रहा हूँ, एक सेकंड। इनकी एप्लीकेशन जो है एक बार वो डिस्कस करो। हाँ, सीपी वाला अभी सर के साथ कर लो, मुझे एक 10-15 प्रोजेक्ट कन्फ्यूजन हो रहा है। मैं यहीं बगल में हूँ। निवासी के सीट में बैठा हूँ। जाता तो थोड़ा ज्यादा हो जाता। So dear all, I'm present and whenever the organizers tell me to start my presentation, I'll be happy to start it.
Okay, sure.
Sir, you have only 8 participants in this meeting.
No, this program is being, live streaming.
Oh, I see. Okay, fine.
Live streaming worldwide, so there may be hundreds of participants who are watching this.
Okay, that's fine. That's
yeah.
fine. So if you permit, should I start the presentation?
Yeah, just check. Technical team, are you ready? So we can start.
3:10. Yeah. Okay, fine. Yep.
Right.
I need to request for a screen sharing, right?
I'll introduce them.
Yeah, sure.
You can start. It is already live streaming is going on. You can start. Tech team, can you? Hello.
Yeah, let us start the special session on certification. I will take this opportunity to introduce Dr. Monish Pandey, who is keynote speaker for this session. And Dr. Monish Pandey is presently the Director and Head of Project Analysis and Documentation Division at Quality Council of India, as we know, QCI, an independent autonomous body of Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade under Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. And QCA mandate is to lead nationwide quality movement in India through its various broad, like NABAs, NABL, NAVET, NABCB, NBQP, and Special Project Group. A sustainability practitioner in leadership role for over 2 decades, Dr. Pandey is also the nominated chair for NPIC Network UNFSS. Dr. Pandey has done his PhD from IC Paris, and he is attached to many of the standard process, formulation system and assessment system also, including African Organization for Standardization. At QCI, he is leading flagship government and intergovernmental initiatives such as the Indian National Platform on Private Sustainability Standard, design and development of conformity assessment frameworks for schemes such as US, drones, DGCA, medicinal plants, NMPP, HRAA, FSSI, ABS UNDP, Yoga certification, nodal for National GLP Compliance Monitoring Authority, NGCMA. He is empaneled as expert member of various technical committees and working groups of schemes that are run by the Government of India and its associates. As a part of National Medicinal Plant Board, National Medicinal Plant Board has taken initiatives for quality standards, especially certification of medicinal plants. So that responsibility is handling by QCI. And QCI is also organizing various programs for making awareness regarding the certification system. So may I request now Dr. Monish Pandey to present and deliver the lecture on forest this medicinal plant certification, including good agriculture practices, good collection practices, and also post-harvest management. So over to you.
Thank you so much, Professor, for introducing me. I would straight away get to the topic about the one which I had suggested, which is the role of certification in augmenting trade in international markets. I hope people can see the screen.
Yes, here.
Okay, fine. So, okay, so I will start by talking about what voluntary certification systems are. So these are something that have been also highlighted by the Honorable Minister, where we are talking about certification in terms of, in terms of uh, creating quality. And then we see that these voluntary systems are not only in the field of agriculture, but also in healthcare and other things. And of course, we see that these are something which also augment the global trade. Now, before I talk about the presentation, let me quickly talk about my organization. So the Quality Council of India is a part of the Indian quality infrastructure. This quality infrastructure is comprising of BIS and the National Metrology Institute, which is the NPL. We are functionally autonomous and financially independent. This is our structure. The important thing in this structure is that, of course, we have the leadership coming from our chairperson and Secretary General Dr. Ravi P. Singh. And we have five accreditation boards, and we have a special projects group. Of one of the groups, I'm the one who has the responsibility to drive it, which is the Project Analysis and Documentation Division. Now, as QCI, we have done a lot of voluntary, frameworks for the government, as you are seeing, right from drone certifications to Ministry of Ayush and NMPB. We have a lot of projects done for the industry association, as you are seeing here. And also we do a lot of international projects when it comes to, International Day for Yoga, for the SARC, for Global Gap, and for the UN. So this is the portfolio, just as an indicative, but we have about 20 odd schemes that we run. When you talk about the kind of schemes that we do, the schemes are focused in terms of helping the business entities and also for the consumers, which derive a lot of satisfaction of the outcomes of the scheme. Our linkages are also international, so you see that quite a bit of UN agencies, and of course there are a lot of European Union and other agencies that also understand QCI and the role we play in terms of accreditation. Now I'm just going to quickly come to the subject. The subject is about the various engagements that we do in this project. We have 22 Ayush Mark organizations. We have a lot of JFMCs involved in it. We have the bigger producers like Dabur and others which are there. We have the state medicinal plant boards. We have these uh, state forest departments. So we actually engage all of them to see that we impart things into them. Now, when you talk about what we do a lot of trainings. The trainings are in the form of sensitization for awareness of the consumer. We do a lot of technical trainings for auditors of CB consultants, master trainers. We also do a lot of trainings for the farmers in terms of to understand the package of practices. We also have trainings for the good field collection practices, basically, which is for the collectors, FDOs, NGOs, SHGs that are into harvesting of wild produce from the forest. Now, what we also do in our project is to help develop demonstration plans. These demonstration plots are to show that the package of practices developed by QCI can be actually implemented by various organizations in their supply chains. So when we were doing this initial discussions, we had these lot of agencies showing interest in that. Then we have also have a provision of having GFCP demo plots, where also we have again a lot of organizations that showed their interest to give their own supply chains to settle the demo plots. The demo plots once are made, we have provisions to do pilot certifications, And for these pilot certifications, what we are doing is we are establishing certification bodies who in turn, would go to the projects to see that there are compliances there and things are there. Now, apart from this, what QCI also is trying to do is that this particular scheme, they are want to internationalize this, and that we are talking to the SARC Secretariat to make it as a regional standard. Now, we had myself meetings along with the representatives of NMPB, so that these people are going and doing, showing that the scheme is applicable to all such international bodies. So we have these SARC countries also who are wanting to understand the scheme and internalize them. Now, we are doing a lot of training programs. These are some snapshots. And of course, now I come to the main topic. So I was just giving you a background about our engagements with the NMPP. And now what we are talking is about our intervention with respect to the voluntary certification scheme for the medicinal plant produce. Now, how we understand compliances in any country is that we have two kinds of compliances. One is the regulatory compliance and another is the voluntary mechanism. When you talk about voluntary mechanism, it is done through an act where there is a regulator, and then there are various methods where licenses are given after visiting the factories. The other system is the voluntary system. The voluntary system is through making of a scheme and then visiting each of these, either the farmers or the collectors or the manufacturers to see that they are doing as per the central requirements. Now, this is how it is there. And in our systems, we have, as I've just mentioned to you, two kinds of things: the voluntary mechanisms and there are technical regulations. So these is the voluntary standards, private standards, and private sustainability standards. And in technical regulations, it is basically the regulations which are mandated as per the law. Now, there are two kinds of standards, the ones which are called the vertical standards, and the other ones are called the other ones are called the horizontal standards. Sorry for this. Um, s- so, okay, now, if we all understand about the medicinal plant trade, and I don't want to take a lot of your time, but I will just move on to that why this voluntary scheme has been developed for the National Medicinal Plant Board. First is to show that the collectors and cultivators on the premise of quality get good prices. We also have a regulatory policy and economic instruments that aid quality. There is a focus on exports, so we see a lot of these manufacturers exporting Ayurvedic formulations for which the raw material is the medicinal plants. We focus on traceability. We talk about sustainability, and of course, by this we are talking about increased base of production and supply chain. The important part is the quality of raw material that will help in the standardization of the formulations which the bigger Ayush manufacturers are making. Now, what is the mechanism? Very simple. We have a scheme. We have QCI as the co-scheme owner. We have certification bodies. The certification bodies go to the field. They check for the compliance as per the standards, both for collectors and the grower and primary product producers. Once they see that there is a compliance, then the certification is given. Now, this is done through a series of committees. We have three committees: the steering committee, technical committee, and certification committee. There are two logos of that, and anyone who is doing GAP or a good agricultural practices will be given one logo, and the other one will be given the other logo, which is the good field collection practices. This is the certificate which is issued after compliance, and this certification talks about various bodies or the commodities which come under certification. Now, we are talking about a third-party system where a certification body does all the certification. So we have this requirement that the certification body needs to have the management structure and personnel who are competent. So they will do audits. They will see that there are references and other documents. They will check everything and then they do audit. Now, the certification body needs to have a certification scheme, and they should have a number of auditors so that they can cater to their market. Um, there is a certain requirements for being a certification body, which means that they should have certain education experience, and of course they should understand the confirmatory assessment systems by understanding the auditing techniques. Now there has usually when we do an audit, we have evaluation team which goes and checks things. There is certain things that the certification body needs to be put in the open forum. This could be in their website, and of course they would have to declare the number of certificates that they have issued. The certification documents, as I've just mentioned, as a certificate would have the details such as name, unique identification number, the start of the certification, and the expiry of the certification. There would be a detailed updates that the certification body will give to each of these farmer groups or producer group that will keep them updated. The scheme itself has four options, which means that they can certify it individually and can certify in a bigger group. The usual structure is that there is an application form, then there is a there are certain requirements of sampling and other things that has to be there. And once everything is compliant, as I've shown to you, which would require that they have to adhere to all the critical standards. They would have to adhere to the limits of contamination. They would have to do TLC profiling. And then after resolution of all this and everything is as per the standard, do they get a certification? In our system, we don't give a certificate and forget about it. Every year, we will go back to the project and see whether they are maintaining the system as they have been doing it from the first year. The period of certification is 3 years. So after 3 years, they would recertify so that recertification will help them to increase the longevity of their certification period. I'm not going to go into much details. There is a provision of testing of the market samples so that we are sure that whatever we are certified, it is only those goods that are hitting the market and there is no pilferage or no masking and putting some other things in place. Now, this is there. We have also a concept of group certification wherein we do a full certification of an entire community or a village or a group so that the cost of certification is reduced. Usually, this is the structure that we have. We have to have internal inspectors, we have to have internal auditors, and we have to have quality management professionals inside the bigger group to manage the compliance. Now, this is all about the way that the group certification is done, and we so in the concluding remarks, what we do in QCI is to see that we want the government to make this certification as mandatory when they are doing their public procurement. The certification should be seen as a method of monitoring and evaluation rather than putting things under a different one. We are also requesting the NMPB to require certification as mandatory for any projects for which they give funding. We are trying to do a backward and forward linkages of the Ayush mark which we give for formulation so that they have necessarily raw materials which are already certified. We are also trying to do some benchmarking. So these are some things that we are trying to do, and we have requested the government to give some kind of an incentive to the farmers and collectors which are there. We ourselves are engaging with all these bigger organizations to give them, give them some visibility so that internationally the scheme mark is visible to all people. So this is the theme, and I thought I will just give you an overview or a snapshot of what we do, and seek any questions if the organizers have. Thank you so much. Over to you, Professor Sir. I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have, or else I would.
Is any question from the audience, please? Mr. Chakravarti, do you have any question?
Anyway, you can get questions later on, sir, and you can always.
Yeah, sir, question received will obviously forward to you. I have several queries. If you can just describe, like say, NMPP is trying to promote. I think you are the implementing agency for certification system. So what is present scenario and prospect in medicinal plant certification? And another question is how this will give benefit, or is there any premium price set already for certified products, or we have to wait, or is there some countries they will only allow certified product? So that you can just describe.
Okay, thank you. So we are currently we are working on projects up to 35 certificates, which will be coming soon over a year or so. So that is one focus that we are doing. On the premium, usually the premium that a market gets varies from 7 to 25%, depending upon which markets do they do and how do they sell. So that is the second point. The third point to answer is that nowadays increasingly in the importing countries, they are asking whether the raw materials are coming through a gap system. We have examples of Russia, Indonesia, and others who have asked a lot of these pharma companies, whenever they are giving the raw materials for processing into the export markets, they are requesting and requiring the gap certification. So slowly but surely, there is a requirement of gap. And this is where the NMPP wants to leverage the certification to address and help the communities for exports. Professor.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have one question. Presently, NMPB is doing the promotion of medicinal plants cultivation, right? But side by side, if we give some mandate to make the certification compulsory, as you have suggested, so it will easy to make unnecessary burden to the cultivators or farmers or like that, but it will make their cultivation cost high or like that. Looking in this prospect, the cultivation should not be disgrace. What should I tell?
No, that's okay. I get your point. So to answer your question, see, whenever you talk about quality, initially there would be a marginal increase in the cost. But what is quality? Quality is optimization of resources. So if a person is putting some 3 liters of pesticides, whereas the can itself says use 500 ml. So, with this quality systems in place, he will only put, sort of 0.5 liter and not 3 liters. So immediately he would have a saving of 2.5 liters. So is in many of these aspects when he overdoes it through ignorance, quality systems will put all that things in place and will reduce his cost of cultivation. So this is a lot of studies are there, and in a longer run, if you are reducing the use of lot of these chemical inputs, you are always going through the sustainability matrix. So in a long term, it is beneficial, but short term, in the first or two crop cycles, there would be definitely some increase in his, cost of compliance. But then after that, it will only get into a decrease mode. I hope I answered you.
Yeah, that's good. Another is, say, in India, though we have seen yesterday there was a massive cultivation of stevia, or maybe in countries like specifically developed countries, while they cultivate in a massive scale. Or but in India, these large farmers are very less. Especially, most of the farmers are cultivating parts of their land, and land only category is also, sometimes middle category or even marginal farmers also try to cultivate medicinal plants for increasing their income. So, however, it will be very difficult to get certificate or this going through the system by a small or marginal farmer. So, is there any provision, or will it be possible to go for a group of farmers or group certification, or maybe one FPO they could get this certification? So the cost burden will be also less. At the same time, there will be more production, and also quality product can be sourced from one area. So
Yes,
how
Professor.
this
Yeah,
can
I get your question. So you have put a very pertinent question. So there is, as I had explained to you in one of my presentation slides, that there is a provision of group certification. The group certification would allow 1,000, 2,000 farmers to come under a single certificate and get themselves certified. As rightly put by you, the cost of certification will also be as less as possible. I'll give you an example. There is a square root formula which comes in group certification. So if there are 100 farmers that are applying, the certification body will only charge for 10 farmers, but they will randomly pick up the farmers for their compliance. And if everything is found well, they will get the certificate. So you are right. Group certification is very much a possibility. If you remember, I showed you option 1, 2, 3, 4. And one of the options in 3 and 4 is about group certification, where large group of farmers or FPOs can come together and get their certificate in 1/10 or 1/20th of the price. Are there any other questions, Professor Sir?
Yeah, we have received one question from the online viewer. Like any certification scheme by QCI or government bodies for marginal farmers, especially in hilly areas where the land size holding is very low, would that fall under community certification?
Yes, I just answered that question. Yes, the answer is group certification, not community certification. And under the group certification, any number of farmers can join together and can get themselves certified. Yes, there is a possibility. In fact, most of the schemes have this provision, which have been done in India.
Right. Another is, say you are also, going for piloting this cultivation or this certification system. And so for that, there are some interesting farmers group in Orissa, Bengal, and Bihar. So how you are going to take them into on board for this cultivation or piloting of this certification system? So is there any standard protocol you have already developed for that?
See, I have just put a email ID vcsmpp@qcin.org. So any person who is interested for a group certification of their projects can write to us, and we can give them the detailed requirement, and we can onboard them. We have 30 projects, of which we have done 20. So we have still 10 projects which we can support them for their certification.
So obviously we'll connect you through mail and over telephone. We are always in touch, and we will, encourage some of the farmers organization to go for it, especially piloting this certification system, so that the group of people can be benefited both especially in our eastern region.
Yes, sir. It would be a pleasure to support such farmers who want to get certified. So I've written the name of the person and also the email ID. If they can put us, we can handle them. There would be a technical committee which would seek for a presentation, and once the presentation we cover all the subjects, we can identify them to be one of our pilots. So that's okay.
Okay, another question came, that is there any say sample or cost benefit analysis of any of the area, or maybe product basis, maybe area basis? So what was earlier for pre-certification?
There are many studies which shows that certification has helped people. As I've given you the example of unregulated use of chemicals and pesticides in the farms. Once this has been done, there is a lot of saving on that, point one. And second, in the collection practices, we see that there are a lot of destructive harvesting practices that people follow. But once the GFCP is in place, they are sustainability harvesting it, putting them in the crate. So the wastage is very low. So there are a lot of studies, sir, in Google. If you do the cost benefit analysis of certification, there are a lot of these measures which optimize the resources, and also the right handling of the produce helps to reduce the wastage. So largely in these two premises, you see that there is a lot of control of waste. That is what I should say. But also certification will give you access to a lot of markets. Maybe they won't get huge premiums, but they would get premiums like 7 to 10%, which is okay, specifically when they are exporting, because this is all dollar value money that they get. So obviously that gives them a edge over the other ones. Is that
Right.
all, sir?
Yeah. One last question is, always farmers or group of farmers or, people who want to go through the certification process, there is an inquiry, what will be the cost? Is there any minimum cost, or it's per hectare, or, area wise, what is the basis of cost, and how much they have to
Sir, I
know?
will tell you, the 10 projects which I am telling, if they are selected, they would have to incur zero cost. Everything QCI will bear, right from putting the systems to the certification cost, everything we will bear. Usually the cost of certification somewhere in a very small holding is between 30 to 45,000, and that is also for a period of 3 years. So that is the one, but usually we will only suggest to go for group certification, so that for the farmers it will come less than 1,000 rupees or 2,000 rupees. So this is my submission.
But during this renew period, the cost will be the same, or
it will be a bit less, sir. If the initial cost is 50,000, then the renewal will be something like 40,000, because the initial checks have been done thoroughly. So it is just to check something on a very sample basis.
Okay, till now, like even forest certification has started long back. Some COC has been issued, but this has not progressed so far. As you are earlier in HGSO, the scenario. So, what is in the scenario in case of medicinal plants? Till now, is there any certified field or certified product?
Yes. Himalaya has done it, and there are other people who have done it. So there are a lot of people who are coming forward. And since we are also doing Ayush Mark, we are tagging this VCS MPP to Ayush Mark, and we will see a lot of certificates coming. So I see a bright future, sir.
Sure, thank you very much for your time, and hope lots of people have been benefited from your elevation. So thank you very much for joining.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you all the participants who have heard me and taken out time. Bye.
Thank you. So next session will start in 5 minutes. We are connecting all the panelists within a short period of time. G40. Very good afternoon. I'm Dr. Sanjay Bala, Joint Organizing Secretary. On behalf of this organizing committee, I welcome you all in this panel discussion session. So I welcome you all in the business session where we will be discussing, or the resource person will discuss regarding the commercial farming and post-harvest processing of medicinal plant, including aromatic plants, and emerging technologies, ideal framework for contract farming, risk mitigation, investment opportunities. So to moderate this session, we have with us Dr. Lal Hingorani, who is the Vice Chairman of Shellac and Forest Product Export Council, that is CEFEXIL, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. Now, I'm happy to briefly introduce Dr. Lal Hingorani, who is currently the Managing Director at Farmanja Herbal Private Limited in Gujarat. After having academic career at National College, Mumbai, and having PhD in chemistry from IIT Mumbai, and after 2 years teaching in Mumbai University, Dr. Lal has joined Ministry of Modern Pharma and R&D, and he excelled in various capacities over 2.5 decades. And from 1997, he took the directorship at Farmanja and leading especially veterinary pharmaceutical manufacturing company in India. However, in 2005, Dr. Lal took lead in foundation of the Farmanja Herbal Private Limited, which provides a total package for new herbal products from concept, selection of ingredients, formulations, analytical methods, the manufacturing to marketing strategies with a strong R&D backing. So Dr. Lal pursues his academic interest by guiding several masters and PhD scholars. And as Managing Director of Farmanja Herbal Private Limited, Dr. Lal has tied up with various universities, academic institutions in India and abroad for research in nutritional supplements and herbal extraction. So Dr. Lal is a reviewer for several reputed biomedical and herbal and traditional medicine publications, and is on editorial board for 2 journals. He has to his credit more than 50 scientific publications in peer-reviewed journals. So may I request Dr. Lal Hingorani to take over and act as a moderator for this session. Dr. Lal.
Yeah, thank you very much for the nice introduction. We are in business session 4 of the International Conference and Buyers Sellers Meet on Medicinal Plants used in the lifestyle products, and a very big name that they have given it to the conference. And here the topics that are to be chosen are commercial farming. We actually, those people who were there from the morning, they must have listened to business session 3 also, in which Dr. Arvind Saklani spoke about the commercial farming as well as the contract farming, how the Sabinsa started it, and they are following that practices. Now, commercial farming and contract farming is one thing, and second is the risk mitigation and investment opportunities. Risk mitigation from the farmer's point of view is different from the companies which are going for this contract farming. For them, a risk mitigation is different. I think the speakers in the session, they will talk on that. Then the post-harvest processing, that is, India is very much lacking. If you, there are not much data on the post-harvest processing of the herbal products. But if you see the vegetables and fruits, as well as the our grains, the post-harvest this thing, we have almost between 10% to 30% the products are lost because of these practices are not good. And there is a data also on the what is the amount that is lost during this period, that is about 92,651 crores because of the poor storage and transportation, which is not very standardized in this segment. Similar things, as a manufacturer of herbal products, I have seen in the herbal sector also, because there are different things like not only the loss of the product, but contamination occurs. If the drying and all this thing is not proper, there are the fungal infection, and due to that, there are various chemicals which are released by the fungus there, which are toxic in nature, and they are the ones which are causing problems after the product is sold into the market. So that is one thing. And drying and all these thing processes also still, if you go to the places, they are using a sun drying method in the open. So that has to be taken care of, because our air is quite polluted, and if it is done near the highways and all these things, a lot of pollution which is coming out of the smoke from the transportation, that will also cause something like PAH, which is a polyaromatic hydrocarbons, which go into the product, and they are getting detected in the finished product that is being sold out of the country. So it's not, because the market of the herbal product in last 25 years, when I started in the Western world also, has moved from no regulations to complete regulation. So 25 years back, there was not much regulations. There were regulations in the USA and other countries, but they were not implemented that much. But today, people are very much aware, and implementation from the regulating agencies is very high. So they are looking at the pesticides and all these things very carefully. We were just listening to the Dr. Pandey before this session, and he was talking about how to good agricultural practices can be used so that we control all these things, how much is to be used maximum and all that thing. So these things are becoming more and more important, and the opportunities are very high. Herbal products were not that much popular in India, something like 3 years back, but with the COVID, it has become so popular that everybody is wanting to take these products for their well-being and as well as immunity. Immunity, the word became so much popular during this time that those people who were not knowing what immunity is, they also started reading about it and finding out which are the herbs which are useful for the immunity. So it has become quite popular. So we have to be very careful now, and we have to see that quality is maintained. Otherwise, the people's faith will not be there. So I can see Dr. Saklani here. They have done quite a good job in this farming as well as the harvesting. And he's actually qualified also in this. So I am mainly in the chemistry, and I've been looking at the research of the products into the phytochemistry and as well as the clinical trials. Our company has done some work in cultivation and all these things. Slowly, we also got these certifications also for those where we are doing a plantation. But it will become very important, and people who are in this business, they have to go for good agriculture practices, then certifications of those farms, and to see that the quality is maintained. But there are two types of businesses. One is the our classical Ayurvedic industry, in which the system of analysis is different. And there is a westernized which is asking about phytochemicals in that. So both have a different requirements of the raw materials, and depending upon them, they have to hunt for the raw materials. Second is also, which should have been covered, is any contaminations which are coming into this, then they are also to be taken care. And there are things that where people do it knowingly, they mix up like in gums and all these things, they mix up a lot of things which are not required in that to increase the weight of the product. So these things are to be taken care of, and somewhere the certifications are required, like they should be made compulsorily rather than voluntarily. So I'll just see if I think Dr. Irfan, who was there to speak on from the stevia sugar, is not there. The second, that Dr. Vedpriya Acharya, I think she's she's there. Dr. Vedpriya Acharya is head of the Herbal Research Development Patanjali Research Foundation, Uttarakhand, gold medalist in MSc. She has finished, completed the PhD in genetics. And I'll just give the floor to her to speak on the products as one of the topics from this. She can select and give us some more insight into that. Please, Doctor.
Good evening, all. And first of all, I would like to congratulate organizing committee members and for the wonderful organization of this important conference on this medicinal plant area. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
we can.
Yeah. So first of all, let me introduce myself. Myself, Dr. Vedpriya Arya, and I'm currently leading the Herbal Research Division of Patanjali Research Institute. And in this Patanjali Research Institute, we are working under the supervision of Acharya and Swamiji. And we have different, sister branches also. I think you all are very much familiar with that. But what we are doing in the Patanjali Research Institute, as Dr. Lal rightly said, like, yes, from past 2-3 years due to COVID, herbal drugs are also gaining importance, not only in India, but around the globe. So we should be very much cautious about the herbal drug quality control. So in Patanjali Research Institute, we have the Drug Discovery and Development Division. In this Drug Discovery and Development Division, we have the Herbal Research Division, Painting Herbarium Museum Division, and the Ancient Documentation, Yoga Research, and some sister organizations like the Central Lab, Patanjali Bio Research Organization, New Product Development Division, and for clinical trials, we have our own Patanjali Ayurveda Hospital. This is our infrastructure, which is presently available for the research purpose. So what we are doing here, because as introduction is seems necessary, these are our laboratory infrastructure, which are equipped with modern laboratory grade standards. What is our vision? Because, when we are talking about herbal drugs, or you can say Ayurvedic drugs, or we have the rich history of medicinal plants. We are working on a project of the World Herbal Encyclopedia, in which we are documenting more than 60,000 medicinal plants which are present around the globe and which are utilized around the globe. And obviously, this World Herbal Encyclopedia, we are compiling it in 108 volumes. It is a multi-voluminous project, and which uncovers all of the information. But in Drug Discovery and Development Division, what we are doing, we are using the unstructured Ayurvedic and herbal formulation, and we are experimenting with scientific methods and evidence-based medicinal system. We are, these drugs are manufactured, and there are the clinical trials. You are much aware with the coronal drugs. Similarly, when we are talking about our strategy, we firmly believe on the actualization, initiation, excellence, and transition. And we have the research strength, and we have the NABL accredited laboratories, NABH accredited hospitals, etc. As well as when we are talking about the Patanjali Research Institute, in 2017, Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi ji inaugurated the Patanjali Research Institute. However, from our past experience of more than 25 years, we are running several other kind of research at present. So in the drug discovery development division, we have all of the techno competent inventories. You can see in these diagrams, we have the research capabilities. We have a strong scientist force, starting from the principal scientists who are expertise in different subjects, from the plant taxonomy, microbiology, pharmaceuticals, genetics, etc. We are also having the plant taxonomic division, because at present there is no or you can say very few number of experts are there who can taxonomically validate the plants, which is very important for the herbal drug characterization. The reason is, when you are not going to identify the correct plant, how you can identify the proper use of the that particular medicinal system or medicinal plant. So in World Herbal Encyclopedia, that I have already told you, it is having 60,000 medicinal plant, which belongs to more than 200 medicinal system of the world and 2,000 tribes of the world. We are including 12 lakh vernacular names, and which are produced in 2,000 languages of the world. This is a tremendous amount of data that is going to be published. Ancient manuscript division. These are the few glimpses of digitized manuscript you can see here. These are the palm leaf manuscripts. When we are talking about medicinal plant status, this is very wondering thing you can see here. The FAO, it suggested 52,000 plants in the world are medicinal. Some other workers are showing 72,000 medicinal plants are which are present around the globe. These are utilized around the globe. But the actual is that these lists are based on the estimation. There is no list available, no sources are found, and moreover, the common plants among the countries are also in the estimation. Because when we are talking about medicinal plant research, we should also focus on the traditional Chinese medicine, who are having a rich history. In Chinese Materia Medica, there is a 12,800 plants which are used for the medicinal purpose. And similarly, the Encyclopedia of Traditional Chinese Medicine, it is also showing some of the herbs, TCM formulas, as well as the herbal ingredients, etc. This is the report of the Royal Botanical Garden. The Royal Botanical Garden shows 28,000 plants in the world are used for the medicinal purpose, and they also have given the list for that particular kind of thing. Next comes to the MPNS, Medicinal Plant Name Service. They also suggested 27,000 medicinal plants are used around the globe for the medicinal purpose. When we see all this information at a glance, then we have to be very focused on this point, that how many plants in the world. There is no list available. What are the total medicinal system of the world? If I ask this question from the expert of this conference, I think some of them will definitely, they will not sure regarding the medicinal systems around the globe. What are the total synonyms? How many total languages in the world in which the plants are denoted or they are enumerated? And what is the taxonomic status? And what is about the Ayurvedic plants? When we are talking about Ayurveda, there are hardly 500 plants which are mentioned in our ancient manuscripts, and these are utilized as for the Ayurvedic purpose around the globe. So what Patanjali has done, that is, I'm going to showcase you. This is the first time in the world that 60,000 medicinal plants around the globe, these are checklists are prepared. The whole of the documentation has already been done, and this work is going to publish in 108 volumes of World Herbal Encyclopedia. There is a live painting and canvas museum. I would like to say her with very proud that these live paintings, these herbal paintings are unique in the world, and this is the first herbal museum in the world who are showcasing the 30,000 handmade paintings of the plants, and more than 300 scientists are working in this particular project. Why I am showcasing this? Because this is a buyer and seller meet. I am again why I am showcasing, the reason is, the point is, the research is very, very important when we are talking about the medicinal plants. Now I am again bringing your attention to a very important topic. When we are talking about the medicinal plants, we should know how we are going to grow that. What is the traceability mechanism?
Voice is cracking in between.
Yeah. So what is the traceability mechanism? How these plants can be grown in a successful manner. So we have developed a very important solution for the sustainable agriculture, which is not only for the medicinal plants, but all of the crop plants for the farmers of the India. We have totally worked on this. It is a comprehensive solution for all agro problems of the medicinal plants growers, starting from the land holding status to the soil health assessment, fertilizer recommendation, seed selection, the microclimate based strategic agronomic planning, farm tool availability, agriculture credit and insurance, up to the post harvest management that Dr. Lal is saying. When we are talking about the MSP, it is a very big issue for the growers. You know, MSP, if it is having the low amount, how a farmer is going to pay for his expenses. So when we are talking about the challenges, there are several challenges that farmers don't know that what is our soil profile, what is our seed selection type. They are unaware about the manure and the fertilizer ratio. Also, there is the demand and supply gap information, and obviously post-harvest management information is also not there. When we are talking about the government level, there is no centralized database is available. There is unavailability of inputs and the crop analysis and the output data. Similarly, there is a lack of information regarding the financial support by the institutes and the government, as well as lack of information regarding the actual beneficiaries. That who are the actual beneficiaries? Do you know our government is going to support a number of farmers, a number of medicinal plant growers, but what is the actual state? It is currently unknown also for the government. So we have to make a solution. We have made a solution which is unique in the sense, and definitely financial institutes. But when it is because when it is a point of loan, and there is the financial health also important. So when we are talking about different kind of aspects, I would like to show you some of the important findings. This is the soil health card. Soil health card is a very important scheme of Indian government by which a farmer can know that what is the soil health of my land. But when we are talking about bright side, definitely in some of the country, in some of the regions of our country, the yield of the paddy, soybean and maize increased. And you know, before that, our farmers are unaware regarding the nutrient composition of the soil. But what are the ambiguities? There are several ambiguities. When we are talking about as a whole, there is 58 villages on which only one laboratories are given. This is the total infrastructure of our soil health card scheme. When we are talking about that, if it is possible that 58 villages, they are totally dependent on only single laboratory, as well as the soil health card samples are, you know, these are the some of the reports which shows that these are the unrealistic in the being. So what we have done, we have made a Harit Kranti app. In this app, we are giving all of the information regarding the region specific about the medicinal plant growers. You can see there is a dependent mapping also. There is the geotagging, geofencing of the cadastral maps also. Similarly, unique farm ID is also given. Below you can see these red and yellow kind of patches. These are basically crop classification. That which crop farmers has grown. When we are talking about the soil testing and fertilizer recommendation, we have first time in India, we have given the organic farming, organic fertilizer, as well as the mixed fertilizer practices, as well as recommendation directly on the app, on the Harit Kranti app. Similarly, for the seed selection, that for a particular hectare land, how many amount of, or you can say how much amount of seeds are required. This all are the patented information, and we have used the AI-based technology for that. And as I already shown you, crop area coverage and classification by PlanetScope satellite, we have detected that what is the crop for that particular kind of. And here you can say the post-harvest management through Annadata app, which is again a post-harvest management solution from Patanjali. We have, we have sale and produce commodity purchase is very high, and this can be implemented for the medicinal plant growers. When we are talking about organic farming, much interesting facts are there. Like 23% of our land is automatically organic by default, but very brief is there that there is no certification. So if we make some arrangements that these 23% of organic growers, they are certified under the PGS system, then it would be a very big opportunity for India. We have conducted a Patanjali Farmer Samriddhi program around the country, and we have found number of enriched benefits. 42,000 farmers are trained for organic farming practices in 19 states of India, and 84% they have started an organic enrichment methods. 53% respondents experienced high or increase in production, and similarly 45% respondents, they could save their input cost. These are very important results, because organic farming practices are not very happily acknowledged by the our Indian farmers. The reason is the income is not good. But you can see in the next diagram, you can see there is increase in income in the paddy, cotton, soybean, mentha, sugarcane, etc. And this protocol we are going to formulate for the medicinal plant growers, for the tulsi growers, for the aloe vera, etc. And we have found this in some of our basic research, we have found very good results in this particular kind of things. So what are the key achievements? We have the unique farmer identification, geo-referencing and geotagging of digital cadastral maps, soil testing, fertilizer recommendation according to the crop type, organic farming, crop area mapping, linkage to farmers for post-harvest management platform, and similarly, the medicinal plant growers can be linked to the other kind of government schemes. And this is our patented technology. We have 21 patents for this particular technology of sustainable agriculture in India. More than 1,000 manpower directly and 3,000 teammates indirectly work together to accomplish this task. For the Dhartika Doctor, which is our soil testing kit, Harit Kranti, as well as for Annadata. And we are also developing the honey traceability mechanism and fertilizer traceability mechanism for India in the form of the Sumadhu and the Subhumi app. There is a collaboration between the Patanjali Organic Research Institute and our IT partner Bharva Solution and Patanjali Research Institute, who are doing the research and documentation part. So I would like to thank all of you for patiently hearing me, and with the note of thanks, I would like to say that the organic growers should also be treated to increase the income, to empower them. We need special training packages. We need special herbal drugs formulation packages, as well as some sort of apps by which they can, by some e-commerce platform that by which they can directly sell their produce. Thank you so much.
Dr. Sir, kindly unmute yourself.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you. It was a very informative talk, and one company doing so many things. It was very good to know about that. Major things which are required for the farming and all these things, all those things you covered it beautifully. The thing is that there's one question actually which has come up, I think, right now is it is from Gopal Joshi, Gandharva Gopal Joshi. He's asked, we are mainly getting the products from the forest, and can we cultivate on the forest land under the contract farming lease agreement with the forest department? That is one of the questions. Second question is, contract farming is not legally bound as of now. This only works for so long both parties are good understanding. However, when unfortunately things go wrong, there is no judicial relief to the party. What could be possible way to out of this? These two questions are there. So please, if you have any answers for that.
Yes. So thank you so much. And Gopalji, I would like to say, first of all, your first question, when we are talking about contract farming and lease agreement, you have already answered in your second question that it is basically primarily it is saying it is not legally bound, but the forest laws as well as the forest laws in our country are so strong. Why I can say that, because as we are from medicinal plant background, we are continuously going in the field as well as we are capturing some of the medicinal plants, and we are also growing them in some of the land area. But what is happening for only from the wild plant collection point of view, then also we have to take prior permissions as well as at the state level and all other kind of things. There is very strict forest laws in our country. When we are talking about farming, the contract farming in the forest based basically wildly grown herbs, so I can say that according to me it is quite tedious, or you can say forest department. But yes, as you have seen in the by the lease agreement or some other kind of documentation, probably it can be done. I am not sure, because in Uttarakhand we have forest division, and we have so many strict laws. In fact, we have to if you are going to capture those plants for the herbarium preparation and all kind of things, we have to struggle a lot. Thanks.
Any other question from the?
Actually, we would like to know the outcome of these small projects that are being undertaken, and especially what is their effect, like area-wise and crop-wise in different parts in the increase of the farmers' income.
Yeah, thanks so much. This is a project which I have showcased to you. I have firstly introduced the Patanjali Research Institute, where we are doing the medicinal plant research, which is very important for us. And second important point, the Sustainable Agriculture Project. So in Sustainable Agriculture Project, this is primarily for the farmers of India. And this project is especially covering the Harit Kranti and Annadata app, which is the pre and post harvest solution, basically, respectively. Harit Kranti is for the pre harvest, and Annadata is for the post harvest. When we are talking about the applicability, at present we have applied it in the 4 districts of the 3 states, in Varanasi, Hamirpur of UP, in Haridwar of Uttarakhand, as well as in Morena of Madhya Pradesh. So we are getting very good kind of results, and we are damn sure, and we are in correspondence and communication with some of the government agencies, that we are going to reciprocate this particular kind of project all over the plant growers to our chain of growers. And by traceability mechanism, we are going to furnish the details also to the consumers that the so-called herbal drug that you are getting is it is having a barcode which is showing that this particular medicinal plant, it is grown in this particular condition, it is in organic farming condition, chemical farming or mixed farming practices, and where it has been utilized. In fact, the detail of farmer would be given that this particular ABC name, or this is the farmer who has grown this tulsi, who has grown this aloe vera, etc. This is a complete traceability mechanism. Yes.
Dr. Arya, Dr. Al, with your permission, can I just maybe give a summation, the question that was asked to Dr. Arya, especially cultivation of medicinal plants in forest areas.
Forest land. Yeah.
Forest land. Yeah,
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, we were talking about this with the forest department in many states for quite long, but they have their own mandate, and they do not have that kind of mandate to grow like medicinal herbs basically. But if you talk about say medicinal trees, I think they are like inclined to that, and they are ready to incorporate quite a few medicinal trees in the system, but not like you cannot really go and venture and take the forest land on the leash. That is, I think, not permitted. But with the forest department, with the state medicinal plant board and the federations, the corporation, I think they would entertain all those things. And the state medicinal plant is already, I think, in connection with this forest department. They do promote those things, especially degraded lands and the barren lands.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Arvind. I was going to answer that also because we also tried that, but good that you answered that question. Now, as there are no other questions, I'll go to the next speakers, Dr. Manjunath Mandikal. He is the first generation social entrepreneur with a passion towards agro, healthcare, and food-related activities. And he stayed a long time abroad, and then he came back to India for generally to work in the healthcare industry. And his contribution to the wellness of the society has increased many folds. And lifestyle disorders, all these things is his interest. He ventured into the natural alternative to sweeteners, analyzing the fact that sugar is the one that's the root cause of various diseases, which I very well agree with him. And his inclination towards farming and farmers and to do progressive change in the field. He has involved himself in acquiring sufficient knowledge on the cultivation, post-harvest technologies, processing, application of stevia. He's mainly that sugar substitute stevia, which is also a very difficult crop for India. Looking at the prices elsewhere in the world, he has done quite a good job in that. They are cultivating, processing to formulation to the application. That's the work that their company is doing, Stevia World Agrotech. And they are supporting thousands of farmers, saving a lot of billions of dollars with the wellness of society at the large. He has a vision to spreading the message on the great future of stevia. Sweetness is not just sugar, and sugar is not all the sweet, which is a very good thing. His mission is together serves the driving his passion in the field of agri, food, healthcare, and achieving his dreams. Doctor, to you, you can tell us more about your experience in stevia.
Thank you, Rajesh, for your long introduction. I don't know whether I'm worth all that or not. But anyway, this is what I'm doing with passion. So I would like to make it more interactive than a one-sided presentation. So I would like all the participants to ask questions. I'll do a little bit of briefing in the beginning, and then after that, I would like to more debate it rather than just do it in a one-sided presentation. See, as he introduced after coming back, so just the main motivation was to do something in the wellness segment for the state of India. In fact, India is almost called the diabetic capital of the world, with almost 9% of the population is already diabetic, and probably another 7, 8, 9% is on the borderline. And everybody knows that it's not new, that everybody is very well versed about it and telling about this. Sugar is probably one of the main reasons of this lifestyle disorder, not a disease, called diabetes. Anybody has any questions on this, doubts on this, you can ask. Stop me anytime. So I want to make it more interactive. Okay. So I was just thinking, what do I do? What 8 years back when I came back, I still have an IT company which runs on its own. I don't get involved, but this is what I did with passion. The minute you find diabetic, I think anybody above 40 who does not have diabetic is gifted. Everybody is almost diabetic nowadays. And that is the cause for various other ailments within the body, like whether it's eyes and kidneys and lungs and whatnot, everything gets started corrupting. When you start analyzing what is diabetes, then we analyze that it's a self-created problem. So luckily, God escapes out of it. We don't have to blame him, and we cannot blame him in that. It is self-created. It's what we have created for ourselves. Without cleaning things, keep on filling it and building the toxins in the body, and making the organs which was properly working go out of order. This is what is all about lifestyle disorders. So I was looking at what can be done and how it can be done. And when you go to the doctor, the first thing they say, don't eat sweet things. He never says don't eat sugar, because in India or most of the part of the world, over probably about 100 years, sweetness and sugar has become very closely related. People think sweetness is sugar and sugar is sweetness, and that's the end of it. So that's why we came up with a slogan telling that sweetness is not just sugar and sugar is not sweet at all. Has anybody comment on that? Is sugar sweet or not?
Yeah,
No
I think sugar is quite sweet, but there are products which are coming up.
But so there's a lot of difference between taste and the health. The health part of it, it is not sweet at all. So in a way, so what do we do for an alternate sweet? Because we are born with sweet tongue, especially Indians. Sweetness is not associated with just taste. It is also associated with happiness, celebration, functions, get together for anything, mithai khao. Everything is built around that. So if you remove that mithapan in your life, that means you're removing a lot more things, not just the taste part of it. And many of the houses, when I speak to, they say that, no, dada ko ya dadi ko sugar hai, so ghar mein kuch mithai banta hi nahi. So because in front of him, they don't want to eat, so everybody is giving up sweet at the home. So it is not good. So sweet and sugar are two different things. What we may have to avoid as much as possible is sugar, but not sweetness. By looking at it, what can be done? And industry had developed a lot of artificial sweetness around it, but they are good. Many of the research said that, yeah, you will not get diabetes, but you will get cancer for sure. I said, hey, what happened? This is highly carcinogenic and more toxic. So you can avoid by taking a lot of this aspartame and the type of research what people have done. They say that, yeah, you will not get sugar, it is 0 calorie sweetener. Fine, but what happens? You will get cancer in the long term because that's highly toxic and carcinogenic. This is proven beyond doubt. In fact, several countries are avoiding, things like aspartame and other things to be used in food and drink. So what do we do now? Now, naturally, done sugar is there, which we cannot eat. Artificial, has its own problem. So God has given us a lot of things. Mother Nature, stevia, I'm sure everybody knows about stevia. I don't have to give an introduction on stevia because it's already approved in 2015, almost about 6 years plus in India by the Food Authority, FSI. And that's how we got into this area. So we initially started only growing stevia here and getting the contract farming done for people, but not many people knows how to use stevia. And a lot of people, or most of the people, know about stevia as a sweetener, but not as a medicine. I don't know how many of you know the medicinal properties of stevia.
Dr. Mandikal, can I ask
Yes.
a question here? I'm Shantanu, and I've been working in this sector for some time.
Yes.
And before you enter into the plantation side,
yes,
and since you have been describing the utility of stevia in the scenario of a prevalence of diabetes here, and how it can be beneficial to the persons who cannot take sugar, either for health reason or by their choice.
Yes.
But my question is, do you think that stevia is the holy grail of all the zero-calorie sweeteners, or does stevia has some issues as well? I'm not talking about health issues. There may be some application issues as well.
Yes, yes, yes. See,
could you please describe a little bit? Could you please elaborate a little bit on that? Because you have been in the application for quite a long time, I believe.
Yes. Thank you, Shantanu, for your question, which is why it goes into a long discussion, but I will try to make it as short as possible. So stevia initially was submitted for approval in 1935 by Dr. Vivekanand. Okay, then it is it's also known that it is 350 to 400 times sweeter than sugar, the phytochemical component called riboside, which comes within the stevoside family in the stevia. But what happens, there are many issues, many other properties what sugar has, stevia does not have. Like say, for example, binding properties. Or say, for example, if you have to use stevia, we use 300 times smaller in quantity. That means we lose weight and volume. Sugar is a natural preservative by itself, but stevia is not. So as far as the practical sweetener application is concerned, we do have problems. There are, initially, the stevia got a very bad name in the market because not many people knew how to use it. Because there is a little bit of metallic aftertaste, which is inherent for stevia. But we can always use taste maskers. We can always use, closing that up so that only the sweetness is felt in the mouth. So we have developed several applications, whether it is Indian sweets or dairy products, or whether it is the chocolates, or whether it is this thing we have developed in-house lab. We do a lot of trials to develop so that the last part of the thing, what Lal ji said, is about applications. So we help industry to migrate their particular product from using sugar to using stevia. So that is what we have developed expertise over a period of time. So does that briefly answer your question, Shantanu?
Yeah, Dr. Mandikal, please go ahead into your next topic.
Okay, thank you. So we briefly talked about, thanks to Shantanu's question, we just said that stevia can directly replace sugar in most of the applications, including making laddu or jamun, including in the medical cough syrup or Ayurvedic kashayams, whether it is chocolates or whether it's ice cream, whether it's flavored milk or flavored yogurt like Srikhand. So we have done all the trials and we are ready to help people to migrate from sugar to stevia as far as the sweetener application is concerned. Fortunately, today we are talking about the medicinal benefits, and most of the people don't know the medicinal benefits of stevia. In fact, there are more than, probably to the best of my knowledge, about 20,000 or 30,000 clinical trials done in Japan, because Japan is one of the earliest adapters of stevia for human consumption. I think they adapted in 1977, much before the whole world. We started around 2008, 2009, when the big brother USA FDA approved it. And India took away another 5-7 years to approve it in 2015, November. So there was a lot of resistance to acceptability, but the medicinal values, when it is used on the raw, as a leaf or as a concoction made out of the leaf is wonderful. It has very, very rich in antioxidants, very rich in alkaloids, flavonoids, and many other, very rich in zinc and magnesium, which is everybody talks about immunity thanks to COVID, which generated the more interest in people looking at natural immunity generating things. So it has very thing. In fact, to be more precise, in 2019 or so, there are 2 Russian scientists who did an experiment on clinical trial on a SARS virus, which is the mother or the initial generation of the COVID virus. And the generation, it retarded by almost about 33% in the human body. So that way, there are various clinical trials. For example, if you are initially diabetic diagnosed, see, diabetics happens because if you have to remove the toxins from the body, these systems will start going back to the normalcy. And this is a wonderful detoxing functionality to use. There are various research notes available which says it can reverse diabetes if the organ is not already damaged. I was not believing it, to be honest with you. When I read all these clinical trials, many of them, then I started realizing, yes, this has a wonderful medicinal value, not just to be seen stevia as a sweetener only. Yes, this is a wonderful sweetener. There are a couple of other alternate natural sweeteners like monk fruit, tomatin are coming, but they are very scarce. It cannot be grown in every agroclimatic conditions. Processing is difficult. When compared to the other natural sweeteners, stevia can be grown in semi-arid climatic conditions, especially India, almost across India, except the North Himalayan region, we can grow and we can go good. And we have the technology to process, but unfortunately, there's not many processing happening as far as the extraction is concerned. I think all of us should somehow join hands and do some work on that. And I'm willing to share some of these clinical trials. A lot of them are available on the Google. The world is very small now, and anybody will be able to scan through the documents and read through it. There are experiments which are done on mouth ulcers, various type of cancers, reversal of diabetes, moderation of blood pressure, reversal or limitation of growth of cancer, reduction in obesity. All these types of things have already been clinically tested and tried. I don't know how many of you have heard of these medicinal benefits as far as stevia is concerned. Can anybody talk about it?
Yes, Dr. Mandikar, yes, it is. They are there. A lot of clinical trials are there. But the product which is available in the market now is the pure compound. So whether that compound is having an activity or stevia as a whole extract that will have those activities.
It's a good question. When we talk about what we talk about this compound, the compound is called stevial glycoside. Stevial glycoside, Food Authority of India says it has to be minimum 95% pure. That means you remove everything else, right? All your flavonoids, alkaloids, all those things are gone. You remain only the sweetness part of it, that's all. So the compounds available today, to the best of my knowledge, do not have very much medicinal values in the curative segment. In the preventive segment, yes, that means it is not adding calories. It is not adding glycemic load. That way it is controlling or managing your diabetes or lifestyle disorders, but they are not curative measures. But when you use stevia as a whole in a concoction mode or the direct leaf mode, that will be full with very rich medicinal and therapeutic values. Does that answer, Lal sir?
May I put some points over here and
please
ask some questions? If,
yes,
of course, if the chair permits it.
Go ahead.
Lal sir is asking your permission.
Go ahead.
Okay. So since Dr. Hingorani raised the point that whether stevia is effective in a crude form, or it is effective, more effective, therapeutically effective in purified form. And for your information, sir, most of the clinical trials which were organized on stevia were based on purified products. And there are very few clinical trials on crude products. Almost 90% of the clinical trials were carried out with purified products. But there is, and I want to ask these questions to Manjunath, Dr. Manjunath, that should we claim therapeutic value for stevia, because its practical therapeutic significance is a little bit debatable. Most of the clinical trial was done, most of the clinical trials were in vitro studies. And at one side, we are claiming that steviol glycosides are 0-calorie sweeteners because they are not absorbed through gut. And on the other side, we are claiming that it can be effective therapeutic agents. But if they are not absorbed through the gut, how they can reach the therapeutic concentration in the plasma itself? And there are a lot of studies carried out on ADME, absorption, distribution, metabolism, and excretion of stevia. And that is a major hurdle for therapeutic activity of stevia because of its low absorption through the gut. And if we need to reach that therapeutic concentration of stevia in the plasma itself, the daily intake should be phenomenally high, which will surpass the approved daily intake by WHO many thousand times. So it may not be a very practical idea. Your take, Dr. Manjunath Mandika.
Yeah, thank you, Shantanu. So I can send you, or I can send the group, the most of these university clinical trials done in Japan is on the raw stevia extract, not the purified form of stevia glycoside. When we do stevia glycoside, that means I'm removing all the flavonoids, alkaloids, and every other medicinal value. So purified form can be used, as I say, is more of a preventive or not aggravating your diabetes or this thing. But curative measure, if you are actually looking at it, we have to go to the green route.
Yeah, but for the anti-diabetic effect of steviol glycoside, it's anti-hyperglycemic effect. Most of the work has been done in Denmark, in Aarhus University of Medical Research, and they used mostly purified product. And all the efficacy trial on blood pressure was done in Taiwan, and they also used purified product, not the crude product. There may be some clinical trials with the crude products, which I'm not very aware of. There may be some, but most of the published papers on peer-reviewed journal deals with purified product. However, let us not prolong our debate on this single issue for long. Let us proceed to the next topics which you want to talk about.
As you say, talking about the Denmark and Taiwan issues, what we're talking about, yes, they have done. Whether the glycemic load will be added onto it or not, we just say no, there is no glycemic load added onto it. That means it is it is not adding to your diabetes problems, but adding sweetness to your life. But I can send you the research done in the various universities in Japan, which was more on the green extract. So we can always debate with that. There are things available, and not only that, not only on human trials, they have done trials on use of stevia in agriculture as a enhancer, use of stevia in piggery, use of stevia in poultry, use of dairy farming, and there are so many of research done on stevia because Japan was the one who started the revolution, I would call it, since 1977 in the area of Denmark approved in European Union is only in 2012, which is about 25 years later.
Yeah, I do agree.
So there are this thing. So we strongly believe and have seen things are happening, especially on the mouth, on the dental side of it, or on the reversal side of it. We have seen many aspects of it. In fact, it's very difficult even to tell me that there are a research report which says it can help in managing or reversing HIV virus also. See, what this stevia they're talking about is to do is not attacking the virus and taking it away. No, it is cleaning the system in a way that the immune system will take over to kill that virus. Like, say, for example, if you clean our toxins in our body, the regular system will start getting into the order. Disorder can become an order. So that's the way it is helping because of the detoxing features of that. And that's how it will, and it's because of the alkalinity in it. So the microbial activity will be reduced, like, for example, in types of cancers and other issues in fever and some virus attacks. So these are few the things are available. So this has both medicinal and therapeutic values as far as the raw material is concerned, and processed wine as far as it's concerned. It has wonderful sweetness value.
Yeah, right. I believe that the discussion is becoming too technical now.
So
okay, I would like to stop at that.
Doctor, actually,
please
Dr.
go ahead.
Manjunath, actually, we are running out of time.
Yeah.
So
good.
just wind up
So
in 2 minutes.
anybody want to know anything more about sweet applications or therapeutic values can contact me, and whatever little I know, I'll be able to share it with them, and let's spread the wellness and sweetness together. Why not?
Yeah.
So if
Thank
my
you.
time is over, I'd like to leave it to Lal
Yeah.
to take it forward.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Manjunath. Actually, I missed Dr. Ramesh Chandra Uniyal. He was to speak. Dr. Ramesh Uniyal. He's having a 25-year experience and presently working as a head of bioresources development, Imami, Kolkata. He's DPhil in botany from High Altitude Plant Physiology Research Center, Guwahati, Guwahati University, Uttarakhand. Previously worked in NMPV, Ministry of Ayush, then WWF Traffic India as a researcher, Amity University, as a deputy director, member of expert committee for various agencies and all these things. And he has published 4 books and have produced documentary on medicinal plants as well. Dr. Uniyal, I think we should the time limitation is there, so mainly focus on our subject and let us go for that. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Lal. I will just start my sharing of this thing. Is it visible now?
It is visible.
Okay, thank you. Before going further, just 1-2 very small points. In first presentation, there was one question for Dr. Vedpriya regarding cultivation in forest area, although Dr. Saklani have responded on that. But it should be very clear that Forest Act says that no cultivation activities is allowed in forest area. That's the one thing. We have also tried many times with the forest department, but Act says very clearly in that. Second, even if that is reserve forest, then it's more difficult because they say very clearly nothing goes in, nothing comes out. There's the definition under reserve forest category. So number of issues are there where there are possibilities, but the Act says that you can't do anything. But of course, we have reserve forest, and we have panchayat forest also, panchayat ban in many of the states where you can do some this plantation activities. Okay, that is another point. Now my topic, I will just focus on the main topic of the session, post-harvest, as Dr. Lal Hingorani also pointed out that post-harvest management, due to that, we are using 10 to 30% of raw material which comes from the farm. And at the factory gate, we see that is almost 30% material is going in waste. So I will focus on that. And this study is basically, I did a study for 3 years because we were facing this problem for rejection and these all things. So we systematically started this study in 2018-19. And during these 3 years, We have just seen the 2,637 samples which we received from different parts of India. And in that we cover 134 species, which industry is using mainly in large volume. And minimum 3 samples we have taken just to make some calculations right. And the part use, we also tried our best to include all the possible part use in our system. You can see that root, rhizome, fruits, whole plant, stem, all parts which is being used by ISU industries. We try to cover those species, those parts in this study to give us wider perspective. And since we are in Ayurvedic sector, so we just restrict ourselves to Ayurvedic Pharmacopoeia of India, and whatever quality parameters are described in API, we just focus on that. Micro and macro description, then foreign matter, then moisture content, then water soluble, alcohol soluble content, then this ash content, and volatile oil wherever is applicable, and others. These are the parameters on which we did this study, and all samples went through these testing procedures. And this is just one table to show the 3 years study. In 1819, when we started this study, on that year we collected 706 samples, and you can see the last column. Out of 706, 84 samples were rejected on many grounds. Similarly, in 1920, out of 983, 122 was rejected, and in 2021 we received 948 samples and 104 was found. We see the cumulative total 2,637 and 310 samples got rejected. Now you see this pie diagram, you will just find out the reasons of rejection. Number one rejection criteria was macro and micro description. I will just go further on that in next slide. 57% of rejection is due to this parameter only. And then foreign matter, the 11% material which is coming to factory for using is having foreign matter. Then 7% is being rejected due to high moisture content. Then water soluble excessive value, ASE is 8%. And then in ash content 1%, and volatile oil where spices mainly covers is 8%, others are 7.74. And under this 57, if you just further look down, you'll find that insect infestation percentage were 24%. Then inferior quality, there's big definition of inferior quality, this 24%, then fungal infestation 24%, then adulteration, mixing of species, adulteration is 16%. This is becoming a headache for herbal industry. And then for micro and macro, basically physical appearance and these all parameters, 12% samples were rejected. I will try to show you one by one the actual photographs which I want to show you. See, Shatavari is very commonly known to everybody. You can see the sample and the material which mostly we are receiving in the market in the form. I'm not saying that all times we are getting this kind of material, it's not like that. But this kind of sample is being rejected on various grounds. And I've just written in that poor post-harvest process, because Shatavari, you know, is a lot of post-harvest processing, peeling, drying, and this also peeling is very tedious job. And there are very few communities, very few groups who are actually trained in peeling and these all things. But due to this, they are not trained for that. If they do this kind of peeling, so you can see left-hand side, this kind of metal is coming, and hence this got rejected at the farm gate. Then you get another example of Citrulus indrayan. You can see the fungal infestation is there. And in, I think one of the earlier presentation, there was some question that farmers are not willing to reduce the moisture content. So see, this is the reason why we are receiving higher that microbial load in raw materials, because once there is a moisture content, is easily that infested by fungal growth. And when they are packing the material, it may be right on that time. Material is good, but it takes 4 to 5 days in transportation. They pack in gunny bags and sometimes in HDFP bag. And if there is moisture inside the raw material and then little bit of temperature during transportation, and as long as we receive the material at factory gate, we find that this kind of material is coming and then whole lot is being rejected, because no industry, nobody can afford to take this kind of material while doing, while making health related products. So this is another problem which herbal industry is facing. One example is this inferior raw material, although both are giloy, and this in this pandemic there was a lot of demand for giloy things, but actually we need this kind of material, right hand side material. But what we are getting in the market, a lot of the times we are receiving thin stems, immature stems, either very that broad kind of that stem we are, and then hence this is being rejected due to poor quality, because active contents are not in thin and immature material, the stems. So another example of insect infestation or foreign matter, both things. This is a very common example of amla, although photos are not very clear. But those who are in procurement or who are in collection of this kind of metal, they know that how it is being collected and how the metal is coming to the factory. A lot of the time we are asking for only a ring part of fruit, not having more than 2% or 5% of seed material. But actually what we are receiving, not in amla, this all in harada veda, is all kind of marrow. We are just receiving this kind of material, having more than 10-15% of broken seeds, insect infested, that pulp is there, the fruit rind is there. So, and this basically happening due to we are not following that I will come to later on that part, that we are not following the good field collection practices. Whatever is on the ground, we are collecting that without knowing the fungal infestation, insect infestation, without cleaning the things, without making any kind of sorting in primary living. So this kind of material is being transported all the way from different parts to factories, and naturally it is being rejected. Another unique example of flowers. Kamal is well known, lotus is well known, everybody knows the color and these all things. But you will find that this white flower matter is coming. Once it is dried, very difficult to distinguish between pink and of white color. So most of the time, either it is coming in mix or purely this white flower is being, which we call uppala, is being supplied in the name of Kamal. In flower, this kind of problem we are facing. Another example of flower is Nag Kesar, and you see in the field, in fact, if you see the both flower, it looks very similar. Very difficult a person who is going for collection to distinguish between that Nag Kesar, and this is called basically Punanga, sometime called it Colophyllum. So this very similar looking flowers, even in their that when it is full bloom, when this is right time for collection, very difficult to distinguish. And once it's dried, nobody's, until unless you have the good facilities in lab, nobody can distinguish the dried flower. So this is one of the problem for adulteration which industry is facing. Another example of mixing oil species. So genus is same, but species is different. And by sometime unknowingly, sometime knowingly, sometime due to shortage of material, this kind of things is happening in trade. That if you ask for the Nagar Motha, you will receive Nagar Motha mixed with Motha, or you need Motha, you will find the Nagar Motha. So this kind of things is also happening in that. And there are a number of examples in similar kind of, in Rauwolfia, you can see instead of Serpentina, other Rauwolfia species is being traded. They are very similar in routes are very similar, but once you have experience, you can see the different. But for any common person or person who is in purchase department of any XYZ company, is very difficult to distinguish between these kind of things. Then similar physical appearance, you might have seen the number of species we have in traditional system or in Ayurveda system. They are very similar looking, like Jeera and Kala Jeera. One small example. So once you have good lab, you have expert, then you can distinguish. Otherwise, similar looking material, great chance of misidentification. And this is very common now. This foreign matter species, very common species like Ocimum, and other species where we are only looking for the leaves, Gymnema, Ocimum, many other things. In neem also, sometimes in neem, you will find number of stem particles. Big chunk of this material is coming in market. Instead of leaf, you will get whole plant having all the parts which are not desired for particular formulation. And this foreign, but another example, this Ajmoda, this also coming like this. Ajmoda, then you Ajwain, this all kind of material we are receiving this kind of, most of the time we are facing foreign matters are very high in the trade. Now, this some of the just some small example how we can have a good collection practices. I've seen this kind of models in Chhattisgarh. Chhattisgarh State Board in their campus, they have made this kind of things very nicely, very easy to understand, because it's not possible every time to go in primary level and ask them to do these things, and lectures won't work actually in those areas. If you have this kind of pictures, if you have this kind of model, it's very easy to ask them to practice this kind of system. And one more thing is very important, that segregating and making that lot based on the quality, based on the grade in the field. Once metal is dried, then it's very difficult to make the grade. And now another very interesting example of species where volatile oil is one of the components, either is long or elaichi or other things. See, this is very common practice, taking elaichi after lunch or dinner. Sometimes you might feel that it's a good aroma, having very good taste. Sometimes you feel what we are eating, this is nothing inside. So this is very common things, and many of you, because you all are expert in this field, you might be knowing what kind of practices is being done in trade nowadays. They take all the essential oil and then after drying, it's being sold to other companies. So this kind of things are also happening in this area, and ultimately we are getting poor quality of material. And this is a very basic example of ashwagandha, that most of the times the underground part, wherever we are using the underground part, root, rhizome, and these things, farmers or collectors, they are not properly washing the material at the primary level. And hence all the sand or soil is being attached. And after some time, it's very difficult to detach that impurities. So if unclean underground parts, they are very prone to ash content. And that's why 1% material, that raw material, is being rejected on the ground of high ash content. This is another example of that wrong dyeing method. If you have a wrong dyeing method, if you do not follow the good storage practices, poor packaging during transportation, this kind of material you will receive. Although when they packed it, it was fine, but once reached in the factory gate, due to poor packaging or poor drying method, there was high moisture content. At the time we received the material, it was like this. And naturally, we are bound to reject this kind of material. So what we did, as I told you, that in Chhattisgarh model, we are also following, we make some posters and these all things for primary level workers. Wherever we are working, either in Uttaranchal or Himachal or Gujarat, we have made some posters depicting the good collection practices, good agriculture practices, although basically it's good field collection practices. One of the example here, we have asked them what to do when they are harvesting the Tejpat. And this kind of training program and the primary level we are continuously doing so we can get the quality material at our farm gate. If you see the total scenario, nearly 84% rejection was remedial and 16% were non-remedial. So if you see that was, if you follow the good agriculture practices or good field collection practices, we can bring down percentage of rejection in trade. And one more thing which we just analyzed after seeing the data, that out of 300 samples which were rejected, I just see the species in there, that's almost 60% is coming from the wild collection. And 27% samples or species are both mixed. They are coming from wild as well as cultivation, and 14% purely coming from the cultivation. So it means that whenever we are doing some cultivation, chances of rejection is less. Otherwise, the things which are coming from the west end or forest, chances of rejection is high due to many reasons which I have just shown you in different slides. And you just see the NMPB report in 2017. After that, there was no assessment of this Indian market. On that time, it was 512,000 metric ton demand of herbal raw material. And on the same report, you will find a findings that 3% raw material, which is almost 15,000 ton, wasted during handling. Because we have different mandis, small mandis, then there are middlemen, then through many hands, the metal is reaching to factory. So 3% metal is being wasted during handling. And as per our this study for 3 years, almost 12% raw material is rejected on many grounds, quality grounds as per the API. If you add these things, it's almost coming 15%. In total, if we estimate 2017 figure, you will find that almost 73,000 metric ton is annually being wasted. I think this is a kind of crime which all stakeholders are doing in this field. We need to be very, very careful in implementation of good agriculture practices as well as good field collection practices. Yesterday also, when we were in panel discussion with CEO and NPB, we have very clearly mentioned this thing, that there is a poor implementation of good field collection practices. Our guidelines published in 2009, and now we are sitting in 2022. Still, we are saying this thing that we have very poor implementation of field collection practices. And this all we have already discussed. And I have published this finding. We have 3 basically publications regarding primary processing, rejection, and heavy metals. So these are the just references if somebody wants to see that one and want to detail, you can just see these papers. These all are online. Thank you very much. If there are questions, I will be happy to answer those.
Dr. Ramesh, thank you very much. Very, very informative and very interesting actually subject. Because post-harvesting, if you save that, that will add up to the, you are doing a sustainability program rather, because you are saving that much quantity. So if you think on that lines, probably people will start working on how to save that material rather than going for more and more material cultivation and all these things. Anybody has any questions? Thank you then, Dr. Ramesh. I think it was so informative that there are no questions, but everything was there on the subject on this.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Now, the next speaker is Dr. Pankaj Aturi, I think is not there. Then I'll take Dr. Somendra Darbar. Dr. Somendra is a PhD FIC head research.
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening,
Yeah.
sir. Just a minute to open up my presentation.
Yeah, let me introduce you.
Okay.
He is associate with Days Medical Stores Manufacturing Limited, HOD of Research and Development Division, along with Bioequivalent Study Center, Jadavpur University, and SN Bose National Center of Basic Sciences, guest faculty and scientist. He is also a senior faculty member of the Department of Pharmaceutical Technology, Jadavpur University. He has a number of publications, 75 publications to his credit, and computational biology and chemistry, nanomedicines, biomaterial research, ACS, Omega, and many more. He's a member of life member of IPA, ISCA, and Physiological Society of India. He has 4 books to his thing, and 4 book chapters in his name. And mainly, he is a fellow of Institute of Chemistry and Indian chapter fellow of American Chemical Society. He has 2 patents to his name. Dr. Darbar, please.
Yeah. Is it visible?
Yeah, it is visible.
Okay. So today I will discuss about the andrography speniculator and its metal nano complex acts as a nanozyme and are potentially useful against oxidative stress, a breakthrough concept. I am Dr. Soumendra Darbar, belongs the R&D division of Days Medical Stores Manufacturing Limited, Kolkata. Days Medical is established in 1958. It has 4 wings. It's a modern medicine, Ayurvedic medicine, the cosmetics medicine, as well as the oil divisions. The Days Medical have R&D divisions, which is recognized from DSIR, Government of India. So this presentation is an academic industry collaboration presentation. So andrography speniculator are breakthrough plant. We all know the andrography speniculator under the domain of eukaryotes and the division of angiosperm as well as family under Acanthaceae. These plants, commonly known as king of bitter, have a potential pharmacological action like effects on common cold, anti-inflammatory effect, anti-hyperglycemic effect, hepatoprotective effect, antimicrobial and anti-parasitic effect, antibacterial effect, antiviral effect, anti-cancer effect, immunomodulatory effect, cardiovascular effect, sexual function and contraceptive effect, safety and toxicity effect. So andrography speniculator, CalMed, is extensively used in different traditional medicinal systems. So why we talk on andrography speniculator? Because the plant have a numerous bioactive constituents, a total 32 bioactive constituents present within the andrography speniculator, out of which 12 are flavonoids and 2 is guanic acid derivatives and some other derivatives also. Andrography speniculator, within it, andrographolate is a key bioactive components present and which is responsible for different kinds of medicinal action. So commercially in industry, the plant is used as a powder. It is in the capsule form, that is the solid dosage form, the dry form, the liquid dosage form, extract, and tablet also. It is extensively used in the polyherbal formulation nowadays. So industry, what industry need? Industry need a registered and authorized supplier consistent quality plant, plants with minimum toxicity, plants with minimum seasonal variation, plants with high efficacy, consistent supply, plants with less hazards, plants with less heavy metals. Plants should comply all the QC tests that the previous speaker elaborately discussed all about this. The minimum use of pesticides and minimum use of chemical fertilizers. So if we maintain all these things, we obtain the quality plant for the commercial preparation. Now, the commercial formulation preparation, in my industry, we have a 2 dosage form, solid dosage form as well as the liquid dosage form. In the solid dosage form, we use the powder, that is the medicinal plants powder, as well as we use the medicinal spices. And there is an excipient, that is starch, talcum powder, magnesium stearate, silicon dioxide, and also used in the gelatin capsule cell. But in case of syrup, we use the medicinal plants, medicinal spices, and some excipient like sodium benzoate, citric acid, methyl paraben, propyl paraben, and purified water. So these plants is, in terms of industry, it is an API, and not only API, we use the other excipients, and all of these excipients are in the chemical excipients. So most of the industry use this chemical excipient because it is the low cost, and if it is the low cost, then the cost of the product is really very low. So it is the cost effective. That's why the most of the pharmaceutical manufacturer company, those produce the polyherbal formulations, use this excipient in chemical form. So now we talk about the current. We are facing the COVID-19 last 2 years, and COVID-19 and chronic liver disease are interrelated. So one journal of hepatology published in June 2021 that the hepatic dysfunction has been seen in 14 to 53% patients with COVID-19, and that's why there is a liver complication. The other journal published in the Lancet Gastroenterology and Hepatology in March 2021 that the COVID-19 to date showed a significant liver injury, the common serious adverse effect, which elevated the liver transaminase as well as the bilirubin level. The other journal, research findings published in the World Journal of Gastroenterology in May 21, 2021, where it is clearly mentioned that the infection of bile duct cell or the functional impairment caused by the use of antiviral drug. So, world need that some formulations or some medicine that effectively used in the hepatic dysfunction, which is related to COVID-19. We all know in the COVID-19 situation, there is lots of ROS production within the body. That's ROS means the highly reactive, powerful oxidant, short shelf life, can exist freely in the environment. There is a various form of ROS that are silent killer like oxygen, superoxide anion, hydrogen peroxide, hydroxyl radicals, etc. So in normal, there is a equilibrium, there is a balance between the antioxidant and ROS. If the ROS production is heavier and the antioxidant level is less, the body is affected by different diseases. So now the motivation comes from different kind of literature, where we found that the liver disease is the 5th most common cause of death. Almost 400 million deaths detected throughout the world. Hepatic fibrosis is a form of liver dysfunction which creates a lots of liver complications. So there is a question, is there any oral treatment for chronic liver disease? So to develop an unique, safe and non-toxic, cost-effective multi-herbal formulation as well as the nano-composite that acts as a therapeutic against the chronic liver disease, particularly in the liver fibrosis. So we all know that the phytomedicines, the medicine which is made up of different kind of medicinal plants is called the phytomedicine. Phytomedicines have different categories like foodstuff, nutraceuticals, medicinal or folk traditional medicine, plant extract juice or commercial drug polyherbal formulation, or some phytochemical analysis. So phytomedicines have a different bioactive compounds like alkaloids, terpenoids, cucuramine, flavonoids, phenolic compounds, the spanic acid, etc. All these responsible for the anti-inflammation, anti-cancer, immunodysfunctions, immunomodulation, antioxidant, as well as the antimicrobial activity. So this is all I would know about the drug developmental story. It's a long process, and we developed our nano composites. And here in this slide, we talk about the preclinical study of our developed nano composite. So there a question comes, why nano? From cancer to common cold, from broken bones to sunburn, from cavities to heart disease, how can a small science helps us fight big medical problem? So here is the question, is there any oral treatment for chronic liver disease that prevent the oxidative stress? So from there, the aim of our work is testing the potential of silver nanoparticle coupled with Andrographis paniculata as a therapeutic agent against chronic liver diseases, particularly liver fibrosis. So we all know that a nanoparticle is synthesized chemically, and there is so many disadvantages for the chemical synthesis. If we add the herbal plants for the synthesis of the nano product, that have a huge advantage. It's an eco-friendly product, cost-effective, and it is very safe, produce the very safe and effective medicine. So that's why we choose the Andrographis paniculata as a substrate, and first we produce the plant extract, then the silver nitrate extract, and after that we adding it and produce the silver nanoparticle coupled with Andrographis paniculata. This is the characterizations of nanoparticles. This is the UV spectra, TEM, XRD, and FTIR that prove that the produced nanoparticles is a nano form. Now, the treatment protocol method. This is the in vivo experiments. It is experiment carried out upon the mice models. We choose the 4 groups. Group 1, the vehicle control group. Group 2, the CCL4 treated group. That is, we use the CCL4 as a common established chemicals that produce the hepatic fibrosis. Group 3, that is the CCL4 and the developed nanoparticles supplementation. And group 4, we apply the only supplement that why we want to find out that there is any kind of toxic effects or not. So this is the morphological study. We measure the body weight, food consumption, and water consumption. We find out the very positive result after applications of the nano composite coupled with Andrographis paniculata. So this is the morphological as well as the biochemical observation. The upper graph shows the liver weight, liver body weight ratio, and body fat. In the liver weight, in the second group, in the fibrosis group, it is significantly high, and it is almost recovered after application of the nano composite. The same thing observed in the body fat also. And in the lower bottom curve, that is the burn, total bilirubin, and direct bilirubin, we observed the positive result after applications of the biocomposite. So next one, that is a free radical scavenging activity. It is very important. We know that the free radicals, that is the ROS productions and generation of ROS, is the one of the T prime silent killer of the different diseases. So there is a various enzymes involved for this pathway. We measured the catalyst, the glutathione peroxidase, both in the liver and the serum, and we in the fibrosis model, and we apply our developed nanocomposites coupled with Andrographis paniculata, and we observe the positive result. This is the third group. Is the green color is the supplemented group, and here is the blue color is the supplemented group. We observe the positive result after applications of the nanocomposites. Here is the free radical scavenging activity. We observe the MDA, that is the malone dialdehyde, which is a marker parameters of membrane disruptions. So here in the group 3, we observe it is significantly high. That indicate there is some membrane disruption of occur after the fibrosis development. And when we apply the nanocomposite, is almost recovered and almost as level compared to the control. We also measured the total ROS content, reactive oxygen species content, and superoxide dismutase enzymes. We find out the very positive effect after applications of these nanocomposites. So cellular oxidative stress, we evident by elevations of ROS levels, which reduce the SOD level and increase the lipid peroxidation, impart the antioxidant defense status. So it's clearly indicate the silver nanoparticle coupled with Andrographis paniculata to produce recovery, and suggesting it become a more effective scavenger of free radicals. Now comes to the immunohistochemistry. We studied the immunohistochemistry of alpha smooth muscle actin, and in the second group, the CCL4 treated group, that is the fibrosis model, we observed in the central vein, in the central vein, the periphery of the central vein is completely ruptured, and after applications of the nanoparticles at a dose of 50 microgram, the recovery is clearly visible. So in the normal liver, when we apply the CCL4 for a certain time, 60 days, long period, we observe the fibrosis model. Liver is morphological liver looks like in this form, and we apply when apply the developed nano conjugate, we obtain the healthy liver. This is the histological scoring. In the group 3, it is a very significant increase, 10 point something. And after applications of the nanocomposite, it is 2 point something, 2.12 or something. It is very significant recovery observed after applications of the nanocomposite. So this is the histopathological special staining. This is Mason's trichrome. It is special staining. It is created to denote the liver fibrosis, and we obtain the very positive result. We also measured the DNA fragmentation study and obtain the positive result. And now the summary of the work. So in this study, silver nanoparticles were synthesized successfully using the leaf extract of Andrographis paniculata as a novel reactant. This plant, when we use this plant for production of silver nanoparticles, is very eco-friendly, cost-effective, and in terms of safety and efficacy, it is less toxic. Synthesized because we observe the acute toxicity as well as the subchronic toxicity, and very minimum toxic effect observed upon the rodent. So synthesized nanoparticle seems to promising antioxidant activity, and it most probably future medicine. So this is a big challenge in biomedicine research, especially in the nanomedicine research with the help of herbal extract. So what are these challenges? the large animal experimentation, the stability study, the bioequivalence study, the details clinical study, sponsor and finance, pilot scale study. This is very important. Why industry buy your product if there is no pilot scale study? We perform the only laboratory scale study. Pilot scale study is very important. That's why industry invest for the product. Number 7, the pharmacovigilance, regulatory clearance, the safety and efficacy study. Marketing is another challenges. If marketing team is not strong, your product not flourished. Number 11, advertisement, and number 2, regulatory licenses. So this is the big challenges: structure and characterization of the nanoparticles, stability, animal ethics committee clearance, human ethics committee clearance, successful completions of the bioequivalence study, regulatory approval, pharmacovigilance, and the marketing. So these are the broad challenges in the phytomedicines. So all challenges are same. This is the animal experimentation as well as the clinical trial, clinical study, as well as the pharmacovigilance study is the prime 3 challenges for the drug developmental research. So this is a academic industrial collaborative research. We thank Dr. Ratish Kumar Chattopadhyay for Principal Secretary, Jadavpur University, Professor Shamir Kumar Pal, S.N. Bose National Center for Basic Sciences, Dr. Moitri Bhattacharya, Director, Jagadish Chandra Bose National Science Talent Search, Professor Kaushik Shankar Pramanik, Department of Chemistry, Jadavpur University, Dr. Devashish Pal, Principal, Uluberia College, Dr. Siddhartha Bhattacharya, Head, Department of Zoology, Uluberia College, Dr. Navarun Polle, Ustram, Germany, and Dr. Aniruddha Odhikari, University of California, USA. So I convey my sincere thanks and gratitude to all my collaborators as well as to the organizers for giving me a chance to present my work in this August gathering. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Somendra, for the informative talk on the development of nanoparticles from the andrographics plant. Any questions from the I don't see any questions in the section. So I think we have completed with all the talks in this session. And I thanks the organizers as well as all the speakers in this session to make it colorful as well as a lot of informative. Though our main aim was on the cultivation and all these things, but we spoke upon the pharmacology also, phytochemistry also. So a lot of information came into this, and I think the people who are attending this conference must have definitely got a good information about this, both for the topic that was main topic of ours, cultivation post-harvest, which was wonderfully presented by few of the speakers, and few of the speakers also gave something like for the product development and all these things. So thank you everyone, and have a good evening. Yeah, Professor Aziz.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Lal Hingorani. You have excellently organized the session and moderated the session, and we have all delighted deliberation. Though we have even more interaction and the time has been utilized. Rather, we have taken more time for the session. It is still useful, I think, and will be benefited by all the listeners worldwide. So thank you all the research persons who have delivered, and obviously we must congratulate and thank you, Dr. Lal Hingorani. And we will conclude the session here. And for tomorrow, we'll again meet in this platform at 10 a.m. For another business session that will be chaired by Professor Ashish Majumdar. And post lunch, there will be again another business session that will be chaired by Professor Prashant Kumar Sharkar. And on the third day, there is very exclusive session. R&D session will be conducted, and that will be broadcast through another virtual hall. So all the today and yesterday, we have seen both the conference hall, that is virtual hall, are presenting the same thing. But tomorrow there will be parallel sessions. So in one hall, that is hall 1, we call it Vivekanand hall, there will be business session. And in virtual conference hall 2, that is Sri Aurobindo hall, there we will be having R&D session 1 and R&D session 2, and that will start at 11. So timing is bit different from virtual hall. From 10 there will be program, and for virtual hall 2 there will be from 11. And there are oral presentations. And for poster presentation, that posters are already been updated in our website and also updated in this web platform for this conference. So all are requested to visit the virtual stalls as well as e-posters. If there is any query, they can get back to the respective authors. And tomorrow we will have this oral presentation. There also the discussion will be there. We have some keynote speaker also, and moreover, that will be very interactive session. Those who have academic and R&D interested, basically they will join in that parallel session, and all other business related issues that will be discussed in parallel session, in business session 5 and 6. Exclusively, we have international participants tomorrow, including Mr. Orko Chatterjee from Switzerland, Mr. Saikat Kumar Basu, he will be also presenting as Canadian citizen. Dr. Abhay Pati is the best CEO of Best Nutrition Products, California, USA. And we will also have Jeff Tomlinson, Manager, Research and Development from South Africa, along with other Indian resource person in parallel session one side. On the other side, during the R&D session, there will be keynote speaker Dr. Usman Kola from Turkey and Dr. Daniel Leo from Italy. In technical, in R&D session 2, there will be another international keynote speaker, Dr. Ahmed Atiyah El Sheikh from Egypt, followed by oral presentations. So thank you all for joining the second day of this international conference. On the third day of second international conference and Biocells Meat and Medicinal Plant used in lifestyle products will be live from 10 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you all. Thank you for listening, and we'll hope you will again join tomorrow for the last day for both business and R&D sessions. Thank you all.